the meeting to order. Right. Present. Excuse me.
Here.
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 City Manager, Mr. Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney, Miles Hudson.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah. Good
It's
morning.
outside, it's outside the door, so there's the last thing on there. It's beautiful out there. I said, it's outside, right out, I said, with the glass windows here, it's just gorgeous out there.
Yes, the
People
water.
are fishing, boats are going by, it's great.
Yeah.
And it's warm. And it's warm.
Yeah.
Well, good morning. I'm Pat Subara of the Mesa Islanders, and I have the good pleasure of spending today and tomorrow, part of tomorrow with you. Facilitating sort of the future, so I call this an advance instead of a retreat, because I think it's more important about where you're going than where you've been. That's why your front windshield is larger than your rear view mirror. We have a jam-packed agenda today. We have a couple of breaks scheduled there. Also, lunch will be brought in. I believe at about 12, be next door like for breakfast. You have some materials in front of you, the agenda, and then there's some attachments to that, if you can keep that handy. That'd be wonderful. This is gonna be highly interactive, there's no PowerPoint or anything, so it's lots of discussions. Trying to explore the future, both for you as a group, and then the goals and the focus of what you're trying to build, and capitalize, on the strengths of this community, and you as a group. Now, I have the good fortune of I live outside of Phoenix in Glendale, Arizona, but I have clients all over the country. I spend a lot of time in Texas, cities in the Metroplex. I'll be with the city of Carrollton in June. Last month I was in Arlington, I was in El Paso County, working with the board and the supervisors there. Clients all over the country. I'm a former city manager and had my practice 19 years. Doesn't matter where I go, every city has the same ingredients. What differentiates them is their recipe. And that's really what you're trying to build on today. You're trying to refresh, maybe renovate your recipe for success. Because what got you here may not get you there. And we know in government sometimes that's a challenge. There's a level of predictability that government values, almost to the point where it can be restrictive. If you think about what the decisions are being made, they're not all driven by something that's provided to you. You have to reflect. You have to examine. And the last thing that Corpus Christi is static. It's highly dynamic. You're running a 24/7, 365 multi-billion-dollar enterprise. There's nothing automatic in Corpus Christi. You have to make decisions based on what's getting done. Well, we're all here about building the community, addressing some of those issues. And as I had the good fortune to speak with several of you prior to this session, really the focus for today and tomorrow is on two problems. One, the group. Trying to make sure the group is joining together. Not to say that everything's a unanimous vote.
Yeah,
That
I'm sorry, but they're having this in public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, do it as best you can, and then we try to
Okay.
get into it as much as you can. Sorry about that.
How's that? Better?
Same.
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 Well, it's not us that needs to hear him, it's that on the,
Yeah, that's the deal. May we offer you a handout, Mike? Maybe?
Yes, maybe that will work.
Thank you.
So what we're trying to build on in the community is to capitalize on the strengths, where the community is going. There's an old saying, public policy is made by those who show up. And you know that as elected officials, sometimes you hear from
amen.
the people, well, that's a tax, right? Well, government. And for those of you that are recently elected, just so you know, first of all, congratulations, but you can no longer buy ice cream at the grocery store. If you put ice cream in the grocery cart, when you get there, by the time you leave, it's melted.
Pretty good.
Right? The people that you don't know, but know you, come up to you and say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? You need to do more of this. You need to do less of that. You love that they know you. And when you tell your spouse, I'll be right back, they just turn off the phone. It's like, no. And again, you love that notion that you have conversations. Because I would say that you're all community chefs. And that's what you're trying to do is revisit that recipe. Sometimes you got a lot of cooks in the kitchen. A lot of people looking over your shoulder. You all know that as elected officials. But the best days for this community are in front of it. But it's not a guarantee. What do we tell our kids they can be when they grow up?
Whatever they want.
Whatever they want.
What's the limit?
What's their dreams?
Sky's the limit.
Sky's not the limit. You want to be an astronaut, right?
Yeah.
stage and a big spotlight and a big microphone, it can be smothering. How many of you have children? Can we all agree that our kids pick up their bad habits from our spouse? Raise your hands.
Yes.
Like this.
Exactly right.
Isn't it weird to see your children habits they pick up from us when we didn't know they were watching?
Yes.
I mean, for the last year plus, this has been crisis leadership, and we're not done yet. So the community is watching all of you, staff is watching all of you, you're watching each other, how you handle this, and there's no real cookbook for this, is there? You're sort of figuring it out as you go along, and that sometimes is counter to what government values the most, which is predictability. Remembering that democracy is a cause, City Hall is a laboratory, and you're constantly experimenting. So that's what we're going to try to do today, and tomorrow, is sort of unknown those threats. For some of you, we'll go too fast, for some of you, we'll go too slow. We're going to try to find just a good rhythm about these discussions. And I have a habit, I don't call on people, so don't, when I ask you a question, don't imagine yourself back in like ninth grade algebra class, you know, avoiding eye contact with you or something. Rubbing your temples or writing things down. But we do need a lot of interaction. And again, those materials in front of you would stimulate those. And again, my role today is to be your fitness trainer. So hopefully you have your sneakers on. And I'm trying to help you build up two muscles. One, to be responsive, and you have to be responsive to be credible. And the second, to be proactive. And those are two sets of muscles. And sometimes government is overly reactive. There's another saying in government, that it's hard to have a 5-year plan on 4-year election cycles. So we're trying to help the group sort of look beyond what's right in front of you. Not just through a magnifying glass, but a pair of binoculars. And my favorite tool, a kaleidoscope. So as you look to the future, think about how you're handling those discussions and those decisions you might take on. So if you look right in front of you, the handout, it's a kind of blue banner at the top. Says the agenda for today. We're going to spend a better part of the morning and early afternoon on the group. We'll transition into peering into the future. We'll wrap up today's discussion around those items that you all shared with me during the pre-session phone calls. If I missed any items, it was not intentional, so feel free to bring those up. We're not sure how much progress we'll make on those. And then we'll continue that conversation tomorrow morning and try to wrap up with some clarity. Clarity and cohesion, as we know, is a temporary achievement. Because as soon as Monday rolls around, there's other things that happen. So we're trying to strengthen the group and that resolve for you as individuals. And one thing I always love about coming to Texas, besides trying to teach you all about barbecue, but one of the things I love about coming to, I just want to see if you were listening. Is one of the areas you all talk about a lot is character. You realize that is somewhat unique to Texas. I mean, I have clients all over. That is not common. And you as a group have a collective character, what you aspire to. I think those are important traits, especially now. Those are important dimensions as a governing body because people look to you for that leadership. We'll explore that a little bit later. So let's get going. And I'm going to go ahead and start on page of the agenda, page 3. I spent a lot of time on this page. Page 5, which are the benefits from good government. I spent a lot of time preparing this page because it's blank. Think about the role of government. I think it's really important in these sessions to start off in a positive notion. It's easy to talk about what the city's not doing. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Because that's typically who you hear a lot from. But what are the benefits from good government? What are you trying to accomplish? When your family asks you, what are you doing in office? What do you tell them? Yes?
Patrick, we're going to find something for you. You can't hold that microphone and write.
silly.
Let's figure this out real quick.
I can do it. It's okay. Don't worry. I can write and do this at the same time. No worries. Don't worry. So what are the benefits from good government when you think about it? What are you trying to accomplish? By the way, I put spell check up here in case I misspell any words. What are you trying to accomplish? People ask you, what are you guys going to do today? What did you do at last night's meeting? What are you doing in office? I mean, it took my parents 15 years to understand what I did in city management. Then I left the profession. So it's not always easy to describe the impact, but it's easy to pick at what government doesn't do. But what are the benefits from good government? What gives you a sense of satisfaction that you're accomplishing something? Because I know you don't do it for the great pay and benefits and the easy hours.
Well, we do it because we're trying to improve the quality of life for our residents.
Okay, improve the quality of life. All right, thank you. What else? And we remember that the quality of life is dependent upon who you're talking to, right? Because you don't just have residents, you have demographics. It'll be interesting to see what this census shares with you. Are you getting younger, older? What's the socioeconomic distribution? Beyond the numbers, what's the story? So absolutely, the quality of life. What else? What else are the benefits from good government? What do you find a sense of satisfaction in?
Providing an environment that enhances economic development.
Okay. That enhances economic development, okay. All right, what else? What else are you trying to accomplish? What are the benefits from good government when it works well?
Trying to improve our infrastructure. By the community.
I'm sorry, deliver services
Needed by the community.
needed by the community, okay. Oops.
Communication.
Abbreviate that. Communication,
Be transparent with government.
okay, be transparent. That word is fascinating when we unpack that word, right?
Yeah, it's a powerful word.
Keep the people first.
Keep the people first.
Let's not be opaque.
Remember, residents volunteer to live here. Businesses volunteer to invest in Corpus Christi. You all volunteer to serve. Staff volunteers to work here. When you look at it through the volunteer prism, it sort of changes the conversation, doesn't it? People are here by choice. So when you talk about keep people first, you're always trying to reinforce the value proposition. You are a service-centric organization. What else? What are the
But I think
benefits?
we also need to create jobs for the future of our children.
Okay. Create jobs for the future. All right. What else?
Maintain infrastructure.
Maintain infrastructure. And what we've seen in the last year or so is not just the physical infrastructure communities are grappling with, it's also the social infrastructure. The caliber and content of community conversations that are happening in communities all across the country, which are a lot less tangible. They're a lot more based in people's perspectives. Physical infrastructure is a little easier to deal with. Water, sewer, streets. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's easier. But infrastructure is starting to expand in a lot of communities. Content, caliber versus community conversation. What else do you think the government's trying to achieve? What you're trying to do as an elected official, what you're trying to do as part of the governing body?
Diversify
Diversify, okay.
in every aspect. In every aspect, mainly our economy.
We'll come back to that with the trends and how the city is trying to diversify its portfolio, how it's trying to diversify its revenue, other dimensions. Other thoughts about what you're trying to accomplish, what gives you a sense of satisfaction?
Work as a team.
Working as a team, yeah.
It's being there for the community, being a sounding board.
Eliminate wasteful spending.
Develop those areas that have been forgotten in the city, the old structure of the city, you know. Even though we're growing on the outskirts, but we need not to forget what created this city to start out with, the inner city part.
Yeah, every local government sort of has three worlds, the past, the present, and those tend to dominate the concentration of effort.
Yes.
What you inherited and where you are. The challenge is the future's arriving every day, and it doesn't arrive with a bow on it. Usually it bangs on the door and says, RSVP, did we get it? The future's a lot more, it's riddled with a lot of ambiguity. We're going to try to spend some time on that today, try to unknot some of those threads so you can sort of be more confident as you move the community into the future as a catalyst. You're absolutely right. What you
Can you put, protect the environment?
Protect the environment.
Sanitary and sewer overflow.
Yeah, given where we're at, with the beaches and everything.
And that's emerging all the time. We have that balance, that natural tension, be an advocate and a regulator. That's part of local government, you're trying to support and be a catalyst, at the same time monitor and ensure compliance. Sometimes those collide as opposed to intersect. Challenging. Anything else? Well, I wasn't trying to exhaust it, I'm just trying to start off today in this positive notion of what you're trying to achieve. Because I would contend these are the outcomes that really today and tomorrow are all about. To ensure that you're moving in that direction. To give you a sense of confidence and capability. You want to make sure that your time in office is replenishing, not exhausting. That you bring to this that mindset that you're always trying to help build on what you have. That you're trying to address some of those dimensions. But you're also trying to craft the future the best you can. Any other thoughts before you move on? Well, let me move on to the next item on the agenda, and I'm going to ask for some indulgence here, so I appreciate it. Again, another positive notion, and that is, ask mayor and council to just share briefly, what do you want people to remember about you and your time in office?
Bless
Salud.
you.
What are those lasting impacts that you want people to recall about your time? What are they saying about you when you're no longer in the seat? There's no right answer to this, but again, I think these are important dimensions to remember that when you're exhausted, it's late, and you haven't had dinner, you're at a council meeting, and maybe you're crossing swords with a colleague at a council meeting. To remember the idea that you all probably have a part in one place. It's easy to get lost in that. So what are the lasting impacts that you want to be remembered for about your time in office? I would just ask you, who would always like to volunteer? To share the thoughts with your colleagues, to share with all of us.
That I was responsive, that I was a servant, and that I stood up for the citizens of the coastal bend.
Thank you, Councilman.
That you do the right thing for the right reason. You know, I believe in listening to the voices of the people. They're not always going to be right, and I'm not always going to be able to satisfy them. But they need to understand that they do have a voice that sits on council that will listen to them and bring forth the ideas that they want to the council.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Councilman. Who else would like to just share, what do you want to be remembered for about your time in office?
I think I'd like for people to, after I'm done with this and gone and moved on, I would hope that people would say that my time serving the city of Corpus Christi, during that time, I was fair and honest, and the work I did made the city a better place to live in.
Some of it's about the what, some of it's about the how. What you did and how you did it, how you moved up to those ideas.
I think you're saying the level you're just in, the levels of change.
Oh,
You
yeah.
don't want to try,
Oh, okay.
you want to try it now.
All right,
there,
sure.
you know,
So whoever else wants to share with the group what you want to be remembered for, the lasting impacts you want to have on the community. Everybody stare at me while I do this. What you want to share with the group, what you want to be remembered for, what they're saying about you, the lasting impacts. Anybody else? Mayor, you look like you're going to say something.
That's right for Greg. I would say, you know, I think, well, I would say, you know, that there's hopefully a transformational direction in leadership, not just in my position, but as a whole, because we work together.
Right.
I would also hope that people would say, like was mentioned earlier, that we put, or I put, each of us, you know, they saw a clear turn in direction in terms of putting them first. Being responsive is extremely important to me, and I work really hard to do that, and everybody does, it's hard. Billy and I were just talking about that this morning. But still, you want people, I want people to say that, that was a responsive mayor, that was a transformational time for this city when she was leading. The people were first. For me, it's about the people. And of course, for all of us, it's about the leadership. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay, good. That's good. You know, you all sort of have a common bond about that. It's what you do, which is to leave the place better than you found it, that age-old virtue which never goes out of style. Most of us were, you know, most people were raised with that. Leave a place better than you found it. That never goes out of style. The
But
impact that you're having.
But you know what I think is really important, probably the most important thing for the citizens of Corpus Christi to see is that we worked as a team. It's not really about an I, it's about a we. Because only we can take the city forward. I cannot take the city forward, okay? I want the citizens to realize that this council put everything aside, put their personal feelings aside. We all have our personal agendas, you know, because we were all elected on certain things,
Sure.
okay? But the only way you're gonna get there is with we. That, to me, is the most important part of a council, that we work together to accomplish all these things throughout the different 5 districts and the at-large council members that are here. That, to me, means more to me than if I could create something personally. Because the city is a we, it's not an I. That's important.
Okay. And I think there's a big, thank you for sharing, there's a big distinction between being right and getting it right. And sometimes those run and again, create a collision. You all have conviction about your passions, about your interests. How do you blend those? How do you prioritize those? Always a challenge. And everything's done within the public sphere, which can be exhausting, can be smothering when you're trying to have a candid, constructive conversation. And it's hard to do that in a way that's where you can be so open and honest, because you know there's always somebody out there sort of second guessing you. There's a lot of armchair quarterbacks, right? A lot of people second guessing that. So how do you blend those perspectives? That notion of team. We've all, you're a sportsman, any sports fans in here? I mean, I'm in Texas, it's gotta be, right? Who you all, by the way, I'm a native of Kansas City, so thank you for Patrick Mahomes. Just so you know, I appreciate it.
Just remind you, he's a Red Raider.
Yeah. Yeah. Not that you're counting or anything, right? I don't know if you know this story, but he's actually bringing a Whataburger to Kansas City because he's such a big fan. So they don't have them there, but now they do. But, you know, sports fans, who do you guys cheer for? Come on.
The Hooks.
The Spurs.
Spurs?
Actually, Kansas City, since Mahomes went there.
Okay, thank you. Jumping on that bandwagon. Well, you know, when you look at sports, college, professional, school, whatever, there's only one ball. On the basketball court, there's only one ball. I mean, in every sport, there's only one. How do you share that? People play
That's it.
roles.
Baseball, you have a new baseball pretty much every 7 pitches.
Thank you very much.
Golf balls.
Only when you're pitching. I could depend on you.
Got a sports expert in here.
There you go, there you go.
I think somebody's calling. You're right, but I'm just saying when you're on the course or you're on the court or you're on the field, there's only one ball. How do you blend around that? And I think to Councilmember Lerma's point, as you all know, you as a group is how do you share that responsibility? Because people, the residents look at you as council, as an entity. They don't always look at you as individually. So I think to your point, how you make those decisions. And again, you're not always going to agree. Not everything's unanimous vote. What really is revealing about the character of a council is when you disagree. What does that reveal? How do you handle those discussions? Because those where you really are passionate and you're tired and you're exhausted, it's late at night and you haven't had dinner and you just want to get this over with. Can we just finalize the vote? That's telling, right? Where you have to dig deep within yourself and say, how are we going to work through that? I know those are tough circumstances. It can be exhausting. Anybody else want to share their lasting impacts they want to be remembered for in their time in this council? If not, I'll move on. Yes.
I don't need to be remembered or known for anything. As a matter of fact, the less I'm thought of, the better successful I've been.
Okay?
So I kind of measure it as how many times I get a call about a complaint. The less complaints I get, the better I'm doing.
Okay? All right. Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? Okay. If something occurs to you and you want to share with the group, please feel free to just interrupt me and we'll jump right back to that. I'm going to move on here a little bit. I'm going to do a majority of the sharing this morning and asking for input, and then as we move into the day, I'll do less sharing and you'll do more sharing. So just think of this transition. We'll be transitioning all day through that. But I'd like to direct your attention to page 6 of your materials. There's a pyramid there. It's about how to enhance credibility as a governing body. And this is something I've developed just for my 35 years in this business, either working in or with local governments all around the country. Just to remind, a word that you've been talking about already today, which is right in the wheelhouse of effective government, is how do you stay responsive? Leaders traffic in trust. Government traffics in trust. Government is about social engineering in some respects. You're all performance engineers trying to assemble variables to achieve a desired outcome and somewhat unpredictable. At the same time, people are viewing you. Do people always base their opinion on facts? No, they base them on their perceptions, what they read, what they hear. We know that. But government often approaches people with facts and people respond with feelings. So it's like two ships passing in the night. So I just want to share with you this perspective that I've come up with and asking you to think about how well is the city doing in these different dimensions. And I'm sure I missed a few. The first one there at the bottom of that list is the results you're achieving. What are you accomplishing on behalf of residents? Government does a lot of things well. One of the things not do well is stop doing things. Are you in the output business or are you in the outcome business? When people ask you if they feel safe in the Corpus Christi, what do they tell you? They tell you what's going on in their neighborhood. Think of the results. And I say this with love and affection. Historically, local government doesn't do a very good job of marketing success to its own residents. People take things for granted. There's nothing automatic. So what are you achieving on their behalf? It's called social marketing. What are you reminding? There's a value proposition for owning a business in Corpus or living in Corpus. What is that value proposition? And it's not always economic. It's not just the price of their house went up. People choose to be here. What are the results that you're achieving on their behalf? Back to this list. And how are you communicating that to them? Because it's not. I know all of us, everybody in this room, we're kind of nerdy about government. We're not much fun to travel with, are we? I mean, I'm driving down a road with my wife and son. You know, I notice things on trips. Like, you see that curb and sidewalk over here? You see how that's Look at the reflectivity of that sign. My wife's just like, would you just drive? My son recently said, Dad, there's a lot of visual clutter on the street. I'm like, sign pollution. Right? We're all kind of nerdy. We notice things. None of us are intimidated to go into a city government, to city hall, right? But there's a lot of people that are challenged by that. They don't really understand the role of local government. If anything, this pandemic has revealed just how powerful and influential the city of Corpus Christi is as an advancer of the quality of life in this community. But people aren't going to notice that just by the virtue of being out there, are they? This is a renaissance time for local government. People are paying attention to things historically they never have. It's a great way to revisit some of those assumptions. At least that's where I come from. I'm passionate about this. I'm intense. It's a wonderful time to remind people about those. But they're not going to just believe it because you're doing it. So think of the results you're achieving on their behalf. The second one is the employees. Peter and all the staff know that as soon as somebody puts on a city uniform, they're now omnipotent. They now know everything. I know the directors in this room, Peter, everybody else has had conversations with staff. You now work for the city of Corpus Christi. So when you're driving out there, you're an ambassador of this organization. You're a visible symbol to the public. And I would offer to you, with all due respect, the people that have the most power in this organization aren't in here. It's the frontline people that come in direct contact with your consumers. They can either hijack or highlight this organization as a service provider. And when you have that uniform on, that's a lot of gravity. So how the employees are carrying themselves, the conversations, the responses, and sometimes they have to tell people no. It's not always fun to tell them that, right? We won't go down that path, but I'm just sharing that with you. Those are challenging dimensions. So employees, and I would offer to you that when people see the employees, it's sort of a reflection about how the organization feels about the community. I think communities have self-esteem, and it shows up in their public facilities and a lot of other dimensions. So the employees and how they carry themselves. The third one is your financial, probably the most metrics driven of all these. Your cash fund reserve, your bond rating, which is always fun to explain to residents. Just tell them it's your credit score. People get that, don't they? And the higher the credit score, the lower the interest. But the bond rating, your financial metrics, that's important. You're a steward of their tax dollars. You all know that well. But that's what somebody else, when they go into the ballot and they get ready to vote on a bond issue, they don't think about facts. Do they trust your judgment? How have you handled their funds up to this point? Just being willing to tax yourself is quite a statement about people's faith in your decision making, isn't it? The merit of those bond issues has less to do with them being adopted than people's belief in your judgment that you're working well on their behalf. That's where governments sometimes trip up. They think, well, we really need this. But people look at it through the lens of, they don't look at it through need, do they? They look at it through, do I trust your judgment? And that's a blending of a lot of different factors. What they hear, what they read, what they believe. So financial. The next one is your services, the portfolio of your services. How modern are your services? If anything, this pandemic has accelerated changes. The transactional, e-commerce. Why do I still have to come down to City Hall between Monday and Friday, 8 to 5, with 2 forms of photo identification? Can't I just go on my phone and sign up? Think about how your services. What are you adopting? What are you shedding as an organization? How modern are those services? People want it to be convenient, easy to use, reliable. So all that notion of services, what you're adopting, what you're shedding. At what point do certain services expire? That's a really tough thing to come to grips with in local government. What you're going to not do anymore. Some of these things as COVID, you're doing temporarily, right? But those aren't permanent, I wouldn't think. But temporary could be a year or two based on funding. So your services. The next one is citizens, the caliber of conversations you're having with citizens. You know, a lot of communities are using up their pool of volunteers. What's the pool of volunteers look like in Corpus Christi? People that you want to appoint to boards and commissions. The conversations you're having with residents. Think of that citizen participation. Remembering that you don't just have residents, you have demographics. So think of those conversations. Who's really reaching out? Well, it must be true. It's on next door. There's a lot of that, right? A lot of graffiti and gossip. People go, it must be true. The city didn't respond. We'll come back to that a little bit later, because social media is crippling local governments around this country. It is paralyzing them. And while you may not personally be on social media, it is a huge influencer about how people believe what they think. Shall I be more subjective there? What you're doing. That's another dimension. Ethics. There's really no credit for being ethical. You're supposed to be. People perceive that. How do they trust you? What are you doing? And then the final one is political, which is probably the most telling about your responsiveness, your credibility, how you work through issues, how you handle disputes, how you handle conflict. Does it strengthen this group as a governing body? Does it separate it? Does it diminish it? Does it advance it? How do you handle those? We're going to spend some time on that today. I'm a line tamer. I'm not a magician, and conversion is way above my pay grade. So I'm not here to try to change people. I'm a flashlight and a mirror today. I'm trying to shed light on things and hold a mirror up for people to reflect, individually and organizationally. So this isn't a kumbaya, team building, rah-rah moment. I have way too much respect for all of you than to try to treat it like a trite sort of example like that. But we're going to try to dig at the core and ask you to reflect what you're doing and how you're doing it. And hopefully there'll be some realization about what you can do and strengthen those. Maybe reflect on those. Maybe reconsider some of those options. Because you have a lot of tough decisions in front of you. Every meeting is chock full of those. And the community wants to know how you're going to handle it. A lot of councils get so mired in the muck, the decisions just don't get resolved, and the issues just get more challenging. So there's no guarantee, and how you work together is going to be really important, how you strengthen that. So those are the different dimensions. I'm curious to know maybe dimensions that you notice in elected office that I may have missed, or just your reaction to what I was sharing about that. Am I off base? Is this helpful? Are there dimensions that maybe that I didn't capture that you have found in your role in elected office that people are talking to you about, how they evaluate your credibility individually and as a governing body? conversations you might have with people? Just curious. Reactions to this? Am I off base? Does this help? Does it reinforce? Because people do look at things through these different lenses. And then they sort of extrapolate and draw conclusions. Thoughts?
Well, I think the biggest lens that people look through, unfortunately, is the social media side. You know, there's good things, but there's a lot of bad things that are being said too. You know, as a new council member on the council, you know, I worry in addressing some of those issues because it doesn't seem that you win no matter what you say, what you put on there. The facts that you're trying to tell them, it doesn't work. All they do is get into it and it spreads out more and it spreads out more. More people are getting into the conversation. And I think that's a big issue. How do you handle social media? You know, I've never been afraid of social media, but you have to be careful with it too, though. You know, and I think that's one of the biggest issues I have personally is handling a social media type of thing, like Facebook. You know, things are being said about council that we're not doing this, do that. Oh, they don't care about our area. Don't worry about it. We'll look at the next election. I mean, they start, you know, tossing all these kinds of words out. So, I mean, how do you deal with that? How does that work?
I think that's a good question, good conversation to have, because it's not going to get any less.
I mean, I don't know how the rest of you do it. I mean, I try to answer factual, to be honest with you. I try to answer factual, but it doesn't seem to work. You know, so I don't know which way to go.
Don't answer the phone.
Some people tell me, ignore it, get the hell off of it. Don't get into that conversation. But these are our constituents. These are people that want to know. You know, and I'm trying to be upfront with them, but yet I'm getting slammed. I don't know how everybody else deals with it.
I think you're dealing with it correctly. I mean, you address them, you send them to, you get city staff involved to address the concerns. And,
That's what
you know,
I
I
do.
think that's what we're supposed to do. You know, as far as the perception goes, I think what you see a lot is you can have two streets right next to each other, right? And they both have potholes. And this one street, people just look at it and go, man, the city sucks. They're not doing anything about our potholes, right? And on the other street, you have somebody that contacts a council member or city staff and says, hey, I have potholes, can you come fix them? And they do. So on this street, you got people saying, man, city's great. You know, they address my concerns quickly. On the other street, they're still saying the city sucks because they haven't taken care of our issue, but they've never contacted us to take care of their issue. You know, they assume that we know where all the potholes are in the
That's
city.
exactly what I'm saying, because I'm not aware of these. Bring them to my attention. I'll be happy to direct you in the right direction, but they slam you, nah, you guys don't care about us. Well, I don't know you have an issue unless you call me and let me know and give me an address, give me a street. You know, they need to tell us that, and they don't do that. But you're right. The other street called me and gave me an address. Can you, council member, have someone? So I get on the phone, call street director and say, hey, this is an address. They just called me. This is what's happening out there. Can you go take a look at it? And it gets resolved. But it doesn't make a difference what you tell them. Like I tell them, John, it doesn't make a difference. You're trying to tell them they need to contact us. They think we have a magic ball or something that we know when we get rains like we had this past week. They know that, well, you should know your district. You should know the 15,000 streets that you have in your district, which one's pleasant, which ones don't. I don't know. I'm sorry. And I tell them, I don't know unless you call me and tell me. You know, it's just, you know, I try to do the best I can, you know, but it doesn't seem to be, you know, the right thing, I guess. I don't know. I'm just curious if that's what everybody else runs through, is running, you know, it's going through their minds that, you know, but some of these guys have been on for a while, so I don't know how they address things. I'm just curious to hear from the ones that have been here a while, you know, the council members that have been here. Because that's what I'm running into.
Right. Thoughts from members of council about just dealing with sort of the concerns expressed online, on social media, how you handle that individually?
If it's a simple response on social media, I'll answer it, but if it's complex and there's a lot of questions, I'll tell those people to contact me directly, either with a phone number or an email. Part of that reason is because I think if they feel that strongly and the issue is that important to them, they'll make that effort.
I agree.
Because a lot of times it's easy for someone to make statements on social media, because there's no accountability. And so, if it's an important issue, they'll reach out to you.
And that's exactly what I put on there. Give me a call, text me, do something so I can know more specific of what the issue is. I'll be happy to help anybody, even if you're not in my district. And I've done that also, it doesn't bother me. But I just wanted to know if I was doing it the right way or if I was doing it the wrong way, or is there a right way or a wrong way? I was just curious on how others help.
I think it's a playbook that's always evolving.
Yeah.
Because the dimensions are changing, the concerns are changing. Governments at all levels are struggling with how do they navigate social media, both as an advocate to tell the story as well as respond to issues that are brought up. Because in a way, it's much different. It's a much different ecosystem than most people in government have ever been accustomed to. And that applies to the private sector as well. Because it's constant communication, it's constant information. And you don't control the message. Private sector doesn't really control the message. Obviously, the public sector, there's all kinds of influence by other forces, as we all know. How do you sift? How do you filter through that? What's concerns are legitimate, which ones aren't? Who are the frequent flyers and who have valid concerns? And that's an ongoing challenge. By the way, that happens with staff as well. They're always sifting through. Phone calls, emails, correspondence, social media is sort of all that on steroids. So they're getting that constant barrage of, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Why didn't you know about this? Why didn't you know about that? And I come back to the notion that no one washes a rental car. Why don't people wash a rental car? Because they don't own it. Some people treat the community like a rental car. You want people to treat the community like they own the car. And by virtue of living here, whether even they have a business in Corpus Christi, even though they may not live here, they do have a vested interest in what you're trying to do on their behalf. I think those conversations that you're having, some people want to listen, some people don't. They just want you to go do it. And I think that can be a source of frustration for you in elected office, is those people that just see you as sort of a cashier. Can you go just do that? They don't really want to take an interest in what local government's doing. It's not very provocative to them. They don't understand the impact. But again, I look at that and say, well, local government historically doesn't do a very good job of reinforcing the value proposition of what it's doing on their behalf. This is not given to a lot of people. They just sort of drive down the street and they notice what's not happening, don't they? They don't sort of put stock in, the water, whatever else might happen. People have lived here their whole life. Their understanding of local government sometimes isn't where you want it to be. I would say, with all due respect, the city owns some of that, doesn't it? If people don't know that. Not solely, because people have a responsibility, or you'd like to think, about their own community, but some people don't. So how do you bridge that gap? That's an ongoing discussion I think you're going to continually have. And social media just amplifies it and gives it visibility. Any other dimensions on here that I may have missed that you find in elected office kind of push and pull you in different directions, how people question your capability, how they see your responsiveness, how they look at your credibility? Any other dimensions?
Is there one for, like intergovernmental or like here we have the county, we have the port,
That's a good one.
so I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, kind of
School districts.
the alliance, the intergovernmental
Yeah,
alliance.
school districts,
Mhm.
intergovernmental
partnerships.
alliances, that's a good one, yeah.
That's good. Yeah, you have a lot of other institutions, other partners, whether they're in elected office or appointed.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
we do.
People expect that you kind of work together as partners.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
I think we do.
Okay, you work together as cities, come on.
On credibility too, I think it's important that everything is open and transparent.
Okay.
I think one thing that Peter has done well is communicating with the public. In the past, we've had the challenge where I guess city staff is probably burying their head in the sand, and one thing that you said something here that really hit me hard. Public policy is made by those who show up. I remember one time in Portland, there was only 100 people that voted. And the joke was, let's get all those people in a picture and say, these are the people that run your city. And I'm active on social media, and, it's just another medium. I miss the newspaper. Because the newspaper really gave you all the facts. And now it's just in a couple of, you gotta manage the trolls and what have you. But the thing is to keep telling the story. And, Greg and I went to Austin on a deal together. We drove up for an issue that we felt was important. And the mayor met us there. And, we left at, I don't know, you got to my house at what, 6 maybe? We got
Later.
home, yeah, I got home probably about 10. And nobody had an idea of what we did to be able to do for our community. And everybody here has done that. I'm not just singling the two of us out, but I just said that as an example. And the thing is that we have to tell the story of what it is that we're accomplishing. And I'm not talking about in the sense that, I think to me, that's the team. The team is taking the credit for all the good stuff. And when the public sees, because I say sometimes I'm a little bit upset. I say I'm not a team member. I'm here to represent a group. And in order to that, I got to do horse trading. I got to do horse trading. I got to be a horse trader. So I got to say, hey, man, what do you think about this? Here, help me out on this. And that's it. Ben told me the other day, what are you working on this time? I haven't heard from you in a while. What can I help you with? And so, but the team is that when we make a decision, then that's what we stick with, and we take credit as a team for what gets done. And like I said, I think that's one thing that's what we keep continuing to tell that story, whether it be social media, whether it be through public events, whether it be through, being good partners with our other public agencies, or being good partners with other community organizations. That's the thing. That's what builds the credibility, when people see that. But then when they see us fighting, or they see us getting petty, or they see us singling ourselves out, then all of a sudden it's easy to pick on the other person. So I think that's the point, is we have to be solution oriented, and once we find the solution, we need to go out there and sing its credibility.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. As you talked about that, which I think is very insightful. You talk about public policy in particular and arriving at solutions, which is a great word. I would just offer this to you in your pursuit of public policy. There's at least two ways of thinking about it. There's this way. There's an issue, there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. People want to get to the answer. This is called convergent thinking. Engineers think this way. Finance people think this way. It's not, well, that bridge may hold up. You want to know exactly what are the physics, what's the math, what's the science behind it, right? They're achieving, it's a calculation, it's a computation. And then there's another way of thinking. There's an issue, there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. You get to an answer, you get to another answer, you get to another answer, you get to another answer. This is called divergent thinking. When you never ask an attorney a yes or no question, right? Because their response, or an HR person, or a planner, or a city manager, right? Because their response is, it depends. So I would contend that public policy, most of it, is in this realm. And a lot of local governments chase their tail trying to find the perfect solution. Meanwhile, the issue is the terrain is shifting. So it's liberating to have a lot of options. Isn't that wonderful? It's also frustrating there's a lot of options, because you're trying to decide which is the most applicable, which is the most appropriate, which is the most politically expedient. And I'm just sharing that with you, that a lot of councils tie themselves up in knots trying to look for the silver bullet, if you will. And down here is probably most of the issues you're dealing with. Because when you look at solutions, other than when you're just having a building designed, where there's science, but then you have to decide where you're going to locate it. And that's where it comes down to this. And I think you're constantly shifting here. But I hope this is helpful just as you navigate the terrain when you look at public policy. That you have a lot of options. That you're just not, what's the most appropriate?
Yeah.
And you're trying to find the best for the most, if you will. However you define that. So thank you so much for sharing.
Yes, sir.
Other thoughts about these dimensions, about enhancing credibility that I may have missed on my list? I hope this reinforced some of those dimensions that you're feeling. Yes, Councilman.
You know, one of the things that I try to do is understand issues thoroughly, or an item thoroughly. I've been accused of being in the roots of the weeds, not just the weeds. But when you can explain something and understand it, you can make good decisions. And so, and then even when you're conversing with someone challenges you on something on social media or in person, sometimes we come in, why the city's not doing this. Well, let me explain. This is what's happening, and you go through a litany of things, and they really have nowhere to go. So I find that when I'm able to explain something thoroughly, and the challenges that go along with it, the person's perception has changed. To say, okay, he knows what he's doing. I can trust what he's talking about. But it's important for us to be able to spend the time and understand the issues or the policy or whatever it may be, in order to speak intelligently about it. The last thing you want to be seen is tap dancing in front of somebody because you don't really understand what it is.
Good point. Does anybody remember when they were in school and they had a teacher that knew a lot about math but didn't know a lot about teaching? Or knew a lot about English or social studies, and all you did was look at their back and they turn around and say, any questions? Anybody remember teachers like that? They knew a lot about the subject, they didn't know a lot about teaching. And while all teachers aren't leaders, leaders have to be teachers. So I think along what Councilmember Hernandez said and what Councilmember Lerma is talking about as well is you're not the audience for your message. How do you design the message so the audience actually hears you? Government sometimes gets caught up in jargon, in the vernacular, in expecting people to understand it at the same level of depth that you all do. You all have the benefit of being on the other side of some of those issues. Just like that math teacher, that social studies teacher knew a lot about the subject. I'm just trying to remind you that you're not the audience for your message and how you craft that. It's not diluting the message, it's calibrating the message in those conversations with them. Because if you want people to walk away having an understanding of it, it's not where you're coming from, right? It's where they're coming from without deferring to that. And that requires patience. It requires some level of empathy, which sometimes government is accused that it doesn't have. Especially, in recent times. Empathy is probably the word of the year, I would say. That and the phrase of unmute yourself. That's the phrase of the year. Or mute yourself, one of the two. It depends on what they were saying. But I hope you ponder that notion of you're not the audience for your message and how you're communicating it out. Whether it's about delivering a service, something related to the pandemic, something going on in the rec department, something happening with finance. It's like your audit. Your audit could be a blockbuster movie. It's all in the storytelling, isn't it? I mean, I used to write fiction. It's called grant applications. Some of the most creative writing I ever did when I was in local government. It's all about telling the story, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
I embellished the truth. It wasn't total fiction.
That's pretty good.
Right? But it's all about that story. As has been mentioned, you have a great story to tell. The question is, who's telling it? And you can be on the defensive a lot, but that's not the same thing as being an advocate. You 9 are the biggest champions of this community working on behalf of the residents. You have a wonderful story to tell. But not everybody's going to like the story that you're telling. So you're trying to reinforce that with the people that want to listen. We'll come back to that a little bit later, because I think you need to make sure that you're refueling yourself. If you find yourself at the end of council meetings on a habitual basis that it's a drag, that's not good. Because I think it affects your mental state when you come into the next meetings that you're exhausted. If you walk in and it's going to be a long meeting, you're already tired, it just drains you. You want this to be refueled. Not that every meeting is always, it's such a walk in the park, and we get that, I understand that. But a lot of those are not so much the issues as much as the interactions that you have. I hope that was helpful. Well, let me move on to page 7, which is strategies for creating a more collaborative, effective council. I speak at a lot of conferences. I've spoken to TML several times, NLC, a lot of state leagues, and I put together with this list as sort of the culmination of the new elected orientation that you'll often go through at your state league at TML. This is sort of the best of from different states. I just want to offer these as friendly reminders in your role as elected officials, how people are watching you, how they're scrutinizing you. One is that develop a sense of team. We're going to be spending the balance of today on that. What's that really mean in this group? So I'm not trying to presuppose, I'm not trying to shoehorn you into what I think the team is. I'm trying to share with you just the notions and maybe your opportunities about a sense of team. Number two, civility and council member behavior. People are watching. If anything, we've seen an uptick with people paying attention, especially for council meetings that are now sort of shown virtually or being streamed or what have you. People are paying more attention. In fact, there's a law being considered in California, I believe it's California, I have a lot of clients out there, that the council meetings now will be both held live and virtual. So it's not just going to stream it on a channel, it says going to be virtual streaming because they've seen such an uptick in attendance, if you will. So, you know, the states in California, the state government's always trying to help local governments, so they say. Number three, think and act strategically. Being a good strategic thinker, being a good strategic planner, we're going to spend the afternoon and tomorrow kind of looking out on the horizon. What are the challenges confronting Corpus Christi? How do you get out in front of some of those? What are some of those opportunities? But being strategic. The challenge sometimes in local government, elected officials, it's very operational. And I'm going to try to push your thinking to look beyond that horizon, to look out through through the binoculars. Number four, respect that shared constituency. All 9 of you can't be plugged into every group in this community. So you rely on your colleagues. Who's really paying attention to those things with some constituent group? And not just because they're in your district, but whether it's a small business group, or whether it's about the bicyclists, or the softball people, or the baseball people, and then there's the soccer people. There's the soccer people and the baseball people. Sometimes it's like the Montagues and the Capulets. The grass is too tall, the grass is too short. But respecting that not all of you can be everywhere at once. And trying to value the point of view. What are you hearing? What's the chatter? What's the noise? What's the gossip? What are you hearing in that group? And sharing that with the rest of you. That's how groups work well together, is that you can't all be plugged in. Some of you have a natural affinity. Maybe your kids are in something or your background is in that. So you bring that perspective to your colleagues. Sometimes it's through your profession. Sometimes it's through who you hang out with and who's got your ear. So respecting that. Number 5, understand and demonstrate the elements of teams and teamwork. Again, we'll address that. Number 6, have clearly defined roles and relationships. We'll spend some time on that as well. The relationships. We all know leaders traffic in trust, and you're relationship-centric. How you're building and sustaining those healthy relationships. Trust is the currency we have in every relationship. And how fragile is trust? We're all grown-ups in this room, or it says so on my driver's license. How fragile is trust? When it's been violated, how hard is it to restore trust? It's really difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, right? We're all grown-ups in here. I mean, we've got some miles on us. But trust, and you all are trafficking in trust with each other, with the community. So understanding that notion of those roles and relationships. Your relationship business. One person doesn't make a policy. To Councilmember Barrera's point about sort of that notion of how you interact and how you build an alliance and how you get your items. The merit of an idea has little to do with it being successfully implemented, doesn't it? Every organization has a cemetery. Sometimes where good ideas go. How do you build that alliance? How do you build that coalition? How do you build that support? Politics is the art of compromise. It's also the art of influence. So how you blend them. Number 7, honor the council staff partnership. We're going to spend some time on that as well later today. How you interact through Peter as a city manager, through staff. How do you work through that? Make sure there's clarity about expectations so you don't go run at cross purposes. That's really important. Number 8, I'm sure many of you are finding this out, those that are recently elected, allocating governing body time and energy appropriately. When you're elected, this is a big sacrifice, not only to you, but to your family. Preparing for the meetings, reading the packets, attending a regional meeting, attending meetings like all day today, maybe away from your business, part of the day tomorrow. And if you're not careful, you'll burn out. So make sure that your bulb is burning bright, not burning out. But it's not just walk into the meeting, as you all know, read the packet and react. It's devoting. It's a huge investment. I think sometimes people don't always process that. And then they're in office and they go, man, this was a lot more than I thought. And then the phone calls from people, which could just be endless, or the emails, or the, go on
on and on about just sort of people reaching out. You like it that they reach out, but it can be exhausting in that sense. So you have to have some boundaries, some parameters, or you'll lose your sense of yourself. That applies to staff as well. They all know that, to have partitions, to have boundaries. Number 9, having clear rules and procedures for council meetings. Whether it's who makes a motion, sort of the governance side, how that's processed. We need to spend some time on that today or tomorrow. Let's do, because you don't want those sort of, in some respects, administrative functions to trip you up, to create hard feelings about who makes a motion and who seconds. Robert's Rules of Order, the whole parliamentary process. Be well versed in that and be proficient, I would offer to you. And if you have questions, ask those. Ask those of the city attorney, ask those of the city manager, ask those of the mayor, whomever. Get comfortable with that, because you don't want that to create things that are really avoidable in that sense. Number 10, practice continuous learning and development as a leader. How are you staying sharp? Whether it's through TML or the National League of Cities or some regional effort, how are you staying sharp as an elected official? What are you exposing yourself to? New information, new material, new training. It's good to go to TML conferences. You get to brag on Corpus Christi, right, to your colleagues. And you also find out how other cities are doing things. Not that you should cut and paste, but it's great to hear from colleagues. So how you're staying sharp as a leader, what you're reading, what you're being exposed to, how you're sharpening, strengthening your muscles. Number 11 is more operational when you're actually at the council meetings, trying to separate the person from the problem, the issue, focus on their interest, and then invent options for mutual gain. How you're trying to broker. You're all, in some respects, information and power brokers. How do you align that? How do you achieve that? Number 12 is also operational, about values, interests, and positions. People are watching you. One of the challenges council members are having today is when they're at the meeting, I don't want to step on toes here, but sometimes at the meeting when the public is looking at you, eye contact is the equivalent of oxygen. So when council members sometimes are on their phone and the public's looking at you, they think you're not interested in what they're saying. You've all seen that, I'm sure. So some of that is just trying to be attentive in the moment, even though you've got a million things going on in your head and you're trying to keep up. And that's I'm just reminding you of that, just as a good refresher. Just that eye contact is equivalent of oxygen. People want to know that you value their point of view because they took time out to be at the meeting. And number 13, effective public engagement. We're way past citizen participation. Engagement is an entirely different construct than counting how many people went to the Easter egg hunt, how many signed up for the rec class. You can count things, but we're moving way past that about effective public engagement. We're going to spend some time on that a little bit later today. Not just about social media, because not everybody's online. There's a lot of people that still want to hold the newspaper. Right? There's just different, you have demographics. So it's more about micro-targeting than mass marketing. So when you look at effective public engagement, how are you doing that? Systematically, how are you doing that anecdotally? And what you bring into that. So these are just, I just wanted to go through those quickly, just trying good reminders. Hopefully those are a good refresh. Maybe some things that you had just not thought of maybe in a while, some things you had not touched maybe in a bit. This is a good refresh. Anything else that you found to be successful as elected official that I've missed so far this morning? I'm sure I've missed a few things. This is a good reminder. I'm trying to revisit this whole ecosystem of being an elected office. Other dimensions that you have found in your term that I've missed? Well, just a quick story to kind of illustrate this notion of elected officials. When I was finishing graduate school, earning my MPA at the best university in Arizona, Arizona State University, my first internship was with the mayor of Phoenix. This is back in 1985, so I don't want to know if you were, where you were, or when you were, but 1985, I was an intern in the mayor's office in the city of Phoenix. My first entree into local government was for an elected official. So I'm a 23-year-old kid working on the first floor of City Hall. This is pre-internet. Yes, there was a world before the internet. People wrote in. They wrote letters in. They stopped in. They called in. And I was on the first floor there trying to learn everything from abandoned vehicles to zoning violations, the A to Z to government. And when I was early in my career there, I was trying to solve people's problems. They would call in and say, I didn't even vote for that guy, but I got an issue. And it was an issue either about a zoning issue or the car parked in front of their house or the pothole. I mean, you all know that. Everybody in this room knows it. You just get a huge, diverse
phone calls about what's going on up there, what are you doing? And we weren't always able to solve their issues. I started to understand the limits and the impact of local government. That sometimes you're a catalyst, sometimes you're a partner. You're always in the car, but you're not always driving. You have capacity issues. You have financial capacity issues. You have time capacity issues. You have capability capacity issues as an organization. You're always in the car, but you're not always driving. Sometimes you're in the passenger seat, convening. Sometimes you're in the back seat. But it's about releasing control. And I know no one in here has control issues. Right? Nobody in here has those. But government sometimes tries to over-control the outcome. Sometimes it's about acknowledging. And so I learned early in my career to acknowledge those points of view. You all know this elected office in particular. It's how you handle those conversations. Sometimes people just want to know that you're listening, that you have care and concern for their point of view. I know you've all fielded those calls, especially in the last year, of people that have found themselves in circumstances they never would have predicted. And it's heartbreaking. And you wish there were things that you could do. I know everybody in this room has felt that at some point. I'm just reminding you of that in the notion about what you're trying to do on behalf of the residents, about your limits. How elastic is your role? How do you diversify that role? What are you shedding? What are you adopting? That notion of compassion, care, and concern never goes out of style with people. So I'm just sharing that with you from my vantage point. It really helped me as I went into city management to just understand that it's not better or worse, just to have that sense of awareness about where residents actually were coming from. It wasn't just about the facts, it was a lot about their feelings. And they were kind of messy. And we were trying to unknot some of those and say, what can we do as a city? How do we impact that? How do we address that? And what's our role? Now, hopefully that resonated with you just in that sense. Let me just do a time check here. And do an agenda check, excuse me. So why don't we're just out at break time, so why don't we go ahead and take a break? I've got 9:40. And why don't we come back at 10? Would that be good? You can stretch your legs, check your emails, get lubricated. It's a biology break. Okay.
I also put out some swag at your seat. My business card, a pen, and a couple of pads. Those pins are magical. All your wishes come true when you use those pins. So I was told by the vendor, so it must be true. So your wish would, right? Is that right, Sarah? And Sarah used it. All her wish came true. They're turning up the thermostat.
They're turning up.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are dead.
So anyway, those are for you to keep and take with you. I'm going to pick up, and we're a little ahead of the agenda today, and that's good. Keep things moving right along. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I don't want to make this a sprint and just move through these. Some of these are questions that you don't always get a chance to consider in your role as an elected official. And so I know some of that is met with a little bit of reflection, and that's very typical. Trying to get you to process some of those, to examine some of those other dimensions. So I'm on to page 8. Wouldn't it be great? Again, now this is thinking of you as a governing body. Wouldn't it be great if, imagining a time in the future, what would you want residents and future elected officials saying about this governing body in regard to achievements? In regards to reputation, what do you want people to think about this governing body? Wouldn't it be great? Just trying to imagine the future in a practical, purposeful way. What do you want people to remember this group for? And be somewhat specific here, right? It's not just about maintaining the quality of life. There's a lot that goes into that, isn't there? Different choices that you make. What do you want to be remembered for? What's the achievements that you want to accomplish on their behalf? People look back to this council. You look back to the previous councils, what they were able to do, maybe what they weren't able to do. That's the nature of local government. What do you want this council to be remembered for by your successors? Because at some point there'll be people in your seats looking back and say, that was cool, or what were they thinking, or any and all of that. But what do you want to achieve? What do you want your reputation to be? Because that is within your influence. In some respects, that's within your control. What do you want to be remembered for by future councils?
Fixing our streets.
Fixing the streets, okay. And you know, that's an ongoing investment, right? You're always playing catch up. There's an old saying in government, as soon as you build a road, it's busy. You're always playing catch up.
Creating tourist attractions.
Creating tourist attractions, okay.
Fiscally responsible.
Fiscally responsible.
Diversifying the economy.
You like
I'm gonna
that?
say that all day. That's what I'm gonna say.
Jobs, Peter. Sorry, Patrick.
Mayor?
Jobs.
Jobs?
Great jobs.
Water security.
Water security?
Accountability.
Accountability about?
The decisions we make.
Okay. Let's talk about jobs for a minute. As I shared with you, I live in Arizona. I've lived there 17 years. I moved back there after I left city management, but I'm originally from KC. Arizona has a preoccupation with growth. We think growth is a sustainable industry. It is not. It is not recession-proof. Right? But that's what Arizona is all about. Every state has its own preference. So several years ago, Arizona State did a study on the fastest growing cities in the world. 8 of the 10 fastest growing cities in the world had high degrees of poverty. So adding numbers to the head count, whether it's population, does not always translate to a better quality of life, if you will. And what cities are finding out about jobs, especially during the pandemic, is, to Councilmember Hunter's point, is the diversification of jobs. You can create a lot of jobs. What's the multiplier effect of that job? When I was city manager, I'm in Port Angeles, Washington, which is 3 hours west of Seattle. You may have been there. To go to the Victoria, the Olympic Peninsula. You take the ferry over. You go to Victoria, it was a beautiful place. All kinds of biplanes, like a miniature Vancouver. It's a beautiful place. We didn't even have a welcome to Port Angeles sign when you showed up from Canada. And I was always trying to lift up the council and the community to say, we have a lot of untapped potential here. There's people working in some of those jobs. They're not buying homes. The multiplier effect, we just don't have enough tourists
of investment. And we know tourism is the second largest industry in this country, right? It's also a soft dollar. So when you talk about jobs, and I think when you look at that as a city, the city's not really a creator of jobs, right? As Councilmember Barrera said earlier, it's about trying to provide the environment that enhances economic development. And as you look at jobs, it's what kind of jobs do you want to try to be catalyzed? Is it retail jobs? The two fastest growing industries that cities chase for economic development are healthcare and higher ed, because they're both recession-proof for the most part, and they're also a vertical creator of jobs. You can come out of school, high school with a GED or a high school diploma, you can get a job at either of those industries. They also employ a lot of people at different levels of education and pedigree. Advanced education, right, professionals, managers, administrators. I'm just sharing that with you. So jobs, that's a great conversation for you to continue to have about economic development. Alyssa and I were talking during the break from your downtown organization. What she shared with me, which is starting to burgeon around the community, around the country, is these smaller networks of artists with entrepreneurs, sometimes with business owners and landlords, and they kind of the incubation mentality. And so it's not about, creating lots of jobs, but it's about strengthening your downtown, but it also creates an aesthetic feel. And it's a different dimension to downtown for an attraction. So what local governments are looking at is the kinds of jobs that you're trying to catalyze, that you're trying to create. Is it the number of jobs? Is it the average wage? I'm just sharing that with you, that as you get into that this afternoon and tomorrow about economic development, what kind of economic development do you want to pursue? What kind of jobs do you want to create? Absolutely, there are people that need those sort of the retail jobs, the service industry jobs. And then there's other jobs that you're trying to foster. I'm just sharing that with you just as a point of reference.
If you could add, you brought up a good point, expanding higher ed.
Expanding higher ed, okay. Other thoughts about what you want to be remembered for, what your reputation, what your impact is.
To ensure we're doing preventive maintenance.
Okay? Which is not always very sexy, right? It's just not. Some of what you do, leadership's about plumbing and poetry.
I tell you, if we can have a strong preventive maintenance program, we will save ourselves millions.
Yep.
Millions, that's correct.
It also enhances the quality of life. People have learned to just expect that.
Regional leader,
Okay?
for the coastal band.
How you're being an advocate for the future of this community. How you're trying to articulate that, whether it's in Austin, whether it's within the region, whether it's nationally, how you're trying to drive change. How you partner with different entities, whether it's the county, the port, other organizations. What do you bring to the table? How do you structure those partnerships? How does it benefit your residents? Other dimensions that you want this council to be remembered for.
Bringing our air service back.
Air service, okay?
Yeah.
That would be impressive, Councilman.
Oh, we're doing it.
Yeah. On the way back.
Yes, yeah.
That would be the real deal right there.
It's a landing.
And being proactive.
Are you looking for stuff in a macro sense or a micro sense?
Both. Because people are going to look at you through different lenses. What did you accomplish? What are you remembered for? What was your... There are some councils in this community, and as you all know in your time in office, there are some councils that you remember for great reasons. There are some councils you remember for not so great reasons. Mm-hmm. But there are some councils you don't even remember what they did. It's kind of what, and I'm not trying to be critical of those people, but what do you want to be remembered for?
Well, and this goes back to somewhat of your first question, what we started with, the responsiveness.
Yeah. Oh, being responsive.
Uh-huh.
On Councilman Smith's idea as far as bring back our air,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see expanding
Expanding
our air services.
Yeah, it's in
That-
The expansion.
But I think that's
I
what
mean,
it
I know what
means.
you meant as far as
Yeah.
bringing back the.
Yeah, no, that's what yeah,
that's
it's
what
the
you meant,
expansion.
But I wanted to make sure that wording got put in there.
Yeah, it's great.
Airports are economic assets.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Put-
That's, you can put your finger on that. The airport in Corpus Christi must expand for this city to grow. There's no way this city's gonna grow without that part of the equation expanding. Air services.
Bring in minor league basketball.
What?
The attorney in my office says that we can do
Yeah.
it.
Ben,
What is it?
I tried it.
Ben did try it.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get back at it.
Bring what?
Minor league
Yeah.
basketball.
Oh,
That would
Who was
expand the
it? Was it
university.
the Suns minor league team?
The
Pelicans,
team
I
in the
think.
valley, is the Rockets field the plan.
Putting the shine in Corpus Christi.
Putting the shine, I like that.
Having the sparkling city by the sea.
bringing back the sparkle.
And the sparkle.
Yeah.
Bring back
Well, you
the
know,
sparkle.
Bring
to,
back.
to your point on
Yeah.
macro and micro, right? Macro for me has been to get the regional parkway going, right? It's such a long-term project, it will never be done during my tenure, but at least lay the groundwork for that. On a micro sense, we're a coastal community, and we had some high-profile drownings. So I want to make sure that we provide the facilities to do the education and swim safety or learn to swim programs, but you have to have the facilities for that. And I want to make sure that those pools that we do have are improved or renovated, and that's throughout the city, as well as bring in new swimming pools, because we did have some very high-profile drownings. And it's important that we do that as a community, and it was high school kids, right? So, the drowning at the beach, it was at a lake over at Lago Vista, and it's tragedies that could be avoided. But we have, we've cut, where we've cut budgets in the past have been, parks and recreation, and we haven't we rebuilt one pool in the last 20 years. We actually gave one pool to the county because we couldn't take care of it. And this was before your tenure, but, okay. But I think it's important that we do those things, not only for quality of life, but also for safety.
And just a point about that, what we've seen in the last decade is a lot of people, and COVID really revealed this as well, or emphasized this, and that is people want to know, what am I doing after work? There's a whole generation of people that look at Parks and Recreation as a high threshold as public safety.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with my kid? Ballparks, lighted fields, but also the trails. That's changed a lot just in the world of government for some of us in this room. That wasn't always such a high priority. And it's generational. And it's not better or worse, but it is different. And a lot of cities are finding that recreation and parks and the amenities, because that's in some respects where the city comes face to face with people. Not everybody uses directly, right? Police or fire. Everybody uses the streets, but those are more innocuous. So it's not a person-centric process. But Parks and Recreation tends to be where and they have I would contend, they have the broadest demographic of any department in the city. They deal with the littlest people to the oldest, to the seasoned people, right? So that broad demographic. They also deal with people that don't necessarily live in Corpus Christi. And they may be one of the areas that people need the most in some respects, whether it's child care or summer camps or those sorts of things. So you're absolutely right. It's how do you balance that? And it's always a struggle for cities. Always a struggle for rec departments. And by the way, libraries, right? Librarians, they're renegades. They're pirates. I love this. I go to a lot of libraries around the country when I have downtime. I was in Arlington's library a few weeks ago. Beautiful place. Libraries are no longer about books. They're community centers. Librarians realize this. That's what I mean. They're renegades. They're pirates. They're just quiet about it. Librarians saw what was on the horizon. They said, look at the advancement of ebooks. And they heard a lot, why do we need a library? I don't check out books. Like the people who say, I raise my kids. Why vote for a school bond issue? We all know people like that, right? I'm just sharing that with you. So librarians as an industry, as a profession, so how do they reinvent their value proposition? So they, to Councilmember Hunter's point, great plug here, they diversified their portfolio of what they do. You go into a library today, it's not a rec center, but it's definitely a community center with a lot of rooms where there's youth programming and youth reading and
lots of different things that are not just about books, a bank of computers. They have Wi-Fi. Think about how libraries were sort of the sole source for Wi-Fi service for kids who didn't have it. Pull up in the parking lot, you can go on them. So libraries are really not just about libraries anymore. I'm just sharing that with you. They're community centers, and they're often the backbone for a lot of people about what they do on the weekends, or they're elderly, a place to go, or young kids, and it's rec programming, and community center type of programming. I'm just sharing that with you. So recreation is one of those areas that's always growing. It's a good business. It's just challenging because if you made everything 100% cost recovery, people that really want to go can't afford to go.
Right.
So it's definitely a general fund subsidy, right? Just like a pool. But I would tell you, and I think that law enforcement would share with you, they love summer pools being open because it gives a great place for young people to go to. So there is a dividend, right, of those pools. You're not doing it to make money. You're doing it to provide an outlet. I'm just sharing that with you. Those recreational things sometimes have a lot of dividends beyond what's obvious. So, and I just wanted to share something with you. I need to correct this. On B, when we talk about reputation, that's really your brand. Remember, your brand is not your logo. Your brand is your reputation. People often misinterpret branding, like we went through a rebranding campaign because we got a new logo. But really, your reputation, your brand is, what do people believe when they think of the city of Corpus Christi? When I see this logo on your shirt or the pin, what do people think of as you? A credible community builder. What do they think of you? You all have a brand. When we were in school, how did we learn about a teacher? Did we read the course catalog? Did we talk to our friends? We talk to our friends. I know this comes as a shock to you. People gossip. Right? They do, whether it's online or in person. So each of you, everybody in this room, I included, everybody has a reputation. They have a brand. What are you known for? And some of what you shared with me on the phone is you're trying to sort of refresh the brand, refresh the reputation of this city as a community builder. You're trying to be more assertive at the table and negotiating with partners. You're trying to have a stronger point of view about what you're advocating. That isn't always well received, is it? By people who sort of lined you up or assigned you a certain role. We'll let you know. Not every other jurisdiction likes it when local government kind of gets their act together, whether it's the business community or other regional partners. So the more unified you are, not to say everything's 9-0, but the more stronger you are as a group, the more likely it is you're going to be able to achieve these, because these are not automatic, right? And one of the things we're going to try to do a little bit tomorrow is these are all good. Let's prioritize. I'm going to try to push your thinking a little bit on that tomorrow. So I'll give you a little homework tonight, just to think about prioritizing, because that's usually the biggest challenge in local government. And I would ask you to think about this, and I'll come back to this later today. When you look at that list, which is all wonderful dimensions, fixing the streets and creating, I can't even read my handwriting, creating tourist attractions, being proactive, responsive, so some of it's the how, fiscally responsible, being a good steward, diversifying that economy, your role as a catalyst, somehow fostering the creation of different types of jobs, the water security, the regional parkway, how you're going to sort of create the foundation for that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All these different dimensions, putting shine, which I really like that, sort of the cherry on top. Accountability for all your decisions to ensure
Preventive maintenance.
preventive maintenance. Thank you.
Can you add asset life cycle management to that?
What was that?
Preventive maintenance and asset life cycle management.
Asset life cycle. You really like that stuff, don't you? Asset life cycle. When you look at all that, here's the challenge that cities are always contending with, and I don't have the answer here, but I would ask you to think about, and I think this applies to the group as well, about how you're interacting. What must you do well to be successful as a governing body? What do you need to do well? And what's nice to do well? Think about that for a moment. What must you do well?
Fix the streets.
Oh, in terms of working
I'm not
together?
trying to fix it right now. I'm just asking you to think about it. You're trying to prioritize. And if you all come at this from an individual perspective, it's really hard to achieve these. That's the art, as Councilmember Bernardo said earlier, it's how you work together to achieve those. What must? What do you need to do well? Need is a little bit more subjective, isn't it? There are things that you must do well. You must be a good steward of people's investments in their tax dollars, right? That is a given. You have fiduciary responsibility to the residents. You must maintain public safety. You must maintain decent infrastructure. You must maintain solid records. I mean, there's some basics of democracy that you're a steward of, correct? Some of those are indisputable. The need are a little bit more arbitrary, a little bit more subjective. And the nice is even more subjective. I would argue that what challenges governing bodies is they can't find agreement about need and nice. It's easier to find about must, but need and nice? Because again, to some of you, these things are not optional. To others, it's not that important. And that's okay. That's the nature of local government. But how you work through those, how you that sort of the art of compromise, how you're going to be a champion of change to move the community forward, somehow that, you know, it's finding that how you work through these. And I'll be real candid about some of this. I worked with a lot of elected officials in my career. And one of the challenges that I know that they've often talked to me about, more so when I was a consultant, sometimes as a city manager, is they're frustrated because they're always on the short end of a vote. Like they can't ever seem to get things passed. They're always on the short end of a 5-4 or 6-3 or 7-2 or the 8-1, whatever. And they're frustrated. I'm like, so my response to them is, so you're always on the short end of these votes that you're really passionate about. Yeah, I'm voting based on conviction. So their response is, I'm really trying to move some of these forward. And I'm like, so I ask them again, so you're always on the short end of these things you're passionate about. Yeah, you're too predictable. If people know how you're going to vote every time, why should they broker a deal with you? That's the art of politics, isn't it?
Amen, brother.
You're going to have to run on something. You got to run on what you accomplished individually and organizationally, right? That's the challenge of democracy. You run individually. You govern collectively. How you blend the I with team is always a challenge. There's individual stats, and then there's what the team did. But I think that's where sometimes elected officials, you all have conviction about things that you're passionate about. That's admirable. But when you look at the must, need, and nice, your items may not always pass if you're inflexible, if you're intractable, because then you're so well known. Why would the horse trading, why would I do that with you? And I'm not trying to say I know the answer. I'm just trying to offer an observation. If you're trying to move some of these things forward that you're really passionate about, how do you broker that deal? How do you work through those? Because the merit of it's not always going to carry the day. I will share with you, one of the biggest challenges cities are confronted with right now are people that are social activists that are running on council. I was with my youngest council member recently in Montebello, California, LA area. She's 22. I think I have shoes at her. She's 22. Great passion, great interest. Never really sort of entered the professional work world. This is her first time on council. Very earnest, great questions. I had a terrific conversation with her. Tremendous upside to her potential. But some of the challenges she's having, like a lot of people sometimes have, is some of this stuff isn't very sexy. You know, water and sewer, nobody really gets reelected because they didn't raise the water rates. We do know that, right?
No one what?
No one ever gets reelected because they didn't raise the water rates.
Yeah, we didn't raise them this year. You guys all got elected.
If you want to maintain streets, right, it's a multi-million-dollar investment.
You do raise them.
Cities that don't raise rates, though, for years, all of a sudden find 5 years later they got to do double-digit rate increases, and then we all know what the blowback is on that, right? I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's easy stuff. But in order to accomplish this, somewhere you have to work through some of those dimensions about what really is must. Because if everything to you is priority one, then other people say, well, how do you work with me on the issues that are really my top priority? And I think we all have these. They're just not always so well articulated. But there are some things on here that maybe you're not as fired up about. And that's okay. You bring a passion about this, I bring a passion about that. How do we work through that? Without losing our sense of who we are. Without compromising what we believe is our core beliefs. But if everything is a core belief and it's right here, it's hard to really get, and I would say just as a governing body, if you don't find your good footing about how you're going to govern some of those issues that you want to accomplish, they'll just be there waiting. So, Councilman?
Okay, can you flip that up?
Sure.
Are you going to ask us to kind of go through what we think are must, needs, and nice to have type things, or is this, you know, I would imagine you'd want to participate with us putting the things on where we think must are. You know, and probably that's going to be common, like you said. but need and nice are realistically what we need to kind of collectively agree on, right?
Yeah.
You know?
What do you think? Yeah, we're not going to try to do that right now, but I'm curious to know, yeah, it's not for really me to
Right.
impose.
I mean,
And every council is different about how they define this. The challenge is if you have 9 versions of must, 9 versions of need, and 9 versions of nice, it's hard to make progress. Usually must is easier to arrive at. Public safety, decent infrastructure, right? The basics of what you're trying to accomplish. Need is a little bit more arbitrary.
Here, I got a great analogy. My wife said, we need a new dining room table. And I said, it would be nice to have a new dining room table.
So when are you getting the new dining room table?
We have the new dining room table. Because I had to understand the art of politics and to compromise.
That's nice.
Horse trading.
That's good horse trading.
That's right.
I think he just got bent over.
But when you get into public safety, within that, there are needs and musts,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. And that's always evolving. I read recently a quote from the chief of a large urban police department who said, our expectations of the law enforcement is to toggle between being the Peace Corps and the Marine Corps, like that.
Hoorah.
The demands placed on them. And as our representative from the police department contend, it's an ongoing challenge. The toughest, I do a lot of succession planning and talent management for cities around the country. The four toughest positions to fill right now for local government: law enforcement. We used to hire a lot of people out of the military, but people come out of the military, so many are diagnosed with PTSD, it's an automatic disqualifier. So it's a challenge. Building officials, really hard profession to find good people that are climbing in that. Utility plant operators, and you can make a great living in utility plant operations with your certifications, and IT professionals. Those are the 4 toughest positions that local governments are filling. I'm just sharing that with you as a side note, but you're absolutely right, Councilmember. Law enforcement even has different dimensions. Fire departments even have different dimensions about how they differentiate what they really is a core service and maybe what's an enhancement. Even water and sewer, the same, right? They have to do certain things to maintain compliance, and then there's other things that are value added. So I'm curious to know, we're not trying to do this today, just how this strikes you as a device to help you sort. Because that's where councils often struggle in priority setting. They can't find an agreement about what the criteria is by which they're trying to determine those decisions. Remember, a budget is an allocation of resources. It's also a policy document, but it's not a strategic plan. We're going to tease out a little bit of that strategic plan today and tomorrow. But this is your first visit to the gym as a group. So we can't get you to a 4-color laminated, really robust 5-year plan in the first visit to the gym. Right? We have to manage that, have to help you get up to look out on the horizon, start to tease out some of those dimensions. And if I'm fortunate enough to work with you again next year, then I'd push you a little harder to say, let's look beyond the horizon. Let's do a little bit more focus on the strategic plan, what you're trying to accomplish. But it's not just add water and say, here you go, here's a 5-year plan. So, other thoughts to Councilmember Hernandez's point about must, need, and nice. Thoughts about that? Reactions to it? Helpful? Interesting? Help you sort? Help you unclutter? Confusing?
It depends on what we're trying to achieve in the first place. I mean, if you want the city to stay the same, then the musts are very easy. If you want us to grow, the musts are pretty easy to point out. And if you want us to do a little bit of both, then I think it gets a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, good point. And I think as some of you have shared today, and you all know, is that even if you want the community to stay the same, you must do certain things maybe differently. A lot of cities pour new wine in old bottles. They try to solve tomorrow's problems with yesterday's solutions. So if you're going to be focused on maintaining the streets, it's not just going to be, well, we're just going to allocate so much per year and play catch up. Hope and faith aren't a strategy, right? So you might have to accelerate some of that if you really want to make a dent, an impact on that sooner than later. Or water and sewer, or tourists, or any of these other dimensions. It's about the investments. And some of those, I get a kick out of when government talks about return on investment. This isn't profit share or shareholder value. Some of these things you do for goodwill. So it's not always a return. The fleet, you can look at it. Equipment, you can look at that and say, does it make sense to buy a new truck or a new chipper or what have you? Because we're losing money on it. But many of the services you're providing don't really have the same context of return on investment. And if the investment is usually more satisfied citizens, that's a great return, isn't it? But you can't put a number on it. So, other thoughts about this? Yes, Councilman.
How do you differentiate between must and need? Because the way I understand it, they're both one and the same.
Well, I think it's a matter of perspective, right? Individually and as a group. There are things that are non-negotiable. You have an obligation, you have fiduciary obligation maybe to the residents that you must do. Now, how well you do them is up to all of you, but you must do certain things. Need is a little bit where it's probably more arbitrary. The challenge is, to some people, maybe to some of you, what's nice is to some people in the community a must, like the after-school program. To that person, that's a must. I must have that to maintain my quality of life. Remember where we started today was to improve the quality of life, remembering that you have demographics, you don't just have residents. So to that single mom who's got 2 twins, to her, what's nice to some people is a must to her. The summer camps that are heavily subsidized because she's working, and now she's going back to work. You love that. So it really depends on who you're asking. The challenge that ties city councils up at knots is they don't really flush out priorities. So they have to figure out somehow magically how do you operationalize them. Peter's not here, but I would share that the challenge is sometimes as the managers, they have to sort of interpret which is receiving the most attention. How do they work through that? Because some of these are not policies you adopt. Some of these are just levels of emphasis that you're trying to achieve. And I wish Peter was here, because I would say, he's a pretty good dancer, so I hear, but he can't dance 9 different ways every day of the week. Meaning if he can't just try to do exactly what you want to do, go down the list. Because then all that's not accomplished. Then it's just trying to be reactive to the point to where he's reflexing. So we're trying to create some cohesion for the group about what you consider to be mission critical, and then what's need. And you're going to go through that as you go through the budgets. So we're trying to I'm teasing out a little bit of that today and tomorrow. Because I think that's a good process for all of you to start working against. Trying to achieve some agreed upon criteria about must, need, and nice. Because that will help you make better decisions as a group. If everything is an exception, then there is no guidance. And a lot of councils just end up chasing their tail that way. Whoever squeaks the loudest, or, those sorts of dimensions. Political theater. Other thoughts about this? I hope it helps. I'm not trying to confuse the issue. I'm just trying to insert some devices to help you unclutter. It's just not always so easy to do that. So, tell me if I'm going too far. Pull me back in. Okay. All right, let me just do a time check here. I got 10:35. I think we still are ahead of schedule. Yes, we are. Now we're going to go spend some time on you as a group. And you should have a separate handout it says stages of group and team development. Everybody have this handout? It's horizontal. I know many of you have been through team building, and I always hesitate to say team building because then people's eyes glaze over. Like we're trying to coerce them or convert them or somehow, change people. So when I work with councils, I sort of go back to the premise that fundamentally you're a group of people. You've all been through the forming, norming, storming, performing. I take a different tact. And I'm trying to just share with you the stages of group development. Yes, you're a group. It's a public body. At the same time, you are a group. So I'm going to share with you where I think this group is just based on the conversations I've had with all of you and my own observations. There's the first stage of exploring the typical issues, typical behaviors, typical feelings, and then how you resolve that. And then you move on to stage 2. And I would direct your attention over to typical behaviors under stage 2 of testing. Members try on new behaviors including bullet point 1, challenging group process, goals, and objectives. Bullet point 2, giving information and opinions more than seeking them. Bullet point 3, participating more than before. And 4, acting a bit rebellious, trying to challenge the status quo. It would seem as though, based on what you've shared with me, my observations, is maybe the group is starting to get into these stages where you're trying to figure out how's this group going to function. What's your individual role? What's the group role? What are the norms? How do you evolve as a group? The challenge is some groups freeze. They freeze in that testing. They freeze in some respects that those issues become more combative. Because if you're always in sort of the defiant, and I'm using this a bit to make dramatic effect, if you're always in sort of the rebellious stage, it creates a bit of a defiance that becomes unhealthy habits for a governing body. So it's important, I would offer to you, to acknowledge and work through these dimensions and move on to harmonizing, which sounds, I know, really touchy-feely, so take the word on a little bit more than just on face value, that you're trying to transition as a group and not get stuck. I'm curious to know, and I know you're seeing this for the first time, what your thoughts are about what this group is. What are the strengths of this group, and maybe some areas for improvement? I don't call them weaknesses, but areas for improvement. And how crucial are those? So what are the strengths of this group? What do you think? What are the strengths of this group?
We all want to move the city forward.
Okay, all want to move the city forward. What else?
We're diverse.
Pardon me?
We're diverse. We're a reflection of our community.
Oh, reflect?
A reflection of our
Oh,
community.
reflection of our community. I'm sorry, Councilman.
We need 4 more women then.
Yeah, well, but she's worth 4.
Yeah, that's right. She makes up for all of 4. She makes up for all of them.
Well played, Greg.
Wow, so what are the strengths of this group? It's important. I'm putting this under a spotlight here, giving you sort of an x-ray of the anatomy of your success. I mean, what you're doing is not by accident. You're doing it by choice. You're doing it, by, in some respects, by design. Every organization is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. So whatever you're achieving on purpose, which is good. It's also important to acknowledge sort of the mechanics of that.
You're doing a SWOT analysis?
A little bit of a backdoor one, yeah. So what are your strengths?
I think we communicate with each other.
Communicate with each other?
We don't hate each other.
Is that a strength that you don't hate each other then?
Speak for yourself. No, just kidding. I love all of you.
You know I love you, Michael.
Yeah.
I think you can call this group open-minded.
Okay.
Prepared.
Prepared?
I think we all think regionally.
Think regionally? Okay.
That's a good one.
I think that we complement each other, not in like, hey, you do this real well, but our backgrounds, our experiences complement each other real well.
It's okay. You can say diversity.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, I did say you were handsome this morning.
Remember, I think it's helpful in governing bodies in particular that you're trying to be like-minded, to your point. Doesn't mean research tends to show in organizations, leaders tend to hire clones. People tend to hire people like ourselves because we all think we're easy to get along with. We're not easy to get along with. None of us is. You're not, I'm not. People that think they're easy to get along with love giving him parenting advice because they have a dog. It's not the same thing at all. So I think the point of complement each other, in order to complement each other in that sense, it requires patience. Because I think differently. We all have the same belief that we're trying to achieve a good outcome, but how you process information is different than how I process it. Which you bring something different to the table. That should be, to Councilmember Hunter's point, the diversity of your points of view are your strength. Some groups want to be, they define oneness as sameness.
which really creates a little bit too much confinement. At the same time, that diversity of thought is also potential areas of conflict. But it shouldn't sort of tear at the fabric of you have as a relationship. If you question the legitimacy of a relationship by every healthy, unhealthy encounter, you question why are you in a relationship, right? In a personal level. Here, you're sort of thrown in together by virtue of elections. Doesn't mean you have to work well together, though. It's that blending of an individual and the group. You run individually, you govern collectively. Shouldn't be, that's not a dichotomy though, right? That's a duality. You can do both. If you have the presence of mind, you know how to do it. Other thoughts about your strengths as a group. We'll get to the areas for improvement here in a minute. But what do you think? And this is more about what people are doing. I think it's better to focus on what, not who. There's roots and there's anchors. Roots are where we draw positive emotional energy from. Anchors are mindsets that hold us back. It's important, these are roots, that you leverage these. You draw energy from them. When you're tired and you're frustrated and you've got an issue, you're not sure. You all are in that same position where you have to rely on each other. Anchors are mindsets that hold you back. We all have in our personal life, we have them professionally as well. Roots and anchors. So, other thoughts about what you do well? You find there's a source of strength of this group? Doesn't mean it's perfect, but that's not the gauge. If you have another one, holler at me. Now let's talk about areas for improvement. More on what, not who. Areas for improvement. What do you think are some of the challenges? Every group has them. It's important, it's helpful, I think, to acknowledge them. I'm not trying to impose these on you. These are yours. What are the challenges? Where the group can improve. Some areas for improvement. Feedback for learning, if you will. Feedback for improvement.
I'll speak for myself. I probably need to be more engaged with some of the district council members.
Okay.
I just like hanging out with John too much.
Hopefully that's reciprocated. But,
Yeah, sometimes.
what else are some challenges for the group? How it collaborates. You talk a lot about transparency.
Transparency is one. Sometimes we need to be more honest with each other.
Okay. You can be direct without being blunt, right?
Yeah.
Some people are a blunt instrument.
Well, you can be direct and tactful at the same time.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can be direct and tactful.
Be what? What is
And
it?
tactful?
Oh,
But it should be reversed, tactful and direct.
Councilman Preston?
Yeah, there are some major goals that this city has and this council has. And for me, I don't feel like that the council has a cohesive ideal about what direction we want to go with those
Okay.
goals. For example, we've talked a lot about the term water security, or, you know, I still don't feel like as a council we have a direction about where we're going to go with that. And those are some things that I think are really important for us to come to some decisive decision or group decision about how we want to proceed before we're going to be able to have a successful outcome.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. You've heard the phrase, a camel is a horse by committee.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a logo done by a group?
Yeah.
Anybody ever seen a logo, a city logo or any sort of business logo done by a group of people where everybody wanted to say, and it's just ugly? It's messy. Everybody wanted to have this in. Well, we need to have that in there. We need to have this in there. We need to have that in there. And then you looked at it, and you're just like, it was like noise. I think your point is well taken. You know, there's the old saying, a vision shared is not the same thing as a shared vision. One of the areas that the city does not have in place, you have a mission. My question is, where's the vision? Because a mission is how you're going to achieve the vision. And a vision is a destination you never arrive at. The vision is poetry. The mission is plumbing. A lot of plumbing. You need plumbers. My question is, what's the direction? So how many of you are really good, like to assemble puzzles with your kids or grandkids? Anybody puzzle assemblers? Anybody really good at the corners? Really good at the corners, the edges?
Corners and the edges, yeah.
Got a 1,000-piece puzzle to the Grand Canyon? You got the edges. There's 800 pieces in the middle. They're all orange. So I'm going to dub each of you. You're all CPAs. You're all chief puzzle assemblers. The question is, what's the cover of the box? And the budget is not the cover of the box. I'm just trying to push your thinking here. Because if you have 9 versions of the cover of the box, to your point, it's hard to know what you're trying to accomplish.
I don't know, $1 billion sure does look like a good cover.
You've got money. You could double the size of the budget. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to achieve better outcomes.
Yeah, that's true.
That's absolutely
True.
correct.
You could double the size of the city staff. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have better performance. So maybe not necessarily today or tomorrow, but at some point in the future, it would be beneficial for you to spend some time doing some visioning and including the community in that. How do you enlist some of their input? What do they want to see as part of the future? What do they see as some opportunities? It's a great opportunity to be collaborative with the community where you're listening more than telling. I'm just sharing that with you because I think you make a great point. We're sort of making a supposition here that everybody understands what the future looks like, but we have a lot of different versions. We're not going to necessarily clarify that today. We'll address some of it today and tomorrow, but we're making a big assumption there that everybody knows what success looks like.
Yeah, it's easy to get too deep in the weeds.
Mhm.
And I think governing bodies have to be careful they don't do that.
Yeah. Maybe they need a weed ordinance for you, so
There you go.
12 inches.
Strength.
Well, and I'll say that has to do with one of, I guess it was listed here, clear, what was it? Clear policy. I don't know how you had it listed. But it goes to your point, Councilman Pesley. I don't know. Oh, here it is. Have clear rules and procedures for council meetings. And so that somewhat aligns with what you're saying because, too, I think term after term after term, things start getting a little loose and all of a sudden you've incorporated or someone's incorporated things that have just become, right? And sometimes I think we also, to his comment, we may be going into areas that belong somewhere else, you know, and that has to be Peter, for example. He's operations. There's nothing wrong with asking questions about operations, but it can get a little bit convoluted, you know, for 9 people.
It's important, I think, at some point for each of you, you have to deal with this, or you don't have to, but it gives you the opportunity as a governing body to decide what you're not going to do. That's why I said you're always in the car, but you're not always driving the car. Sometimes you're in the passenger seat because you hear from the residents about this issue or that issue. And you're like, well, that's at the state level, or that's a federal issue, or the nonprofits. So how do you counter that? How do you make, because you do have capacity issues. You have time capacity, you have financial capacity, and you have capability capacity issues. There are some things government does really well. There are certain things it's not in its wheelhouse. It's not part of what it does well. And you all get to sort of be the standard bearers of what business you're going to stay in and what business maybe you're going to be an advocate for but not necessarily get involved in. It's a challenge. One of the issues that is really creating disruption, it didn't sound like based on my phone calls with many of you beforehand, that is creating a lot of stress on city councils is homelessness. I don't care where I go. I was in Coos Bay, Oregon in March. 15,000 population. Beautiful place. Right on the coast. They have a homeless problem. LA, it's chronic and pervasive in the whole LA area. Phoenix, we have an issue. Dallas area, they're having more and more issues. And cities are trying to say, what's our role? What's the role of the nonprofit? What do we do? It is really creating a lot of stress. A little different with the pandemic because there was funding, right, provided, and you got some fun. I'm just sharing that with you. So I think as you look at, to say going forward, Just trying to decide what you're not going to do. And having some candid, constructive, collegial conversations about that and say, we understand that's an issue. And that's not something that is in our wheelhouse. Because you get pulled in a lot of directions. And some of these things some of these dimensions may pull you in directions that you're just not accustomed to.
You can't fix everything.
Yeah. It's important to differentiate the issues you can address and the problems you can solve.
I think one more thing there. I
Yeah.
think we need to be careful not to become a divided council.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll never get anything done. That's the case.
At the same time, I think, to push a little bit on that, just because you're not divided doesn't mean you're unified, right? Could be a lot of people just throwing up votes just to kind of move things along. So how do you stay strong as a group, individually and as a functioning body?
Well, it's also difficult too, because you said it's hard to have a 5-year plan with a 4-year term. We only have 2-year terms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's really hard to
Yeah.
function as a group.
Thanks a lot for that.
Well, and,
At the same time, you inherit decisions from your predecessors.
Right.
So, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
another thing is understanding the boundaries between council as policymakers and staff as administrators and tactical. And we're not getting into administration's business.
Let's talk about that for a minute. It's one thing to be concerned about a transactional service delivery issue. Somebody get their, there's a pothole in their street. There's something wrong with their water bill. It's more transactional. It's one thing to be involved about that. You all know that as council members. Sometimes you get calls about these issues. It's a whole other ecosystem to start making policy about zoning, about economic development, about the water policy issue, right? So there's the policy areas that you're dealing with as elected officials that really need to be vetted with all your colleagues and sharing that with the city manager and his staff. Then there's the operational transactional issues that you're all going to hear from on a regular basis. So how you all work through that, and we'll spend some time on that this afternoon when we talk about the role, a refresher on the council manager form of government, clarifying roles and expectations. Because that's where sometimes things get cross-purposed, and it can create some hard feelings or some lack of responsiveness. So I think that's a great point to make, and we'll definitely come back to that, about to differentiate. Because that is awkward. You all want to be responsive, right? You all want to tell people things you can do. And sometimes people don't really want to listen that you need to, I thought you could solve this problem. Can't you do this? You're our district rep. What is it that you do? I know that can be disempowering. And you're trying to resolve that issue for that residence. How do you work through the mechanics to get their issue resolved, even if that's something that that is in the wheelhouse of local government? And what happens sometimes in local government, it says yes to so many things, it's hard to execute against all that. It's not managing the public's expectations, and how hard is that? I mean, I know that's difficult. By the way, staff has to do that as well. They're constantly managing the public's expectations because they hear some of that noise as well. That is not the exclusive domain of elected officials. I don't need to say this on Peter's behalf, but by the time a resident reaches Peter, and having been a manager myself, they've gone through all these iterations. So they're not really the first call. They're usually the final call, right? And they're frustrated. And there's only so much he can do. There's only so much any of you can do. But sometimes the public they're just frustrated. And I know that's not fun to harp on or anything. Any other areas for improvement for the group itself? The mechanics, your preparation, your execution, your collaboration. Your listening, your acknowledging, the sense of empathy, that sense of awareness, where people are coming from. We're all a product of how we grew up. Our opinions, our values, our points of view. You have a good blend here. These Councilmember Hunter, see, you tee me up so much. The diversification of your backgrounds, your level of education, your experience, your expertise, your time in the community. Again, I think that's a source of strength for all of you. Who you're plugged into.
And you on areas of improvement right now?
Yeah, we were talking about this.
Did you put, I don't know how to say it, but working relationships with other governmental entities?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or county, port, other smaller jurisdictions in the region.
Okay. Okay. How you partner with those, whether it's the county, whether it's the port, whether it's neighboring cities, what's your role, what's your contribution, what's your position as an advocate, how do you reconcile issues that are common to both entities or several entities? It's a challenge, right? And the 9 of you have a lot more gravity. Peter can walk into a room, or staff can walk into a room talking about some regional issue with other elected officials, but it's not the same level of gravity that when an elected official walks into the room. And sometimes that requires commitment of time, effort, and energy outside of normal council meetings. Like you and Councilmember Herrera said about going to Austin to testify about legislation. Those opportunities are afforded all the time, but sometimes they're more localized. Well, you show up at a meeting in the county, you show up at a meeting with the board, or you show up at a meeting with a neighboring city, it just has a lot more gravity because you're an elected office. There's only so much that staff can do on your behalf in those dimensions. They can try to broker things, but it's just a different realm. So, I hope that makes sense, just in that, to differentiate.
Yeah.
Other thoughts about areas for improvement for the group?
You know, of course, this just expands on boundaries. I think there's at times, and you know, we have to recognize that we govern by committee, and that's an art. It's not a fight. It's not the sweet science like boxing. You know, I mean, you could say that because there's a strategy, and you have to understand it. And I think sometimes, you know, pounding on Peter is not governing. You know, and what is it?
So much more.
and I think that's something that not just us has to learn. It's everybody has to learn it. It's not just our areas for improvement, but I guess pounding the rock. Somehow or another, there has to good governance. There is I don't know. Just it's relative to who's saying it, and so I just think somehow or another that. Whether you're helping us do that or helping us understand that or how we craft that together so that way we can get that out. Because I don't think, I think that happens, different communities have it.
Yes.
Have that problem. And it's just, what is it perceived? So how do we recognize together what good governance is?
Yes.
You know,
And I think that's an ongoing journey. You're always kind of it's always revealing itself. Steve Jobs of Apple fame had this famous quote. He said, at Apple, we never discovered anything. We just happened to find it. Which is powerful. Think of that insight. Because Apple doesn't hire market researchers. They hire anthropologists. They watch how we live. Anybody remember back in the 80s when the Walkman came out? Anybody have a Sony Walkman? Or you couldn't afford a Sony, so you had a knockoff? Anybody remember that? Remember those? I mean, it really catapulted. All of a sudden, people were more active. They were biking and hiking and rollerblading, all that stuff. I mean, it was a huge phenomenon. And then all of a sudden, the CD player came out. You looked like you had a medical device in your hip while you were working out, so you had the CD player. And Steve Jobs looked at that and said, I want 10,000 songs in my pocket. And there go, the iPod. They watched how people lived. They wanted mobility. I'm just sharing that with you. So I think it's that being attentive to that curious nature and saying every day it's revealing itself. That your best days for you as a community, as a governing body, as an organization are in front of it. Being that open-minded, as one of you said. That's a strength. I think, Councilmember Molina, you said that, being open-minded. Sometimes it's hard to do that when you walk in and you're ready to not agree with something. So there's what you're talking about, and then there's how you're going about having the conversation. By the way, speaking of that pounding, I was 6'5" when I was a city manager. I'm not 6'5". I'm just kidding. Yes.
I want to expand on something here. It says, you say, be more honest on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a book by Stephen M.R. Covey called The Speed of Trust.
Mm-hmm.
right? And it actually assigns a cost when you don't have trust in an organization. For example, how do you horse trade with somebody if you don't trust them or negotiate? So there's got to be some aspect of creating that trust before you can do some of the other things. So where do you, that's probably something to extent, not just so much but be more honest, but build more trust.
As I mentioned earlier, right, leaders, traffic, and trust. But trust is also the currency we have in every relationship. And when it's been violated, it's hard to restore it. If I've been burned, you burn me once, shame on you. You burn me twice, shame on me. We've all heard that adage. The challenge in local government, in politics in particular, is all of that is done within public consumption. None of you want to be embarrassed. None of you want to be sort of put in the spot where you're having to defend your position in a way that's uncomfortable. Some of that is avoidable. Sometimes it's not. But it shouldn't be at the expense of a colleague, right? Not that you're all going to have 9-0 votes. That's not the sign of a necessarily a highly functioning organization, or how long your council meetings are. Some councils that have short meetings, it doesn't necessarily mean they get anything accomplished. It just means they're racing through it like it's a sprint.
Oh, man,
At the
now
same
you're
time,
filling
longer
some bad
meetings,
ideas.
sometimes longer meetings, they're not always the key either. You all know that the maxims in local government, right? Sometimes these apply. The shorter the agenda, the longer the meeting. The longer the agenda, the shorter the meeting. The larger the dollar amount, the shorter the discussion. The smaller the dollar amount, the longer the discussion. You do realize that, right? So you'll spend 45 minutes talking about $12,000 and maybe 10 minutes talking about $2 million. That's not unique to Corpus Christi, just so you know. Those are sort of standalones. But I think your point is well taken about trust. One of the things we often don't talk about in a local government is the sense of forgiveness and contrition and humility and grace. And so trying to restore that relationship does require some level of keeping an open mind. At the same time, not being naive about that. Politics is a contact sport. But it doesn't have to be brutal. Right? You're not competing against each other. You're not competing against each other, so to speak. And I think that's sometimes where governing bodies cross swords. They think I'm competing against you. They try to govern like they campaign. I hope that you think about that, because sometimes that's what really is almost unconscious. It's a zero-sum game, as opposed to the game of abundance, which means there's a lot to go around. Because, again, the public looks at you. They look at council. What'd you guys do that for? Why are you doing that? Well, I didn't vote for it. That's awkward, isn't it? I mean, those are tough conversations with the public who's putting you on the spot, and they've narrowed you at the grocery store. What are you doing that for?
Voting against it just means you're ineffective.
Well, to some people, they think that somehow, they're not believing in you. So let me share this with you. We're a little ahead of schedule. I'll share this with you. This is difficult. This is challenging, I think, when you look at the world of local government. As we were talking about earlier, just about public and social media, just in particular, but how the public is sort of communicating with you, and how public policy is made by those who show up typically. So I'll just ask you to consider this as you look at the role of the public. As I mark up my hand over here. There's really 3 types of residents, I would contend. There's your fans, there's your fickle, and there's your frustrated. Who do you hear from the most?
Frustrated.
Oh, all day long. And these are 2 camps. There's cynics and skeptics. Skeptics are okay, cautiously optimistic, right? That's healthy. We all are about that at certain times. But who do you tend not to hear from? The fans. You have a lot of fans in this community. They see you as heroes. Not all heroes wear capes, right? Superheroes. They love this community. They choose to be here. But they're also not the ones that show up at a public hearing.
You know what, though? But they are very vocal, like on Facebook.
Good.
We post a lot on Facebook. Peter's real good about that, and we got tons of people on there that that give a lot of love to our mayor and city council and staff.
So that's great. So it's time to invite them down to a public hearing when something really hangs in the balance.
Yeah, they won't come for that.
We talked about it.
They'll do a like.
They'll do a hard.
Being an advocate has to be more than hit and click. Public policy is made by those who show up. These people are often not corralled. Nobody's wrangling these people. You know, tonight at the meeting, we got a really contentious issue about the location of a new community center in this particular neighborhood and who we're hearing from or everybody that doesn't want to hear it. And we know there are people who do want to hear it. See, staff can't do that. The only people in this room that were elected for the point of view are the 9 of you. Peter on down cannot go online and invite people down to issues. They're supposed to be neutral and objective. You all were elected based on your point of view. It's a different dichotomy, or it's a dichotomy there. But fans, you have a lot of fans. It's great that they're online. They need that support, but it's also sometimes they need to be there. They need to be visible. They need to be vocal advocates. Because there's nothing automatic in this community. So enlisting them in that conversation has to be more than they click a like. So I always encourage councils that, you know, the night of your council meetings or the day of your council meetings, about an hour before, you should have food trucks out in the parking lot and you should tailgate with the fans. People bond over food.
Yeah.
People bond over food. There are people in this room that tailgate, they don't even know who's playing. They just want to eat. There'll be somebody that stops down on the way to their karate class with their kids, or they're late for a ball game. They'll have a bite to eat while you're standing up there talking. They may not go to the meeting, but it's a great opportunity for you to have a conversation to let them know what their responsibility is as being a member of this community. It's got to be more than voting and clicking. Because there are things that hang in the balance, like all these things that you're discussing. And then there's the fickle people. Who is the audience? Are they the audience for who? They're the audience for the frustrated people. The cynics. Some people are miserable and they like it. They think the best days for Corpus Christi are behind it, not in front of it. These sometimes are the people driving around with their VCR in their passenger seat trying to find Blockbuster Video.
Sure.
I remember this community was half the size to keep our doors open. Well, we can't do that anymore. What happened? I'm not saying their point of view should be totally rejected, but again, who are the people that show up at the council meetings? They all have a wristband. There's 4 of them. They're telling you the whole community feels this way. And I think they box you in. How do you counter that when there's people who are saying everybody in the community, where's the balance of the point of view? Where are the fans? I think that puts you in a very difficult position as an elected official. And then the fickle people, you know, they're the ones that are sort of, well, it's online, it must be true. Because what frustrated people love more than anything, they love an audience. I'm not saying their concerns are not legitimate at times, but sometimes they're not. And they hold the community back from pursuing its potential. Again, that's why I think there's cynics and skeptics. Skeptics, I think, are healthy for public policy debate. They're cautiously optimistic. But if somebody has arrived at a cynic, like, this will never work, see, we tend to think we're going to change their mind. They have no intention of changing their mind. They think you're going to change your mind.
Yeah, some of those people work for the city.
I'm just sharing that with you when you look at your residents and how you differentiate the input from the public. And it's great you have a lot of fans online, but my guess is they're outnumbered by the frustrated people online. Because this gets a lot more clicks. It's sexier. It's more salacious, unfortunately. It's more provocative. Told you so. Told you they wouldn't fix it. People love that misery, you know, just, yeah. As absurd as this sounds, as perverse as this sounds, some people like being right about things not going well. I told you government couldn't do it. I told you the city couldn't do it. And those people didn't even give you a chance. Their version is from 10 years ago. So I'm just trying to push your thinking here a little bit.
Well, Patrick, I consider myself somewhat of a skeptic, cautiously optimistic, but I don't think that's the majority of the community. And I had this saying, if you win by more than 55%, then you you won by a landslide. So that means 45% of the people hate you. So the balance is that you need to we need to figure out and not be driven by and be worried about the 45%, because chances are those are the ones that are gonna be on that side of the frustrated. And so once again, you know, governing by committee hopefully helps us to recognize, okay, what's the best solution for the group? I mean, I hate to be overstating the obvious, but and I know it's hard. There's times when, you know, there's I don't know if it's been easier this year because now we haven't had people that could fill up all the cynics, you know, come in and fill up the chambers, but you know, it's difficult to do, and you know, if not, then I think government wouldn't have as many problems. Anyway, I'm just babbling.
Yeah, I understand. I think those are good points. And I go back to the strengths of this group, so I'm going to ask a favor. I have no position to ask a favor, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I think either today or tomorrow or your next meeting, I think it's really important when you're having a meeting that's being shown live. I think it's important to remind people that how you're working together is part of why you're successful as a community. Because there are people that question the legitimacy and the function of democracy right now. They do sort of make suppositions about government. So I think it's important to remind people, look, we're colleagues. We're having a healthy, hearty debate. Isn't that wonderful? And while I see council member X and Y, I may not agree with you, council member, but I totally think it's great that you share your opinion. We think that's kind of corny. I think it's really crucial right now when you talk about what you're doing well as a group. It's not about vanity. It's about confidence. It's to restore and remind people in the public that what you're doing on their behalf and how you're doing it speaks well of your character as a governing body. Doesn't mean you're perfect, and that's not the gauge. But it's not enough just to deliver results. I think it's important also to share with them how you're achieving those results as colleagues. That's just my favor. Because I think there are people out there that wonder, how's that working? Because what gets in the news? How you work well together, or when things go awry? We all know what gets more clicks is when somebody was combative. So they sort of take that and they draw a conclusion. And then there are people out there going, well, I thought you guys worked well together. I think it's important to draw attention to that periodically. And say, well, I agree with you. I think it's wonderful that we can have this debate in public and we can talk about these issues. Maybe that's a little corny, I don't know. But public service is a noble profession. It's important to remind people of that. You're volunteering. Well, let me cover one more dimension about teams. And this is on page 10 of your material there. Well, let me ask, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead a little bit. I'm curious to know what your thoughts were about the stages, about where you are as testing. Just your impression of that. I'm not trying to overdiagnose here, but if you think you're at that testing stage, I think that's where you are just because of the nature of your newness and based on what some of the things that you all shared with me during our pre-session phone calls where you're trying to kind of find your footing. Rebellious is not always a bad thing. But I would encourage you to keep this handout handy, if you will, just as you examine how the group is evolving. And maybe bringing it up to say, I think we're getting stuck. Or, hey, I see we're advancing. It's great. We're starting to find our groove. What trips people, governing bodies up is when they freeze. And they freeze around unhealthy practices. So acknowledging things that are not going well, we wrote them down. I wrote them down here. And by the way, just about everything I'm capturing here today, I'll summarize and make sure it gets back to you. And I won't editorialize it. I think this is important that you keep in your playbook. I always encourage people to have a folder of dreams and a leadership playbook. And hopefully you're keeping the materials from today maybe in that place where you can go and draw some insight from your own notes. With these areas for improvement. To be conscious of these. Maybe focus on about getting it right, not just being right. About trying to be that honest and trying to rebuild some of that trust. Reaching out, being gracious and humble. It takes a lot of strength of character to do that. Kindness is a sign of strength. Sometimes it's difficult to do that when we're just overwhelmed or we're exhausted or all kinds of emotions. So I encourage you to keep that handy and reflect on it here and there, if you would. And then I just wanted to spend a little bit of time on page 10, the characteristics of effective groups. To reinforce this. And then we'll break a little bit early for lunch, and then we'll come back and talk about this group in particular, about establishing maybe some guidelines or some leadership principles. So this is fairly foundational, characteristics of effective groups, the characteristics and the evidence, pretty straightforward, standard fare. I wanted to provide this as a tool, as a device, as a reference point, as you think about this group. You all have been in many groups in your career, either through elected office or nonprofits or your career. I just wanted to do a refresh and a little bit of a re-examination of this group. Your preparation, your execution, your collaboration. As was mentioned earlier, I think on the very first item, clear goals, I think that's still an area for improvement for the group about what you're trying to accomplish as a group. We flushed out a little bit of a laundry list, but we didn't unify that. We'll try to do a little bit of that tomorrow about what you're trying to achieve. The second one, the group engages in collective decision-making when appropriate, or how you're trying to balance people's points of view. It's counterintuitive. We tend to build better relationships by listening than by talking. Because when we listen, people invest in us. So how you acknowledge those points. The third point, the group uses a shared problem-solving process. This seems really counter, but you're all, I think part of your opportunity as a governing body member is to be a good critical thinker in your role as a good creative problem solver. And to Council Member Barrera's point that he made earlier, talking about the science a little bit, I think what I have found is highly effective governing bodies, their approach is they're craftsmen. So they blend science with art. There is a science about what you do and how you interact with people, and then there's the art, which is a little bit less definitive. It's more about influence. So how do you blend that as a craftsman to be successful as an elected official? How you blend that together as a governing body and that shared problem solving? How you work through some of that information? All members participate actively, but some people are more vocal than others. Other people participate through other contributions. So even in today, I'm not trying to weigh people's interest or involvement or engagement simply by who's talking the most and those that aren't. That's cool. Not everybody does that. Some people participate different ways. They're processing things more internally. They're writing it down, maybe talking privately. That's cool. Not everybody's the same. Same way at meetings. The challenge is sometimes that when there's a controversial issue, people do want to listen to each of you about where you stand on that issue. Now, you can choose not to do that, but I think that's an opportunity you have to try to offer a perspective to your colleagues, especially when you're getting ready to make a vote. That can be awkward. Where do you stand? And what trips up governing bodies, I cannot be more candid than this, is when you're taking a vote and you've already got a majority and you abstain, so you don't have to take a position. It really can be frustrating to elected officials when that happens habitually. I've seen it. It creates some real hard feelings when that happens. And it should be by virtue of when you're getting called on. I'm just sharing that with you. I know that sometimes you do that. That's understandable, but when that's a habit, it can create hard feelings because other people feel as though they're going to have to take a stand. And they're always, not that they always, but they're the ones feeling as though they're out there being exposed.
Or you could do it once.
Yeah, you could all do it however you do it. You can be by a roll call, be by a voice vote. I'm just sharing that with you. Those are some of the issues that can trip up governing bodies. It's not always the big thing. Sometimes it's the voting process, the sequence, and abstaining too much. Open, honest, and respectful communication is a basis for working together. Sort of the basic criteria to being in a group in any way, shape, or form is being open and honest without necessarily being a blunt instrument, right? Being candid and constructive. Team members have high trust amongst themselves. There's that word again, and aren't afraid to take risks. We tend to think of government as very risk averse. I tend to challenge that what gets in the way of progress, innovation, and change is the drag of old mental models that we've always done it that way. Or we've tried that once, it didn't work here. Or that's the way we've always done it. Or the public won't like it. There's always reasons not to do something. But it's back to that mindset and skill set. And without being unequivocal here, in order to build a 21st century community, you need a 21st century approach. So what got you here won't get you there. And that sometimes is a challenge in local government. What you're trying to acknowledge and keep, what you're trying to refine, and what you're trying to adopt. And there's no real cookbook for that. And again, I go back to it's not always found in the budget. Too many cities are budget-centric. They think somehow that's the holy grail. I would think, based on what you shared with me, you're very customer-centric. You're very citizen-centric. The budget is a means to that end. And the final one, or the second to last, contention is used to surface differences in perspectives. How you handle those potential conflicts without personalizing it. It's more about what people say instead of who said it. I know that can be delicate. Conflict is an outcome of not addressing issues before that. But the spine of human behavior is risk, reward, and fight or flight. So if you're going to attack me at a meeting, I'm not going to just take that. Right? Everybody wants to maintain their own sense of self. I'm being a little dramatic just to make a point to make sure that you don't get wrapped around the axle for that, because people have long memories about those things. It's not healthy for an ongoing success. And the group uses periodic self-assessment. That's what we're trying to do today. I'm trying to ask you to kind of slow down and pause and look through a magnifying glass at how the group's functioning. I know for some people it's awkward and unhealthy, but self-awareness for a group is really important to its effectiveness. Sometimes, growth and comfort don't coexist. Sometimes it's easy to not reflect on that, but we all know in life that it's helpful for us to reflect on things. It's just not always fun to look at our blind spots. Sometimes it's, we just don't have the emotional wherewithal sometimes on a personal level. Like, I'm good. And groups have run into that same process. They sort of are in denial. So I give you all credit that you're here today. And I look forward to being here the rest of the day and tomorrow. Because by being in the room, you have the opportunity to reflect. And that's healthy for all of us, especially when in public office. It's just not always so. It's not always a common practice, shall I say. What's going to differentiate you going forward in the future is that you invest time and effort and energy on gatherings like this. Other cities are in denial. They think they're waiting for their budget to hiccup. They're waiting for an election. You can be waiting a long time till those things happen. So part of your strength is that you're willing to sit and reflect and invest in yourself and invest in each other. I do this with a lot of cities. I always try to remind them there's value in this and just being in the room and having a conversation. Because this is not a regular council meeting where you have to vote and line up your comments and how you're going to vote and what's next. This is a different type of environment altogether. And that final one, self-assessment. So thoughts about characteristics of effective groups. I just gave you my version here. Ask you to reflect on that. Thoughts, comments, helpful. It's really about how we're trying the group to develop, so it's not just, stand still. You give you a chance to stay strong. Any other thoughts about the group?
What's that last one again, Patrick? The group uses periodic self-assessment?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like what you're doing today.
What's periodic, I guess?
How often you're comfortable with that. Maybe you do that individually on a regular basis, how you're interacting with your colleagues, how the group's interacting. And it's important, I think, periodic, whether it's once a year or, that's the more formal way. And then there's the informal way of you just reflecting on it as you go into your next council meeting and say, I know she's going to say this or I know he's going to say that. What am I going to say? And make sure I don't allow, I want to strengthen that relationship. I don't want to allow to be kind of feel as though I'm surprised. Because I'm trying to put in place some new habits, maybe some new approaches. Implementation is the hardest thing to do in life. You probably can't tell, but I'm in shape if round is a shape. Some people have a six-pack. I have a 2-liter. Raise your hand if you're like me, really good at joining the gym. Huh? Come on. I see some people got alligator arms. They're not really sure. Come on. Raise your hand if you're really good at driving by the gym.
Raise your hand if you always need new outfits to go work out, because somehow looking better, you work out better. Thank you. What month of the year do the people that work out all the time least like? January. Who's at your gym in January?
New Year's
All these
resolution.
people, New Year's resolutions.
Yeah.
You finally find a place to park at the gym, and you walk in, and some guy standing out front with tube socks and a headband. Been sweating all over your Stairmaster. Where is he in February? He's at home. The hardest part in life is implementation. So to Peter's point, nothing really changes in here. It's what you do with what I'm trying to share with you, what I'm trying to ask you to reflect on that you do after today, including today. How you interact that next time at a council meeting. Conversation you have. How are you going to work through those issues? Implementation is the hardest part in life, isn't it? We're really good at joining the gym. I got a fitness plan. How many of your treadmill at home is now a place where you hold up clothes that when you iron? Raise your hand if you're doing that. Thank you very much. You just put it away in the garage sale, right? I'm just take it. Let's just say take it, put it out for a big bulk item pickup.
Yeah.
So again, we're all good at sort of acknowledging what we need to do. The challenge is often implementation. It's going to the gym. There's an old saying by the gentleman who founded the Habitat for Humanity who said you can either act your way into a new way of thinking or think your way into a new way of acting. Sometimes you just have to put on your sneakers and go to the gym. You can't read a book to learn how to swim. Politics is much like that. A lot of context, a lot of content, a lot of live experiences to sharpen your capability. Remember, iron sharpens iron. You're trying to learn from others. There's no shrinking violets in this room at all. Strong, healthy, assertive people. You wouldn't be where you are if you weren't. So how do you blend those together without losing your sense of self? Always a good sign of a healthy group. People understand how to blend those. A lot of groups are a salad bar. A little of this, a little of that, a little of this, a little of that. You want to blend yourself together more than just a salad bar. Just to use that little easy one. On that note, I'm going to go ahead. I think it's 11:30, so lunch is here, next door. Is that right?
It's not set out yet, but
I'm sorry?
it's not set out yet, but the tables are set out.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and take, we're a little ahead of schedule, so let me just see the next time we're supposed to get back together. I don't want to start something else and then rush through. Well, so why don't we get back together at 12:30, we'll do a time check, that's an hour. I'm not sure, lunch should be here anytime. You can stretch your legs, go outside, just be back here at 12:30, hopefully that will give us enough time.
Councilmember Barrera had to step out. I talked to the mayor. He's got his mother is having some health issues, so he went to tend to her. Obviously, that's more important. He hopes to be back. So I'm going to pick up where we left off, which is on item 10, which is establishing guidelines for effective council relations. What we thought might be beneficial here as we wrap up the group side of the segment of today about the group development is maybe not necessarily principles, but guidelines, a shared set of values that you'd like to at least maybe attempt to craft. Some words and phrases to help bind you together as a shared set of expectations. And what I included on page 2 under item 10 is an example from a client of mine. There's just 4 dimensions there. It says, seek to understand one another's perspective, to honor one another in public and protect each other in their absence, to focus on issues, not on personalities, and to seek honesty and integrity in all deliberations and interactions. That's just a very brief approach to establishing some guidelines for how you all are going to work together. There's also a longer list on page 11 of the materials, which is from another client of mine that adopted this. Much longer. There's no perfect number of dimensions. We're not trying to wordsmith it so much today. We thought it might be good just to capture the essence of what you believe would be some good principles that help you govern more effectively and work together more effectively. Notice there's a long list there. I will individually support the collective decision-making of the City Council. When I disagree with the decision made by the council, I will voice my opinion without personalizing the issue and without eroding the collective reputation of the City Council. Third one, I will respect, and I'm not saying you should cut and paste this, okay? This is just an example. I will respect other members of the council and their point of view. During council deliberations, I will earnestly listen to their other members, and I will not lobby for a position at the exclusion of others. I will present my views in a forthright, positive manner and respond to questions clearly and directly. I will focus on the present and future. Next one is I will feel free to visit with other council members outside of meetings. However, I will follow Texas open meeting laws. Next one is I will give the mayor and city manager advance notice of items to be introduced at council meetings. Advance notice requires information or request for information be submitted prior to the council meetings based on the current city protocol. Next one, if I have concern or issue with another council member or the city manager, I will go to that person first in a private and timely manner and share that concern. If unresolved, I will present the issue to the mayor in a private and timely manner. Next item, I recognize that the City Council's role is to set policy, not be administrators. And the final one there, significant inquiries, comments, and directives related to city operations will be addressed through the city manager. Now, this client was having some issues and had some history there about how they work together. So whatever you craft, there's no perfect set of guidelines. It's really based on sort of what you think you do well and maybe some areas that you'd like to improve. Remember, you talked about some areas for improvement earlier, about being more engaged with district committees or district council members to set boundaries regarding policy and administration, be more honest and build more trust, be direct and tactful. That there was a lack of cohesive ideals among all of you as a group, to be careful of being in the weeds, to not be a divided council, and to work with council members or other city councils, the county board, other jurisdictions. Those are just some samples, some examples of what you shared. You talked about what your strengths were, which all want to move the city forward, that you're trying to reflect the community's sense of purpose, that you want to communicate with each other, to be open-minded, to be prepared, to complement each other, and to think regionally. So those are somewhat descriptive about actions you take. Guidelines have to do with sort of the behaviors you demonstrate. Think of these as values. And there's values, our values drive our behaviors, our skills drive our behaviors. But values often are really essential for a group to function at a high level. So I'm curious to know maybe your appetite about if at all you'd like to create a set of general guidelines, at least at this point, not ready to be laminated, but maybe start sketching out some items that you'd like to establish as guidelines for this group that you can commit to. And these are your expressions, not mine. And the ones I shared with you are simply examples, just to kind of stimulate some thought. Reactions to this. Thoughts about this, value of doing this? Am I off track here trying to craft this? I don't want to shoehorn you into this.
I think it's a good idea. I would be open to it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Good idea. Other thoughts about this? Trying to craft some language around this? Comments from others? Should I interpret silence as affirmation?
I think it's a good idea too.
Sure.
I think these are great examples. Some of them fit, some of them we may need to, change up a little bit, but,
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's for us all to discuss, but I think it's good, it's a good, it's a guideline. It's a little something to go by, right?
Yes, it's guidelines, and they're only as good as the 9 of you live up to those, right?
Sure.
It's creating really a set of expectations,
Right,
somewhat prescriptively.
I agree. So who wants to go first?
Well, I'm curious to know just from that list, which ones resonate with you that you think are applicable to this group? And it's not about cutting and pasting. I mean, if you like the language, great, but you've got to own it. Don't measure the success of the guidelines by the length of the list. I mean, if you have 3, but they're really powerful and reflective, or 2, what have you, there's no perfect number. But I'm curious to know what your reactions are.
Well, I definitely like the one that I recognize as the city council's role is to set policy, not be administrators. That to me is very important. We're the governance body of the city. We set goals, we set expectations, we set a vision, and we address that with the city manager and hold the city manager accountable to perform these duties and execute these duties and give them a timeline, and then we go back and evaluate, have we reached this, I mean, that's important to me.
Set goals and what?
I just wrote down to set goals and rely on the city manager to
Well-
execute and perform.
But I think part of what he's saying is that we set policy,
Yeah,
not
Yeah.
administrators.
Yeah,
yeah,
And
we're not
that's-
administrators.
Right.
That's an operational side.
yeah.
That's a fine line. You can't cross that line. You should not cross the line. I can't tell you you can't cross it. You should not cross that line. But the only way we're going to get a performance out of the city manager is that we need to set goals, policies, and then pass them on to the city manager and set expectations and timelines for him or whoever's there, to be able to get to these areas. That's our job.
Right.
That's where we could come in with accountability. But we hold the accountability to the city manager. If we put nothing in place, how does he or she know which way to go, what direction to go? So to me, it's important to set goals, policy, vision, and pass it on to our administrator that administrates it to his staff, that type of thing.
Okay. So essentially, the principle is that it's centered around to set policy and goals and rely on the city manager to execute and perform on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
So the guideline is really to set the policy and goals, right? The focus.
That's correct.
And not be administrators.
And to hand off.
Right.
Which sounds good in theory.
Yeah.
The challenge is you get a call on a Thursday afternoon from a resident who wants to know why something happened. So how do you want to thread that needle as a council?
Well,
Hold on, I'm curious to know what other people think. How do you want, you all get these calls.
yeah.
How do you want to thread that needle if you want to stay at if you want to focus on the what? Is where people pull you in is to the how. Can you go get this done? Can you do this for me? Can you get that done for me? Why isn't the city doing this? Why isn't the city doing that? So I'm curious to understand from people's perspectives, because this is really reaffirming things we already know, right? And there's value in that. But how do you want to, as a group, thread the needle when that
Well,
teeters?
Asking for information is not being an administrator, right?
Okay.
So for example, if something they don't know what's happening, they've got a backflow, I've got a recent experience where sewage backed up.
Okay?
Send an email, say, okay, can you explain what's happening here? And are we having this issue? And then I get a response. I said, okay, well, what is your plan of action? And they get a response. So asking the questions is not directing them to do something.
Okay.
But just understanding what it is so I can communicate back to the resident or the citizen as to what that is actually happening. Now, if it's something I don't like, then I go and talk to Peter.
Yeah, but
Right.
is that, I mean, I don't, am I wrong? I don't see that as an issue.
I don't, that's not, to me, that's not an
To me, that's
issue
not an
of
issue. It's not an
addressing information
Right.
or
So
being
we
an
want
information
things
broker.
that we want, yeah, and I don't think there's a problem with it.
Okay.
I think maybe what you're referring to, or could be, I'm not sure. There's a fine line, and everyone has to understand, right, what constitutes what you just said, which is resolving an issue that's yours, because it's in your email, right, inbox, without getting into the operations of it. If it is, well then, you know, it goes to Peter, but you've gotta make that call, and I think, well, I don't know, but it's not a bad suggestion, as the councilman said, to put that one. I recognize the council's role is to set policy, not be administrators. I think you're right, Councilman, we take care of business the way we do, and I think it's the right, I don't think there's ever been a problem. Peter could probably comment on that if you feel like it has been, where we're crossing the line of, pardon, getting into operations when we shouldn't. And I know that sounds very, very elementary, but you do need to tell us, because that could become a big problem.
Yeah, I agree, Mayor. And we try to tell, I don't think it's happening right now. And when it does, every once in a while, we'll try to remind the council member
Yeah,
that, you know, that's crossing the line, to use your language.
right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
To me, when you say cross the line, is actually, the way I see someone crossing the line is that they surpass Peter and they go to directors of different departments and they're telling them, I need you to do this for me.
Yeah, we definitely don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
That's flat out a no.
At that point, yeah, you're correct.
You really cross the line, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone here has ever done that.
No, you know, I'm not gonna
I've
go
always gone to
to,
Peter, if I don't understand something, I'll pick up the phone and I've called him.
Yeah.
You know, and Peter's directed me to the right person to go talk to or something
Yeah.
like that, you know?
yeah,
it doesn't
I
always-
think,
no, go ahead,
you know,
Councilman.
getting a hold of like Richard Martinez and saying,
Yeah.
hey, you need to go fill this pothole, or you need to address this.
Yeah.
That's not something that we do.
Right.
But I know anytime that I've had an issue like that, if I don't contact Richard directly and ask about what the city's plan is for that
Yeah, that is-
certain issue,
Yeah,
then at that point, I reach out to you and your staff
yeah. Yeah.
to get some direction, some
Yeah,
answers.
right. And we've I think what, and prior to 2 years ago, there may have been some instances where council members went even below the director, right into the front line. And the issue with that is that we can't hold people accountable if we don't know what they're doing. So the director needs to know every minute or every day what their people are doing, so they can gauge performance and, right, so that's the issue. It's not so much that the council's telling somebody what to do, it's more so, for me anyway, that the director who we're holding accountable doesn't know what his team's doing, because 9 different people are telling him what to do. You can't have an operation like that that's effective, so, yeah. And then just making sure, you know, we, like the executive leadership team's here today, and they oversee the directors, you know, a group of them, so if the request for information can start there, or even with me, we kind of know what's going on in the organization, we can help manage it better, so, yeah.
Okay. All right. Other dimensions, maybe that you would think would be relevant to this group, be helpful just to chronicle.
I think maybe communication with staff, particularly on agenda item that in the 2020 council, we have 3 new people on there, and the older members of council have a level of knowledge that the new ones don't with it. So having an effective communication going there, and a lot of times at a council meeting, that can that communication or knowledge be imparted prior to the meeting rather than during the meeting, and particularly when we get into the major policy issues on there, where are we as a city, and what have we done with it. So just that communication. So the smaller the micro scale, it would be just an agenda item coming up. Can we get as much communication prior to a council meeting, particularly if it's detailed? Running a council meeting is about $2,500 an hour, and if we're engaged and that kind of stuff, it's wearing on everybody. But then on the other side, where we've got a council history going on, city policy history, and when council is learning at the dais, that's just not that efficient. So working with staff, and I know staff, that there's been a lot of that orientations and stuff going on, but meetings, use them less for a learning experience and more for a policy.
So doing your due diligence before a meeting and coming prepared.
Yeah, but with our 3 new members, I mean, this fire hose of information that those of us that have been on there longer, we've been there, we know it. And how can that information be imparted on a less formal, more give and take method than sitting there at the dais?
I agree, and we experienced the fire hose.
Yeah.
And so we don't want to do that to y'all. It's better if we help you because we've been there. So I think that's a great, not sure how, did you write that?
I captured it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll polish it up a
Okay.
little bit.
But no, that's a good point, because it's kind of like you jump in and sink or swim. And that's just, I get it, that's the way we came in. There is no book that says, here's how to. But there are certain aspects you can't. You're just going to learn.
Yeah.
But some, we can definitely help you split. Nightmares. Should we pick?
Yeah.
Beautiful nightmares we've had. I mean, I'm talking about when we first came in, that we could help. We could do better at that for sure. I think that'd be a good thing to put up there.
Yeah, many of or some of the issues you're contending with that are in the formal agendas have come up at some point, maybe in the past. I think it's helpful for every member of council to sort of know the history of that. Because especially some of you were involved in that in that item before. How was that handled? What was the rationale? Helps shorten that or accelerate that learning curve. Because it is steep. And these issues don't wait till you're comfortable. They're just there on the first and second, third meeting. You got to jump right in. And there's a lot, some pretty tough lessons. So. Other thoughts? This is a lot about the kind of that formal stuff. I'm curious to know maybe how you're going to interact. What do you want to put down about that? What do you want to live up to about your collaboration? You're doing certain things well, right? This isn't a deficit closing strategy. It's trying to capitalize. Remember, you talked about things that you're doing well. Find the sheet here. You all talked about you want to think regionally, that you want to complement each other in the sense of capabilities, that you want there's a desire to move the city forward, that you're trying to reflect the community's appetite, taste, values, interests, to communicate with each other, and to be open-minded and stay prepared. These are all very aspirational, right? They're intentional. I'm curious to know maybe if you want to capture these in some sort of guideline, value, principle that you share as a group. Anything?
Say the question again?
These are your strengths as a group. What do you want to chronicle to put in the guidelines that maybe capture these? Staying prepared, staying fully engaged, respecting each other's points of view, remaining open-minded. Think of the example that I shared with you, right? I'm just trying to push your thinking here. These are some of the strengths. Yeah.
What are the ones we need to work on?
Okay.
I would think those need to be in here.
Well, I think it's also helpful to, at least from my vantage point, to affirm certain actions that you're taking.
Mm-hmm.
But other areas you talked about for improvement was that policy administration discussion that you just had. To be more engaged with district council members, that was from one particular member. To be more honest and build more trust and be direct and tactful, that's sort of behavioral centric, right? How you're doing it. There's a lack of something. You don't necessarily have a shared vision of the future, so the lack of a cohesive ideal. To be careful about the weeds, which goes back to this item, right? policy and administration. To not be divided. So the lack and not of doesn't necessarily describe what you should do. It just tells you what you don't want to do. And then working with other groups. So do you want to have a guideline about how you want to seek consensus? Not that everybody's for that. Do you want to have a guideline about how you want to collaborate with other regional, other government jurisdictions as one of your guidelines? If you want to be a regional leader, as Peter mentioned earlier, I mean, that's there for the taking. But it's not going to be given to you, that mantle. You got to earn that. You got to work through dynamics to ensure that.
One thing that I would like as a district council member is if there are, my colleagues here get a phone call or an email about something that pertains to my district, I would like a heads up. You know, I got an email the other day from someone in District 4, and it was addressed just to me for whatever reason. I don't know who this person is, but I gave Greg a heads up. I just thought he should know that you know, this is going on. And so I would appreciate that courtesy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that goes, Councilman, to your point, where if you get emails from, you know, all different districts, it's okay to say, hey, Ben, you know, I got this issue, it's your district, Gil, you know, Greg, or whoever, Roland. You don't have to take that all. You know, now, John, Michael, and Mike, different story, they're citywide. But feel free to do that, and I, you know, certainly will. Because that'll help you balance that load, you know, of something that, you know, Councilman Molina might know is going on with that issue, or just in your district, that I might not know, or you might not. I think that would help everyone. I don't know if everybody does that or not, but.
Yeah, I think that's important. Likewise, Ben gave me a heads up or a call yesterday about North Beach, that he received a call. They called you?
Yeah.
I think they called him, and it was the media wanted an interview with him about North Beach, and he says, well, you need to talk to the city council number one, Billy Latimer, and passed it on to me, and I greatly appreciated that, since that's my district and I needed to handle that type of situation. But I think that's important. You know, if I do receive a call from someone that's in a different district, I don't have a problem helping them, but I think it needs to be relayed to that district, or even to an at-large councilman or council person to be able to handle that too. You know, I think that is important, that we work that way, collaborate that way, you know.
Yeah, it definitely keeps everybody accountable for those decisions, right? So if something's not happening in a district, you didn't know anything about it.
Right.
Trying to keep us communicated. So I wrote down heads up regarding issues in districts. I can polish that up a little bit, but I think, curious to know other perspectives about that. Other dimensions.
Going back to the regionalism, that should we be making an effort to be a regional leader, to be reaching out or communicating with other regional leadership on there, whether they be county, other municipalities on there. We are in 3 different counties with it, and the different governing bodies with it. I know we have an expectation sometimes that they reach out to us, but maybe we ought to be a little bit more proactive in reaching out to them sometimes with it. I know that whenever a member of this city, we are the regional leader with it, and I think we understand that. If we're at another governing body or another area, they appreciate that. So here, City of Corpus Christi taking the time to go and to listen to them and be part and reaching out with it, and that probably more on the individual, we're not doing it as a group, but if it's a state of a city, state of a county, state of something, or with it, or as we meet them in events. And then we can communicate that between ourselves with it too. Since I do think we communicate fairly well on there, it gives everybody a perspective of what's going on in our other public bodies and municipalities and counties that we're involved in.
I think suffice to say, you're going to be strengthening your role as a regional leader when you speak as one unit.
Yep.
That's correct.
Regardless of the issue, whether it's about safety or public health or economic development. And that sometimes takes a lot of work among the 9 of you to reconcile what that point of view is going to be, what you're carrying forward regarding that policy or that advocacy. If not, you're splintered, it's hard to be effective.
Yep.
Because other groups will find those wedge issues and then just try to create some tension there, some separation. Which means it may require you all at some point in the future to have conversations about things that maybe you haven't had conversations about regarding that regional leadership. I don't know what those might be, but it may be different than, it's not about passing an ordinance or a proclamation or a policy. It may be about, we need to be on the front and center about fill in the blank. Whatever it might be.
Yep.
Bless.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the path forward is not as definitive. It's not yes or no. It's how assertive you want to be. A lot of variations of that. So I put that down about communicating with other counties, cities, etc. as a regional leader.
Yeah, public entities.
Public entities, yes. And I'll take this list and polish it a little. I won't editorialize it, but I'll polish it a little bit. Other ideas or thoughts that you may think, at least at this point? By the way, the list that I shared with you, it took time to develop over a couple of years. As the group kept re-examining itself and re-exploring it, they would add to, pull some things, said this is appropriate for where we are now, and some of these are aspirational, right? They're trying to live up to these guidelines.
Going back to, you made a comment about self-assessment.
Yes.
I think that's very important for self-assessment of how we perform as a unit, as an entity, but how often should we be doing that to ourselves is my question. Is that once a year, since we only have 2-year terms, okay, and there's always a lot on our plates, to be honest with you, but how do we go about doing a self-assessment to, are we reaching our goals? Are we doing what we need to do, for the citizens of Corpus Christi? Should we do that once every 6 months? Take an hour or two out of our day and sit down and let's evaluate ourselves. How are we performing? Are we performing yes, no? Do we have a set of questions, a set of things that we need to ask ourselves? I think that's important to be able to get to where we need to get and get stronger as a unit. But once again, our biggest issue is that we only have a 2-year term. Okay,
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
I'm trying to connect the dots here as to what you're trying to get to in terms of what, with these guidelines. And some of my, we do, and some of them I don't necessarily agree with.
Sure.
For example, I don't expect us to be in total agreement on everything, right? And so if an action on a policy takes place or we vote on something that maybe a couple of council members don't agree with, I don't expect them to go advocate for the things they voted against, nor speak in favor of it, but I don't think that's negative, a negative thing for the council. You want healthy debate. You want diverse ideas and diverse positions because for me, competition always makes you better. But in this case, you're competing for, what direction we're going in. And if you have that honest conversation, and that goes back to being honest and building that trust, we can disagree on things and still be amicable. But like I said, I don't expect somebody to disagree with something, and then turn around and advocate for it because we voted on it as a body.
Yeah, so two thoughts, and I wrote up here what you just said, the essence of it, to have honest discussion and maintain relationships. That's not always a given. Some people
No.
have honest to the point where they're blunt, and it tears at the fabric of that relationship because they violate the trust, right? So if I were to say, to your first question, and I'm not trying to shoehorn you in, I gave you this simply as an example. I don't expect you to say, yeah, we like these, we like those, and let's, check the box. But if I were to, somebody new joining the council, let's say that somebody's gonna sit down right here, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to Mr. Barrera at all, but let's say I'm gonna sit here, or I talk to one of you, and I just got elected, and I say, what do we stand for? What are you gonna say? And how unified is that version?
My voters?
It's gotta be more than just, the typical things, we're here on behalf of the residents trying to build this. We get that, but what's this group stand for? How are you trying to work together as a group? What's your recipe as a group? I mean, you're getting at some of that, to have honest discussion and maintain the relationship, give each other a heads up when something happens so we're not caught, no one wants to be blindsided, to set goals and policy and rely on the city manager to execute and perform. These are not common sense. If common sense was common, more people would have it, right? These are descriptive of this group. To ask city manager questions, right? That's part of that as well, and wait for the response before we try to solve it. Hold on just a second. To communicate our agenda items prior to the council meeting and work with staff to do our due diligence before the meeting. So we're not necessarily learning at the meeting what you're having a discussion about policy. And then the final one, just for the sake of discussion, communicate with other public entities regarding our role as a regional leader. So some of that is the actions you're taking as a group. So if you can craft these and agree to these start to become sort of the backbone of how you're going to function.
Okay. So all this is predicated on trust, right? If you don't trust if I don't trust what Peter's telling me, then I'm going to ask a lot more questions, right?
Right.
Or if I don't trust what another council member is trying to accomplish. So everything is going to be predicated on whether I trust what the information I'm getting is, right?
The source and the history.
The source and the history. Now, prior to Peter getting here, we had some issues with that. I can think of a particular assistant city manager that I won't make any names. I won't say any names, right? But, and then that led to longer city council meetings because we drilled down.
Right.
I got accused of being in the weeds and because I didn't trust the information I was getting. But ultimately, we have to have that trust. And I had a conversation with one of our assistant city managers now. If you tell me what it is, and even if it's something I don't want to hear, that's okay if it's the truth. I'll support you 100% the entire time, and I demand it, because I can't make good decisions if I don't have good information. So I think everything that you're putting together here is all, has to have the foundation of trust. If you look at, if you put a pyramid,
Right.
if you don't have that foundation, it's just going to all fall apart. So I mean, I don't know if you want to put it in that perspective as a pyramid or. But
Yeah, trust is the footer, right, of the house. It is the foundation. It's also fragile. People have long memories. And sometimes can remember as far back as the most recent council meeting. So if something happened and it didn't go well, then sometimes that trust is minimized or marginalized. I would say that part of adopting these guidelines is you're willing to live up to these because these are your words. These aren't Peter's. These aren't the assistant managers. These aren't mine. They're yours. And they're chronicling essentially expectations you have of each other. And if somebody violates or sort of flirts with the challenge of that, it's how you all work through that. It's not about, admonishing people, but it's only as good as, a lot of cities adopt elaborate governance protocols, and they don't even live up to their own expectations. What's the point of that?
You've already captured what you think you do well. You captured some area you want to work on. This is kind of the third leg of that stool. Do you want to commit to each other that you're willing to live up to these? And that's a lot to live up to, but some of these things you're already doing. So it shouldn't be a huge reach, kind of, like really pushing yourself out there. But if you want to maintain trust, then I would think there's a shared commitment that you're willing to live up to your own expectations of each other. If not, then trust kind of gets hijacked. Because that's reciprocal, isn't it? For you to have relationships with them, there's a lot of relationships in the room, but even between the 9 of you, there's a lot of relationships. And for those to be function at a high level as a group, there's reciprocity, which is sometimes a little bit more challenging. Just is. So I think you're spot on, Councilmember, about trust. I'm just trying to kind of examine that in closer detail. Other thoughts about these? Here's what I don't want. I don't want you to walk away from it saying, the consultant made us do this, and you have no skin in the game. So if you don't have skin in the game about this, that's fine. I'm just trying to make a recommendation. I have no pride in authorship. Okay? I'm not worried about it. You don't have to decide right now. When I put a little bit of spit polish on this is presented back to you. If you say, he was all wet, we don't want to live up to these, that's cool. It's entirely up to you. However, I think there's a real opportunity here for you to chronicle your expectations with each other that may help the group function at a higher level. Especially the newness of some of the people in the group, trying to understand those dynamics, which can be, a struggle. Everybody started somewhere. You've all been caught flat-footed. I'll move on from here, right? I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'll leave that here. You get a chance to another bite of the apple when it's presented to you. And you can have a discussion at that time. And I think to Councilmember Lerman's point, there's no, if you want to have a conversation every quarter, every 6 months, because of your 2-year term to say, how are we doing? I do think it's helpful to work on what you're doing, not just at what you're doing. And we're trying to spend some time today, especially on what you're doing, not just at what you're doing. At what we're doing is going to be a little bit later when you look at goals. So we're spending more time today on the group, not at how you're governing, or the focus.
So Patrick, just one question. With all the governments that you work for, what's the range of when councils do self-evaluations or check-ins?
Usually once a year.
Is that little? That long?
Yeah, sometimes every 6 months.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's more abbreviated, to say, let's just have a discussion, how are we doing? And somebody brings it up and talks about it more
It seems
organically.
like it's something we should do more often.
Yeah.
Right? Because if
Yeah.
the body's functioning well, then the city functions well.
Yeah, and I mean, you see there's clearly some issues. I hate to say issues, but there's some things that we do all need to work together. And I really, we've all had conversations about things that we wish were better within this council. Maybe writing them down and turning them in anonymously might be an idea. But the one word that keeps coming back up, that I keep seeing as a basis, is trust. And we've had a real, with a lot of the things on there, dealing with other entities, each other. And it may be things that one council member did that he didn't even realize was offensive to a council or another councilman. And at the end of the day, I think that, I don't know how we do this, but I think that I would like to see all of us, myself included, be more cohesive in what we represent. Not the people, because of course we represent the people, but this body, this governing body, and how sacred this is, right? And then our role on this side, right, as the body that governs, that makes policy. And I think you have that coming, but if there needs to be clarity with, this is your role, this is Peter's role, this is, everybody has a role.
Right.
I mean, everyone has a role. Everyone's sitting at this table, including Miles, Rebecca.
Sure.
That helps us all, I think, bring it in. But at the at the base of this is trust, like Gil said. And I think that we all have to reestablish or establish that.
Yeah, I would say the hallmark of a well-run group is conversations happen in the room, not in the hallway. If too many conversations are happening in the hallway, then trust is absent. And to your point, Mayor, cohesion and clarity is temporary. It's only as good as the most recent decisions. And what undermines that? When people feel as though they weren't being treated with honesty, candor, and respect. Then they start pulling punches. And then, look, we get politics sometimes is not very appealing, but it should be the centerpiece of every decision. That's the awkwardness of this, of trying to agree to some principles.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a lot to, it's to live up to, but it also, I think, reminds the community you're willing to hold yourself accountable for not only what you're doing, but how you're doing it. Some people may not agree with it. It's not inspirational enough. It's another step in the direction. Remember, we're trying to capitalize on your strengths. We're not trying to fix it. So there's opportunity there. I mentioned it earlier, tongue in cheek, and I'm not making light of this. Those people at your gym that are all buffed and ripped and cut, and you've just let the air out of their tires in the car in the parking lot? These people? One thing I admire about them, they're disciplined. They did not get there by accident. They had an approach. They may have had a booster shot to help them get there. But they made sacrifice, they were disciplined, they were intentional, they were purposeful. They had a fitness plan. I would offer to you that some of this is your fitness plan as a governing body. It's how you're going to stay strong, how you're going to stay focused, how you're going to work well together, how you're willing to live up to those without feeling bound by those. They shouldn't be a straitjacket, but they shouldn't be optional. But think about your professional fitness plan. This is, I would say, for the council, today and tomorrow is part of it, but that's an event. It's what do you do as a result. Some of these guidelines help you chronicle that. That's simple as that. But I'm going to move on. I don't want to belabor the point. Let me move on. And the next segment is a refresher on the council manager form of government. So as we dovetail into that, and this is trying to get at what the mayor was saying just a few moments ago, and that is about roles. What is the role? Beyond the ceremonial roles, it's easy to capture those. Let's talk first, just in order, what's the role of the mayor? And remember, for all these that I'm going to identify here, it's always dependent upon the incumbent. Even though you inherit your predecessor, we all customize it around our own capabilities, our own strengths. What's the role of the mayor? She's ready to take notes.
Yeah.
Preside over meetings.
Preside over meetings. There's the ceremonial functions that are scripted. What else? What else is the role of the mayor?
Set the agendas.
Set the agenda. What else? What do you expect from the mayor? Mayor, what do you expect of yourself? What's the lane that you're in? I'll come back to that often, the role, the lane, the expectations.
I think those are things that are centered around our meeting, and those are pretty easy guidelines. But I think for me, the mayor is the leader of the council and should set the tone in the community for what the direction of the council is.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councilman. Set the tone, okay? The direction in the community.
And I think, kind of following up on that, that the mayor should be working with the individual council on the issues that we've been talking about, as the mayor with it, that leadership portion, that bringing the council together to try to take care of personality issues, those kind of things. And I'm not stating it very well, but work through that. But then I want to go back to the agenda that setting the agenda is multiple. The mayor does set the agenda along. It's our charter is what says that. So the city manager on there, and then council has a responsibility on putting items, not so much setting the agenda, but the mayor has a leadership role in that. But it's not, the mayor does not set the agenda solely with it, but is a leader in setting the agenda.
I said be the face of the city in terms of public relations. And some of that is ceremonial.
And another thing is working with the other public entities as the mayor on there that has the respect and the cachet to take that leadership position in working with the other entities.
So some of it's internal, some of it's external, some of it's outward facing. Right? That's the nature. Other role, lane, expectation you see for the mayor?
In disaster situations like hurricanes,
Yeah,
the mayor has a lot of power.
Yeah, the emergency.
Declaring
Mm-hmm.
emergencies and kind of being the director for residents, you know, for what to do. Like, should we stay? Should we go? I don't know how to put that in a few words. But yeah.
Okay. Other thoughts? The role of the mayor?
Miles, by charter.
Yeah.
Oh, it's simple, Mr. Chairman.
Cheerleader for the city.
Yeah. We're going to have to get her a nice outfit.
Kind of like the face
Well,
of the city.
what I mean by that is
Face of the city, yeah.
You got a lot better place than
mayor
the rest of us.
in many instances is the face of our city and presenting a very the word I'm searching for, a very good face for the city, illustrating a perspective of things are going well in the city, you know, just being the overall cheerleader for the city and public relations role.
Yeah, in some respects, she's in charge of community morale, the mayor is.
Yeah, there you go.
Not only to reflect it, but also to inspire it,
Yes,
right?
there you go.
To say the best days for our community are in front of it, even though inside mayors, all of you are, everybody in this room sometimes is, you know,
I know
It's
one
not
of
so
our,
sure.
one of our past mayors wasn't particularly great at governance, but was a really great cheerleader for the
reassuring
city.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah. A lot of reassurance in the last year.
yeah.
People look to government, look to you as community leaders and say, you know, what's going to happen about COVID or what's going to go on tomorrow, my small business. We all need, none of us are immune from seeking some reassurance occasionally. They look to sometimes elected officials. They want to have faith in your judgment, which is more of an emotional plea than it is a rational plea. People come at you from different sources. Did you get all that down there?
Got it.
Well, that, and
Calling special meetings. Why am I not surprised the city attorney came up with that? Here's what the, go ahead.
well, I think another role should be just keeping the council abreast of current developments that that you, as a mayor, you're invited to different organizations and meetings, and not saying that you necessarily need to report everything back to us, but again, just heads up, you know, this is happening, that's happening, just keeping us all aware of what's going on.
Okay.
I think she also plays a big role in support for the council members for projects in districts or other things going on in the city.
Yeah.
advocate, an endorser, a supporter. A lot of opportunities there. Okay, I'm going to move on. If something else comes to you, please holler. I want to move on. What's the role of council members? Again, the incumbents define it. Mayor's going to share his testimony.
It's my
Yeah,
turn.
thank you.
I'm joking.
What do you expect of each other? And again, beyond the ceremonial functions, what else do you expect of each other? What do you expect of yourself? What's your role? What's your lane? What's your expectation? It's all defined by the incumbents.
We set policy for the city of Corpus Christi.
That's policy. Okay.
Vote on ordinances, legislation, zoning. Council policy.
And I just want to split a hair just for a moment. The role of council members is a majority set policy,
The consensus,
right?
yes. Council has no, we do not have any individual power. We have power as a council. We do not have power as an individual.
You have influences.
We have an influence as an individual, but not authority.
What else is the role of the lane?
We serve as a liaison between the community and administration. They call us about the potholes.
Who are you going to call? Oh, that's already been taken. What else? By the way, they did put out some soft drinks over here in case you haven't had a chance. If you're looking for a soda. Need a caffeine hit over there in that big plastic cup. Feel free to help yourself anytime, of course. It's important to stay caffeinated.
Yeah.
Especially if you want your carbs for that. That might declare something. What else? What are your expectations of each other?
Beat up on the city manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, hire the city manager.
Yeah, they hire.
Yeah, hire the
City, hire the city secretary,
auditor.
auditor, and municipal court judges.
Okay, what else? People ask you, what do you want to run for council for? Well, your spouse did. Why are you going to that meeting? How late was that meeting last night? What'd you guys do? What do you say to you? Or your kids, they say, your kids or grandkids, oh, you're on city council, Grandpa. You're city council dad. What'd you guys do last night? What's your role? What are you trying to accomplish? How do you describe it to them, what your role is? Well, I go to meetings. That sounds really exciting to young people, right? I go to a meeting. I listen to presentations about issues that are impacting the community.
Are you talking about in terms of in general or as an individual?
However you want to define it. What's the role and lane and expectations you have of yourself and of each other?
Okay, because we all bring individual strengths and experiences to council.
So that's one of your roles, is to bring your
Right.
individual strengths, right?
Should do what?
Bring individual strengths to the conversation.
Oh,
You all bring your points of view. It's how you
Well-
blend the points of view.
Well, like Councilman Pusley has a geology background and an IT background. Councilman Martinez is an attorney.
Right.
Councilman Molina is in the roofing business, has some construction background. I was a naval officer. I was in the military. I also worked for corporate America. So we all bring different aspects.
Back to Councilmember Hunter's word of the day, diversity, the diversity of your background.
So going with that, I think our role is to advocate for what we think is right.
Okay.
And what your constituents, well, I guess same difference, yeah. It's absolutely right.
And I would just offer that, to build on that, there's that difference between being right and getting it right, which sometimes can be a conundrum for councils. You can be the smartest person in the room and be highly ineffective. And I would say your discussions are not about efficiency, they're about effectiveness, which I know is an age-old kind of distinction. You're trying to make sure that you keep relationships in mind as you go about your decision-making. Because as some of you have different levels of experience, different levels of expertise. Some of you are already there by the time the item pops on the agenda. Others are still having questions about it. They're on the other side of it. They're on this side of it. Others of you, you've already arced. You're on the other side of it. Politically, cognitively, your advocacy role. So you're all at different stages on some of those subjects. How do you reconcile that without feeling inadequate? Is difficult.
I think one more.
for community goals.
Be a champion for community goals? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Yes?
Setting the city up for success.
Yeah. That's good.
Under Councilman Pusley's, big policy issues where, like, when we've talked about desal, there's been comments by the community saying we need to vote on this, and, but so there's a lot of big policy issues where we don't have time to have an election, nor should you, so, but to put that into words, the council represents the community, and it's 9 people deciding for 300,000. So I don't know what you call that, but community representation on big issues impacting a community.
Yeah, it's hard to govern by the ballot box, right?
Yeah.
The old Henry Ford comment who said if I'd asked people what they wanted, they'd have said faster horses.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the public can be fickle.
Yeah.
Some of those issues don't lend themselves to sort of, debate is one thing, going out to vote on it is something else. It's a tough call. Other thoughts? Okay, I'm going to keep moving. Something occurs to you, holler. And again, I'm going to capture everything that I write down today in a summary, so you'll have it all back in front of you in the near future. Let's talk about the role of the city manager. Besides the change in the phone booth. I know some people haven't seen a phone booth, but we'll show you later.
Oversees day-to-day operations.
Absolutely.
The chief executive officer of the city, and that's in our charter.
And I would add a little bit to that, if I might. He's not only the chief executive officer, he's the chief example officer,
Mm-hmm.
leading by example.
Yeah.
Your employees are the chief experience officer, just so you know, because they're creating an experience for your customers. But what else? What are your expectations of the city
Well,
manager?
to implement council directives. Council policy, more important than a directive.
Punching bag for council members.
What was that?
Punching bag for council members.
Keep going back to
For
that.
one council member.
You know what, Patrick?
If it's that funny, it has to be shared.
I'm on a roll, sorry.
Apparently so.
Patrick, to go back, just because that was said, so one of the roles of the council members is to set that vision to the point there, which is what made me think about it, and then the city manager implements.
Yes.
So, well, but setting the vision would be on our side,
Oh, sets the vision, I get it.
right, which happens before he
Okay.
implements.
The city manager should provide council with accurate information. It goes to the trust issue, that bad information leads to bad policy. So it is incumbent that council gets accurate information.
And I'm going to add timely to that, too.
Yes, timely and accurate, a very open on there. Don't try to, feed us a straight scoop, but along with that should advise council. So provide us with information, but also advise council, because staff is our technical experts on there. We are not, even though we bring diverse things. It's important that we are advised by the city manager on particularly tactical issues.
there's several on the budget, so the city manager is required by the charter to develop a budget to be presented to council. But then there's also, the city manager should keep council informed of financial conditions, to include providing quarterly reports that we do. And,
I would say provide support to address constituent issues.
And maybe this was covered before, I don't know, some of those I can't read, but I think one of the important things is for the city manager to understand and help implement the city council's goals.
Okay.
yeah.
Is that already there?
Policies.
Implement.
So,
Yeah.
I put down goals. I wrote down also, to your point, Mayor, to operationalize the vision. That's part of the city manager. I take the vision, he operationalizes that, he implements it,
Right.
or she, the manager does it.
Well, and as part of being the chief executive officer, that to provide the leadership to the staff on there, and the city manager is doing the hiring. So it's so important that they bring in the both leadership and quality staff.
Yep, I wrote down, provide leadership to staff and do the hiring.
Yep.
Responsibilities. Other thoughts, ideas? Expectations, Lane? Okay. Something occurs to you, holler. Now we move on to the role of the department directors, and I specifically called them out because I think they have a different role, and I would put the exec team in here as well. Because many of you interact with them on a regular basis. It's different than people sort of mid-management and below in the org chart, if you will. What's the role of the directors? People that may be making presentations to you, executive team members, people who may be interacting with you. What's their role? What's your expectation?
Honest and accurate information.
Honest and accurate information, okay?
And timely.
Honest, accurate, and timely information. What else?
Let's see, they are and they need to be the leaders of their service area or their business area, and manage the business, basically.
Okay. What else do they do?
They're ambassadors to the community, right? So either on the daily phone calls or when there's a community meeting.
All those different roles they live in?
Yeah.
To know and manage their budget.
What's that?
To know and manage their budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get us all reelected by doing a terrific job of serving the community.
Fix the pothole.
Yeah.
I'll leave the first part out.
I did.
You know the first rule after you get elected, right? You're reelected.
I think part of their role is to, as department directors, is to make Peter look good. If they're doing, if they're taking care of their duties responsibly and timely, it's going to be a good reflection on Peter.
Which is then a good reflection on all of you, right?
I don't know how to say this, but it's happened in the past, and it hasn't happened recently, thank goodness. But to not take individual council members, I guess, bidding, yeah, right? Especially if it goes against the council as a whole.
Like direction,
wait,
take direction
what?
from council members?
Yeah, don't take direction from individual council members. It actually is in our charter or whatever.
Yeah,
It is. And I think, and Michael, I
We
think,
haven't had that in a long time.
but
we have
even
that.
to add to, maybe not, because it's clear, like you said, you shouldn't be giving direction. But also, what would you call it?
Unless you can report
Influence.
it.
Influence.
I think
Yeah.
sometimes what new elected officials struggle with, we talked about this early this morning, is when you walk into City Hall, you're not just a citizen. There's a huge echo when you walk in. You talk to somebody at the counter, you give them even a hint of something. That sets off a chain reaction. Why you want to just be sort of anonymous, the 9 of you are you're not anonymous when you walk into City Hall. You're just not. Staff knows who you are, and they're going to put more weight into when you talk to them. Even, if it's just a friendly conversation, that's one thing. But if it's even a hint at something, I think to your point, people can feel a little bit of pressure, like, I guess he wants me to do that, or should I be doing that? And that can be awkward, because it's really difficult for staff, especially below the director level, to say no. They're sort of put in an awkward spot. So I just remember, sometimes with that visibility comes a lot of responsibility, not only out in the community, but also in the City Hall. It's a different ecosystem. You're no longer just a citizen. Even though you might say, well, I'm just a citizen. I'm just here talking to them about this building issue. You're not just a citizen. You're an elected official, and that's how they see you, through that lens. And that serves you well about some things, but other times it's always in the room. And sometimes what challenges elected officials is when they're no longer on council and they want to come back in and they try to revoke being a council, but now they are just a citizen. And that can create a lot of stress in city halls. Right? Because as you're out, it's just a different dynamic. Just a different dynamic.
Yeah,
It's not unique here, by the way.
That's why I could never see a council member discussing how things should be done with anyone below a director level. In other words, if I'm discussing with our public works director an issue that we have in a particular place in the city, for a district council member, it would be within their district. For me as an at-large, it may be somewhere else in the city. That's one thing, or discussing it with the city manager. But if I go out to the job site and I start telling the, foreman how he ought to be fixing the pothole, then you step beyond the bounds of what you're supposed to be doing.
Good point. Really good point.
Thank you.
One of the things we didn't mention, and I think it would be worth reflecting on, that you expect out of the manager and expect out of the exec team and directors, is a high political IQ. You expect them to understand the political calculus of issues.
Yeah,
like,
that's good.
this is what might happen,
Right.
here are some options.
Yeah,
Right,
situational awareness.
Yeah, that situational awareness, I think it applies, because there are sometimes that when Peter and the staff know this, they are neutral, but at the same time, they're somewhat subjective, because you want the benefit of their experience and expertise, yet when the policy is adopted, they administer it neutrally.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? So that's that balance that sometimes staff's not making policy. They're giving you recommendations. You want the best of their experience and expertise, there is a recommendation. Once it's adopted, they understand as a professional, they're to administer it in a neutral way.
Yeah, that's true. I like that.
Sometimes councils get a little bit, well, why are staffs making policy? You want sometimes their expertise. Remember back to that divergent and convergent? A lot of these issues are more divergent, so there's a lot of options.
Yeah.
And you want to rely on that. And they know that once that's adopted, they're to go forward and administer it.
Patrick, one other one is just, so individually, we want them to be professionals, but collectively, they serve as a body or team in and of themselves, representing the city and helping to advance the goals of the mayor and council, the community, and so on. But we have a big team approach at the city, so all the department heads are part of a group, right, the team, and we want them to work collectively to advance the goals of the community and the council.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I would offer that you, mayor and council, you're sort of the board of directors for the community, and Peter and the exec team are sort of the board of directors for the organization. Sort of outward facing and inward facing, right? Different capital that you operate from. Okay, I'm going to move on. The role of city staff. So these would be people that you sometimes don't interact with, mid-managers, frontline people, people that are outside right now getting stuff done, making this community help.
Yeah.
So sort of a role of city staff. If I was to join the city of Corpus Christi tomorrow as an employee and say, I'm so excited to be a member of this organization, what do you need from me? What would you say to me as a new employee? And you're not giving me policy direction. You're just, I'm excited. I see you at the grocery store and you haven't put ice cream in your cart yet, so we're having a conversation. I'm so excited to be a maintenance worker. I'm so excited to be an accountant or a police officer or, a mid-manager.
Well, the fact that we're a service organization and the number one, number two, and number three priority is to serve the citizens of this city. Okay. They are your bosses.
What was that last comment, Councilman?
The citizens, they're the end result. They pay your salary and they are your bosses.
Yeah.
The first result too, the end result, but the forward-facing part of the business. I mean, you said it earlier, Patrick, the community sees them more than us, really. So.
Being ambassadors, right?
Yeah, being ambassadors of the city.
Yeah, back to that ambassador.
That's what I spoke twice to the new police cadets as the training, but that's what I tell them, that you all, you wear a uniform, but you're really common people, to the common person out there, you're the face of the city.
Yeah.
And they probably don't think of that because they have a very command structure, but they are big ambassadors for the city.
Yep.
Yeah, and unlike private organizations or others that, the citizens are the bosses with it. So that dichotomy, the citizens expect, they have a higher expectation out of a city employee than going into a Walmart or something like that, because all 326,000 people, you're working for us. And
Yeah, that's a good way to frame it. And I would ask you, do residents in this community have high expectations?
Yes.
Definitely.
Are they unrealistic at times?
yes,
Yeah.
Does the mayor and council have high expectations?
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you do. Why are you even hesitating when I ask
Is
you
that
that
like a
question?
joke? Is that-
You should have seen the staff behind you. You should have seen the staff behind you. It's like, yeah, yeah.
No, very easy. No.
Just so you know, staff, you can't file a soft tissue injury because you raised your hand so high. so quickly.
Suggestion. Here you go back.
Are you unrealistic at times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, only on days that end in Y. Does the city manager have high expectations?
Yes.
Look at the staff, don't choke on your drink. Yes. Is he unrealistic at times? No. Only on days that end in Y.
Sometimes.
Isn't it great to be in a community where people have high expectations? Because the funny thing about expectations, people live up to them.
Yeah.
Communities have self-esteem. We've all seen it. And it shows up a lot about, well, I guess that's good enough. That's all we can do. It's great to have high expectations. It's kind of that critical mass. The rising tide lifts all boats. You've heard all those expressions. If you've ever lived or worked somewhere where they had low expectations, it's not much fun. Because people set the bar at their ankle and they pat themselves on the back when they reach some goal. It's like, look how great we did. And they become satisfied too easily. So when you look at the city staff, you're always trying to raise the bar. They're trying to raise the bar because the residents are always trying to raise the bar. Sometimes that's exhausting, right? Sometimes it's not always reasonable, but you're always in that pursuit. I think that's a much better place to be in moving the community forward, as you all talked about, than just going, that's all we can do, and settling. So, other expectations you have of staff? I'm going to throw one out there, just food for thought here as we hit the food coma. I think you want them to be good problem solvers. Right? Right now there's issues happening and you're trying to rely on them to say, how are they going to kind of figure this out? What are they bringing to the director? What are they bringing to the executive manager? What are they bringing to the city manager, right? Ask them good questions to be a good problem solver.
Yeah, that's
Just
good.
sort of pay attention to that.
This is what we're hearing on the front lines. That sounds really good. That policy you adopted sounded really good. It'd have been good if you'd asked us on the front lines how we're going to administer it.
Yeah.
Sometimes that gets lost. You know, I always encourage my clients that anytime you adopt a new policy or an ordinance, you should sunset that. And in 3 years, you should revisit it. And if it's not working the way you want to, you should either discard it or improve it. Because the ordinance book never gets smaller, it only gets larger. You have policies on the books that nobody in this room was here to create. No one, who adopted that? I don't know. So the intent, the rationale has been lost. And sometimes you have staff administering policies that no one even is in the room that understands what the intent was. And that can really be disempowering sometimes to frontline staff. All right, let me move on to the final segment.
Can I add one thing?
Oh, of course.
Because unfortunately, well, fortunately, we have great leadership right now, but unfortunately, they're not going to be here forever. And sometimes we hit a bump in the road trying to fill those positions.
Yeah.
So I think that they should echo and follow good leadership. Maybe one day they could move up in the ranks. I mean, I don't want that part to be added, but maybe I do, I don't know.
You know, it used to be in government, the idea, the myth was, let's not train people, they might leave. I turn that around and say, what if you don't, and they stay?
Yeah.
But what's a bigger risk to this organization? Talented people moving on, which sometimes they have to do, or people not being equipped to deal with tomorrow's problems today? Something to think about. I always encourage, if I may be so bold, you know that line item where it says training? Why don't you cross it out and put in the word learning? Because training is an expense and learning is an investment. And we know when budgets get tight, the first thing that gets considered, usually, is that. But when you think about how you're trying to equip your staff, you're asking them to sort of handle tomorrow's problems today. That's a skill set. I'm just trying to kind of revisit some of that, because I think you make a good point. You are going to have some turnover. That's inevitable. And the talent wars are heating up, you know, in a lot of professions. And you can't always compete on money. You can compete on other things. Culture, upward mobility, other things. If the pandemic has revealed anything, is that people want a better work experience. And they want more flexible work arrangements. That's not just generational either. That's not just millennials saying that. People cut across all. So the final one, the role of the residents, the role of the citizens. I see you at the grocery store. Why do we go to the grocery store a lot, Mr. Chairman? You see you at the grocery, you think I was a 16-year-old kid. You ever notice when people get 16, they get their driver's license, they go to the grocery store all the time. And then they come back 3 hours later and they didn't buy what you asked them to. So the role of the citizen, not that any of us ever did that. My son is 15 and a half. As I tell him, I don't interpret enthusiasm as competence. Just because you can steer doesn't mean you can drive. But what's the role of citizens? I see you at the grocery store. And I say, I'm so excited to be in Corpus Christi. My family, we just moved here. What do you need from me? Or I'm a third generation.
Provide input and feedback to the council, to the city.
How do I do that?
You download My City,
Report it.
download the app. No.
There's
Report
an app for that.
They
that is one.
pay taxes, so they provide the money that we need. Yeah. Pretty important, huh?
I didn't say that.
Role of the citizen.
So when you think about the city as a service provider, is this about cost or is it about value? You can lower the cost of government. That's not hard to do. You can lose weight. It doesn't always mean you're healthier.
Oh, yes, it does.
So think about this. People volunteer to live
Did you
here.
hear me? That's a good one. Forgot these are on.
The value for sure.
Think about the value proposition. You as a service-centric organization, create a value proposition about what it means to live in this community. Not solely, however you contribute to that, because you're part of strengthening the quality of life. So the role of citizens, what do they have? Yes, to vote and finance things, but that's kind of the minimum, isn't it? What else do you need from residents?
We need them, they have to, I don't know how to say this here, but they have to help us, they have to help us help themselves to have a great community. So when we're going to unveil the 311 call center number soon, but every citizen needs to be engaged and call when they don't see something that doesn't look right. Potholes, blighted structures,
They have to do their part.
garbage. Right.
They have to do their part.
What is it?
Do their part.
Do their part. Yeah, they can't be silent observers. They need to be active participants in engaging us to help them.
Don't treat the community like a rental car.
Yeah.
Now, they have to inform us
Right.
as to either the real or perceived issues within our city.
Yeah, exactly.
What else do you expect from them, that you need from them?
I mean, they're the ones that provide the services to other citizens that make quality of life better, or the other things that we're trying to do.
Cut the grass. Keep the dogs in.
You know, part of what local government does in particular, it creates a social good. Pretty expensive for everybody to have their own rec department or police department or community development, fill in the blank. So when you talk, I think that's a really good point. It's about understanding that when you live in a neighborhood, there's an expectation of what it means because you all have sort of skin in the game. Even absent an HOA or property maintenance standard. You know, beautification came up from some of you. How people are taking care of their property. You live in a community where there's certain standards that other people are relying on you to live up to. And I know that's awkward sometimes for people. It's not about being expensive, right? It's not about being fancy. It's about you have a shared responsibility because part of community is that we all share in that. You know, a lot of city councilors are talking about more. I don't know how you think about this, but when I ask them this question, what they really want citizens to do, not solely, a lot of these things, they want them to talk to their neighbors. They want them to get to know their neighbors. Sort of what's old is new again. You know, some of us grew up in that world where it was a lot, it was different. We tend to wax nostalgic, but that whole notion of people just getting to know their neighbors. And then when people get to know their neighbors, it's a different stake in the game. Whether it's their kids or they lost their dog. I don't think people ask people's politics when somebody's dog is lost, do you? Well, I mean, it's easy to fall into that trap of being when you don't know it, but if somebody posts a dog on there, or something happens to somebody's kid, or something happens to you want people to have that sense of shared commitment to each other.
Careful of the lost dog before sterilized.
Yeah. Dogs have an owner. That's right. Just remember, dogs have an owner, cats have a staff.
That's right. Cats have a staff. So true.
I guess this kind of goes back to being engaged, but we need citizens to serve on our boards and committees.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that pool of volunteers. And that's shifting a lot in communities. They're trying to kind of tap that group of volunteers, because volunteerism is even being redefined based on however you affiliate. Talk to service organizations. They'll tell you about how they're trying to reinvent their value proposition, what it means to be a member of a service organization. Whether it's Rotary or Kiwanis or Seroptimus, they've had to revisit their whole notion about membership. Because they're definitely aging out, a lot of those organizations, because they haven't really stayed relevant in how the mindset is of younger people, not better or worse, just different. It's changed, right? And how they stay relevant. And part of this is how the community is evolving. And again, you don't just have residents, you have demographics. You have a 20-year-old that has no idea where City Hall is. And you have a 70-year-old that really wants to come down once a month because that's what she does. She goes to the gas company. She goes to the phone company. She writes a check. And, you know, when she goes to the water department and pays a utility bill, those ladies across the counter know her. And this elderly person always brings in cookies around the holidays that the utility billing staff shares with no one. And when she's not in that month, they worry about her. Don't you love that about your employees, that they know their customers? But if you ask a 20-year-old to write a check, they look at you and like, are you okay?
What
Or how?
Patrick, you mentioned the term value proposition quite often. Now, I had certain, it means something to me in the sense of from the corporate world that I came from. But can you kind of give it to your definition of it as how it applies to the city and the services that we provide?
Yeah, I think your value proposition is people volunteer to invest their time, effort, and money to be a member of this community because of what they experience by living here.
Okay, that's the definition, but how do you calculate that?
Well, I'm not sure you can quantify it, but I think much of the discussion today, you're always trying to address it, whether it's about public safety or public infrastructure or quality of life, all these different amenities. It's the richness of that experience. The diversification, what are people's appetites? So as you have different demographics in the community, you're trying to reposition it, the value proposition. I'll give you an example. The Parks Department. Parks Departments are under tremendous duress right now because baby boomers don't want to go to the senior center, wait for Meals on Wheels, and play shuffleboard. Boomers want to go to an active lifestyle center, and in the morning they have wine tasting. In the afternoon they go out to an art show, and in the evening they have speed dating. The whole value proposition is shifting. And Parks and Recreation departments are having to figure out how do they address these different demographics? How do they diversify their portfolio to address all these changing needs? That's as opposed to this is all we do. And that's all we've ever done.
Are you referring to it as from the citizen's perspective or from a particular department perspective?
I think it's, well, you're a demand-based business. So I think departments are always having to try to anticipate shifts and then reflect those shifts in how they redistribute their services.
I mean, you could almost look at it as they're justifying their value.
Well, and to some people, the value declines, and it's not so much about the cost, it's that it's no longer value added. Government does a lot of things well. I would ask, what is it that the city's continuing to do that has expired? And it's not because the people that are delivering it aren't doing well, but it's no longer value added. You know, I'm old enough to remember, some of the people in this room are old enough to remember. Raise your hand if you remember. Well, I'm the youngest of four, so I thought till I was 8 years old my name was changed to the channel. Raise your hand if you were the remote. Anybody else the remote? Huh? Anybody for the 3 channels that we had? And then when that thing broke off, remember, your dad would get there and had the pair of pliers and turning it. And then here's how I tell young people, here's a phrase you never heard in the 1960s and 70s. Let's move the TV set. Because it weighed about 5,000 pounds, the console. Right? How many of you were the antenna? Huh? See? You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. Just stay right there. The game's about halftime. So I'm just trying to make a point here. I remember when our TV went out and the TV repairman came out. Raise your hand if you remember when the TV repairman came out. And being the youngest, I had to wait at home while he got there. And then I'd look over his shoulder. I'd repair it. Now, what happens when your TV goes out?
Oh, it was.
How many of you have a garage full of old monitors that you just can't bring yourself to throwing away? Huh? Maybe right next to that data player you had from the 80s?
And monitors, keyboards.
And so when we look at TV appliance repairmen, it's not as though they lost their capability. It's no longer they were in demand. And when we look at it from the government, from the inside out, or maybe from the outside in, I would say when you look at the organization, you do many things extremely well. What are the things? How about those things that you no longer should be doing because it no longer adds value to the customer? And I'm not saying what I know those are, but you have capacity issues. And what are you shedding and what are you adopting? And a lot of governments are going away from, a lot of cities, and pardon me for not knowing, have gone to virtual building inspections.
Yeah, we did that.
And I'm not sure you're going to go back to the way it was, right? Because people have now found that, yeah, that works for me. Why do I need to come down there? And now that was out of necessity, but we never go backwards, do we? We always move forward. And the challenge the city's having, like a lot of employers, is a lot of admin. They have to be reskilled or upskilled because much of their job has changed. It's no longer manual labor. Think about records management in your shop, how that's changed. So when you look at every department, part of the value add is both what you're providing externally, but what does that change as far as the skill sets internally?
It's one of the things that corporations and government actually have in common, and that is the danger of, well, we've done it this way for 25 years, so it must be correct.
Yeah.
And corporations are just as bad as government.
Yeah, raise your hand if you remember the Sears catalog. Christmas catalog. Sears Christmas catalog. Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
You'd get it like about October, and you'd circle all these things. You give it to your parents, then you get like pajamas. You know, Amazon didn't kill Sears. Sears killed itself. Sears was an online catalog store. My gosh, during the 40s, they built homes.
Yep.
They had a tremendous reach. They got lazy. They got complacent.
Amazon came along and they co-opted that business model. Now Amazon is the equivalent of Scotch tape and Kleenex, which are brands. So I think as government continually repositions itself as value added, it's how it's going to try to provide those services. I didn't mean to go off there, but that whole notion about what you're trying to do as an organization. And what citizens, because their appetite is constantly changing. Again, why do I need to come down to City Hall? Can I just... So this is really radical. I'll say this and then we'll wrap up. You know, we spend a lot of time talking about this across the country, all the different states. But if you can bank on your phone, why can't you vote on your phone? If you can bank on your phone, why can't you vote on your phone? Because I look at my son, look at your kids. They don't know what the mail is. Why do I have to wait in line? There are startups right now. You do know the state of West Virginia, first state in the union to use blockchain to allow people stationed overseas at armed force bases to vote in local elections.
You have to have some sort of verification.
So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. My driver's license in Arizona, one of the first 5 states, I can now get an app on my phone that's my driver's license. Iowa was the first state in the union to do that. So again, when we think about how we look at it, think about how younger people are looking at the role of government. They're not going to say why. They're going to say why not. Why can't we do this? They've grown up with technology as an appendage. They're very much more comfortable with technology, aren't they? So they're not going to say what we... I mean, again, if you can bank on your phone, why can't you vote on your phone? I'm just sharing that with you to say as we look at the
bank has all your information.
But the public's going to continue to look at government and say, how relevant are you? How responsive are you? I'm not saying you have the authority. I'm not saying that about the city, but just in the notion, what are you shedding? What are you adopting? What's their appetite? What do they want to do differently? By the way, cities don't build tennis courts anymore. They build pickleball courts.
Yep. Excuse me?
Tennis is a I'm just sharing it, right? That's a trend that's been underway for a few years, but cities don't build it. By the way, the other thing cities aren't doing, they're not building parking lots because of autonomous vehicles. You're going to see traffic that way.
What's pickleball?
It's like glorified badminton.
Version of tennis.
It's what?
Like glorified badminton.
It's when your knees hurt, you play pickleball. You don't play
Tennis for old people.
It's mini tennis, but it is, it's the
It's
thing.
all the rage. It's popping
It's
up.
the
Yeah,
thing.
the young crowd loves it.
We
Yeah,
just
it's
can't-
so it's a trend,
Right.
but people's appetites are changing.
I guess it's half.
I do realize that some people think that no great music's been released since they graduated from high school, but it has. So people's appetites continually change. So I think what would be really interesting for you as you get your 2020 census data is what's the story? It's about micro-targeting, micro-marketing. We're past mass marketing. And to look at it through that lens,
Looks like a wiffle ball.
it's more like badminton. All right, so we're, let's see, we just got a few minutes. Is there any way they can move the snacks up to now, Arlene?
They look like wiffle balls.
Are they out? Well, we go ahead and take our break. We're a little bit behind. We'll catch up. I've got
Yeah.
20, so we can be back in our seats at 2:40. Go eat some, and I think chocolate is the food group this afternoon.
No, we're going to, through today and tomorrow, develop goals and priorities. It could be project-specific things from the council. And Patrick and I talked, and we said, well, let's set the context so the council knows what we are working on today, because it's a lot. This 6-page document includes over 120 either projects or policies that we're working on. And so I just want to spend about 30 minutes, maybe, I don't know if it'll take us that long, to go through them, just so you'll get a sense of what we're working on. I think individually, some council members may know, certain projects, but it'd be good for the body to collectively know what the organization currently is working on. Some of these are initiatives that have been in the past 2 budgets. Others are policy that the council has been and still continues to work on. The level of completeness differs, obviously, amongst each of the items, but they are arranged by department, and the executive leadership team is here, and I am here as well if there's any questions about the projects after I go through the list. So let's just go through it kind of quickly here. In the solid waste area, we are working with our recycler, Republic, that's looking for a contract amendment. The revenues they're receiving from the city are not sufficient. We'll explain that in more detail soon. But that's taking a little bit of staff time to work on that and make sure we get a pretty decent deal, and as well as they do, to be able to continue to operate. We know, and if we don't, we need to, that we have to do a better job communicating and educating the community to recycle in the blue cart better. We have a huge contamination rate, 40%. So that means, 40% of that blue cart is things that should not be in there. And it's not recyclable, and it costs us money to take it to the landfill. So we are going to develop a big program, and it's something that you just don't do once and walk away. It's continual. So Neiman's working with David on that, the director in our solid waste. We know through this budget that organic composting, we're as green as we are, and as long as our growing season is, I think we're probably one of the only big Texas cities that doesn't recycle organics through a curbside program. And so we're developing a program right now. There's a concept model on what the facility would look like. The city council bought property. We recommended purchase right there in Saratoga next to the prior landfill and the transfer station. So we're going to reconfigure that whole area. That transfer station is very popular. That's where residents can take garbage. But we're going to be building a composting facility where brush, leaves, grass clippings, and then eventually, as we get sophisticated, things like home organics, coffee grounds, banana peels, and so on, pizza boxes can be composted. And then one thing we do need to do that I did when I was in San Antonio, is develop a 10-year recycling plan, and that takes community input. So we don't know what our goals are to what rate of recycling we want to be in. I don't even know if we know what percentage of recycling we're in. It's pretty low. So San Antonio, by example, has a 60% goal. It would have taken them 15 years. By 2025, they want to be recycling 60% of all their curbside waste. But we don't have a goal like that, so working with the council and the community, we'll develop a 10-year plan. There's certain things you do along that continuum to encourage recycling. Okay, so there's a big list here for parks. One thing that's, you'll see later on, we're still recruiting for a parks director. And I'm not just going to hire anybody. We need to hire somebody that really loves parks. I think that's wrong with our system today, is we've had managers and people that have overseen it, but we need somebody with vision, vision and just passion for a park system. So we're recruiting with our recruiter. We extended the application period to get some additional applicants. But things here real quickly, the Cole Park Pier, we know about that. The company's doing good work putting in the pilings. The opening date is September 1, right, Cole Park Pier.
Peter, could you pull your mic a little closer to you?
Sure
I'm
can.
having a hard time hearing.
Yes, sir, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear better?
Yes.
All right, the municipal marina, we know that many on the council, as well as the mayor, have this as a high priority. The council approved about a $14 million, and we're going to recommend an additional $6 million for dredging. So a $20 million plan to replace 33% of all the slips because they're in disrepair, and then also a master plan for the 2 T-heads and the L-head, community vision, and then connecting that to Shoreline Drive, trying to repurpose those medians that are taking up a lot of space and don't really do too much, right? So that's a lot of effort, a lot of time. All these are under Neiman so far, just to know. So it's a lot for one person. Harbor del Sol, we know that that marina was damaged with Hannah, and we've been slowly cleaning it up. We've been out there with code compliance violations. Miles is helping, because what we're going to do ultimately is try to buy the slips at auction, at the courthouse for like $500 a slip. Back in the day, they were probably in the thousands, but we think we can buy them for real cheap. And then we're going to put enough board members on the board that's there, because we'll own most of the slips, and then we're going to close the board down. It's kind of confidential, this conversation, but that's our strategy: close the board down and take over the marina, and maybe incorporate it one day with Cole Park. But for right now, get it cleaned up and just kind of leave it there, because we don't have the money to rebuild it.
There were several of those that came up for auction here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we've been tracking them. That's what we're tracking.
We are in contact right now with with Marvin Larry. They have now gone through the auction process and are in the trust, 33 of the 78 slips. And what we are doing is we're talking to Marvin Larry, and we'll be talking to the other taxing entities about establishing terms to pay for part of the value of those, of what the bid would normally be, pay for part of that to acquire those 33.
Why wouldn't you just let them go to auction and buy them?
They did go to auction. They went to auction and did not get the minimum bid, and
Ah,
anybody
okay.
else at this point could theoretically go in and make that same deal that we're offering, but
Right, nobody
it just
has.
doesn't have value, so
Yeah.
we're not displacing anybody else at this point.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, so we've been on I know several tenants through social media at the harbor, and in fact, I spoke to some at the Rotary yesterday, so it's important to them. They certainly don't want to see that eyesore, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them are retired, and
Good.
that's a real nice facility there on our bayfront. Packery Channel restoration, this is something we have to advance forward. Neiman and I talked. We're going to bring some ideas to the council, because it's been in disrepair for 5 years now with the Harvey deteriorating that one wall. We've been wrestling with the federal government, with FEMA, and with Army Corps of Engineer. It's like a broken record. You keep hearing the same story coming out of a different agency. So anyway, that is a great facility, but the city may have to start putting some money into it. I don't think we're going to get the federal money that we think we're going to get. And Councilman Smith will talk to you, because I know you've been. It's a big investment, though, about $14, $15 million to rehab it. One whole side, I guess the southern side was damaged, and the boardwalk or the sidewalk that looked great at one time is partially closed now on the northern side. It doesn't make us look proud at all, so that's on our front plate. Neiman is going to help carry this forward.
It seemed like we got a little momentum when Senator Cruz stepped in and helped.
We did, but all that changed. That plan fell apart, and now we're back to square one.
Really?
Yeah. So we'll bring it forward. It's a big conversation, but it's an important one. We know we're working on the 10-year Parks Master Plan and the Bill Witt Master Plan. Bill Witt's a great park. There's even more territory than what you see when you drive in there. So a master plan for it and for all of our parks with the 10-year master plan. We have a consultant that's helping us. We know that we need amenities citywide, right? Shade, benches, picnic tables, barbecue pits in all of our parks. And that's something we know. We're installing some that were bought before I came here, and we just put into a warehouse. So those are being installed today.
Peter?
Yes, sir.
I have a question. On that citywide park amenities, can we get a list of the parks that you're talking about for these amenities?
Yes.
Just give me a citywide. I'd like to know which parks and
Okay.
which areas they're in.
Okay.
I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir. And for this is two pieces to this. One, where are we putting playground equipment and finalizing some shade structures? But two, every park, I would argue, needs more amenities. So the list is every park that we have. It's just we need more amenities so the community can enjoy the space, the open space. Okay, Washington Coles area development, that's on our radar. There's a big block that the city owns, and it's the terminus or the trailhead for what's going to be the hike and bike or the multi-use trail that'll go over the New Harbor Bridge, right? So it's 2 blocks, and we closed the street at some point back in the day. So I think it was 2 acres, Neiman, was that what it was? Yeah, 2-acre lot that we own. So we have $6 million from bond monies and other monies to redevelop certain parks based on the Hillcrest, Washington Coles settlement and the bridge. We want to put the majority into the Washington Coles, make it a trailhead. So there's going to be challenges from youth groups, athletic groups to go over the new Harbor Bridge. And there's a beautiful separate path to go over the bridge, and at the top there's a lookout space. So the trailhead, though, is us. It's not TxDOT. We're doing that. So we're going to program that for parking. There may be restrooms. There may be information boards, lighting, fencing, landscaping. So that's a big initiative coming up. We know that Sherrill Park, right there on the shoreline, needs shade, right? Shade structures, Mayor? Yeah.
Can we add electrical?
Electricity?
I think we've got issues
Okay.
over there with electrical.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like to be able to
Cheryl
plug
Veterans.
something in, or is there
And
electrical
it's-
problems?
And it's Cheryl Veterans.
Yeah, Cheryl
Memorial.
Veterans.
Cheryl Veterans, okay.
I mean, that's the proper name now, Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park.
Okay.
But yes, the issue there has been for a while, shade and electrical.
Like to be able to plug something in, or, okay, we got it, good, thank you. We'll take care of that.
Thank you.
We know that tree planting is something we began here recently. We planted over 125 trees, and the majority of which were at Labonte, but we want to do more tree planting in our parks and along Ocean Drive. With the Revive the Drive, there's several areas where there may have been a palm tree at one point, but there's none, so some of these palm trees are aging, and so maybe planting some new ones, so when the ones, that reach their useful life, we'll have new ones to come behind. We are doing, and this is number 10 is close to being done. With that extreme weather event, we've trimmed hundreds of palm trees in the downtown, North Beach, areas of our community, Ocean Drive, Shoreline Drive, right? Neiman has a total number that we've done, but we're also in the process, just so you know, of taking a leadership role and doing SPID because TxDOT couldn't do it, they said. And if anybody's driven down SPID from Crosstown to the beach, it's a horrible sight on the landscaping. You have dead fronds, dead bushes, garbage. We told TxDOT in that team meeting that we put together, we need this cleaned up. And they said, well, we can't really get to it right now. So we're hiring contractors that are doing our work. We directed them to go down there. They started 2 days ago. But with that, TxDOT has also come to the table now. Councilman
Right.
Smith saw them there. So
Well-
we kind of shamed them into helping them do their own job.
I think I've mentioned this once, and we just haven't been able to talk about it. At the MPO meeting, I did speak with Valente,
Okay, good.
and there is something we can do with them in terms of swapping some of their, the rotation of the grass.
The mowing.
and all that, right,
Okay.
where we take it, they give us the money for it.
Oh,
But
okay.
anyway, we need to sit down and talk with
Okay,
them
let's
about
do that, yeah.
Because they also have beautification that they will help with.
Okay. They're mowers, by the way, so the mowing crew starts, I
Yeah.
think, this week. So I can't wait to drive it, because when I drove it over and over, and then finally I said, you know what, I'm making some phone calls there, because it didn't look good. So anyway, that's ongoing. We were talking to Councilman Smith about this earlier, the parks equipment storage facility on the island. That's a 2002 bond program project, so we're advancing that forward. Shoreline Drive median upgrades. This is one where Patrick said, let's look at what we're doing. Maybe we're not doing it right, or we shouldn't do it, but we have to look at some of these legacy programs, like the Kid Power after-school program, and any summer programs we have that probably run the same way they had been run 10, 20 years ago. We need to reevaluate them, see who's our partner, the school districts are. We want to keep doing it, but how are we doing it, and how do we do it different today to accommodate the families and that type of thing. So that's a big project. We own the 2 golf courses. We have a great operator, but we need to invest, some big investment, and we're going to make a recommendation to council on that. I talked to the council a couple of months ago. So we're looking at about $2 million to make an investment in the, what's that? Yeah, they want to create an executive golf course, like a 9-hole at, I can't remember the.
Lozano?
No, the other one?
Lozano.
Lozano. Yeah.
Really?
Wait a minute. Lozano has an executive course, does it not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're fortunate, we have a real good operator. They presented to city council, right, recently, so we're trying to keep a strong working relationship with them. The last city manager that approved the contract said, okay, you guys are in charge, I don't want to ever have to see you again. I'm like, what? We're not operating like that. We want to see them, and even though they're running it for us, it's our facility, right? So, many council members, including Councilman Molina, have talked to me about this, additional dog parks. And Councilman Molina, I spoke to a lady yesterday from one of your neighborhoods. She said, I will remember her name later, but she said, I need a dog park with that can handle big dogs, right? So additional dog parks, we have a few, but we need more. Also trail development in the Flower Bluff area. We met with the community down there. They're applying for grants, but we may have to help them. This is another project that just for years lingered, the North Beach Historical Plaza, where the city poured concrete. We bought a lot, poured concrete. We made message boards, signage boards. We're not sure if we're going to be able to use them, though. I don't think they were made appropriately for outdoor conditions, but we have a little bit of money left, so there's a historical plaza. We're hiring an architect to help us design it, and then we'll implement it. Perry Place Park, this is the park that we just got from the military with the land swap. We have to go in there and upgrade it a little bit to city standards. Yes, Mayor?
Just before you move on, I'm not sure that I do remember seeing an actual, and maybe it didn't include the architect, but there was a picture already of what that plaza was.
Yeah, we have one.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
I think Carrie Myers did one. Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just saying if it,
Okay.
I don't know if it was already done, or
Neiman
maybe
had.
it needs to.
Okay.
That's correct, sir. Carrie Myers actually handcrafted.
Oh, was that her?
Yeah.
version?
Professional development plan,
Okay.
so we have to work with asset management to obtain an architect to do a professional.
Yeah, it was missing elements like shade, and it has white
Right.
hot concrete. And I don't think anybody's going to stand there looking at a message board
Yeah.
under those conditions.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Lerma, he and I are working closely on Labonte Park redevelopment. We've already made significant improvement. I encourage anybody to just take a drive up there. Those 100 trees we have are really beautiful. Yeah, they're doing a really nice job. The city isn't maintaining them. We got to keep them going for 3 years at a minimum before they take root, right? Councilman Pusley, so that's a beautiful park with the river right there, and we have another piece of property that abuts it. It's that we own that whole big piece of property, the former Cunningham Water Treatment Plant. We need to see how we can put that into production, to use that for park space, and maybe a different type of park, maybe it has some, some hilly nature.
Building and everything,
Yeah,
I just want to say with respect to Labonte Park, we just have to be careful because that park, at least once every 3 years, goes completely underwater.
yeah, well, it did with this heavy rain we had, when I biked through there last week.
You
it
know, we
was
used
still.
to have a convention, not a convention, a visitors building.
Yeah.
And the city had to tear that out because it'd been underwater 16 times.
Okay,
And so, and the Greater Northwest Soccer League used to play there,
right.
but when I became commissioner, they came to me and said, we desperately want to move, can you build us a park somewhere? Which we
Yeah.
ended up doing, and they moved from there because every time they would get the fields fixed up, it would flood and ruin them.
Yeah,
So, it's okay to make it nice and pretty,
yeah.
but I wouldn't go building any structures.
No, yeah, I think we've learned from in fact, the past 2 years, 2 years, we tore down a bunch of buildings that were there, that were just there. We didn't advance that, so yeah.
It's a hope.
It's it would have to be outdoor friendly, right, or
Yes.
that type of element friendly.
Yeah.
It was packed up there under COVID conditions, for Easter. The Parks Department did an awesome job.
Yeah.
I was with some biker persons that live
And
there.
it's a great place for that, you know. for
Yeah, they
holidays,
said they had never
weekends.
seen it as well organized, and it's nice. The families were really enjoying it, so it's a great facility we have. And somewhere on here is we have to, and the mayor's talked to us about this, we need signage that says, hey, welcome to Corpus Christi.
Right.
Yeah.
You hit Corpus Christi right around Labonte.
Big, beautiful sign.
Yeah, and there's nothing there to tell us that. So that's in the works to have.
Seated above the water line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The shoreline water features and kiosk renovation, we've talked about that, and we're going to do a rededication in July. the whole mayor and council. We're going to rededicate the water feature, and Maganitos will be, I can never say that word, but Maganatos will be there. Yep. Maganatos.
Just for the
Yeah.
record.
My Spanish is terrible, I'll
It's
tell
a
you right now.
Spanish word.
Yes. North Beach bathrooms, we're working on those. Those were in the bond program, and Carrie Myers and her team were engaging very closely. And additional Bayfront park security, the council approved that recently, so just implementing that, hiring the staff, buying the equipment. And the History and Science Museum contract amendment. This is an issue where the city staff recommended a contract with a reducing payment to run the museum, which probably wasn't appropriate because they could barely stay open with the total amount of funding. And the plan has been to reduce their funding from the city. So we're going to come back to council and say we need to fund it at the level it is in the first year of the 5-year contract. Forgetting her name, the director. Carol Rettmeyer has really done an outstanding job running it with other resources and grants and shoestring approach, but we need to get serious about it. They've done a great job reviving the installations in the facility. So it's a beautiful facility, an asset for the community. And we're putting $1 million in right now, replacing the air conditioning system that was leaking through the ceiling with all the piping and everything. So we'll bring that to council soon. We're still, Neiman's in charge of that. We're working with Rettmeyer. Okay, we're going to transition to neighborhoods. So homelessness drop-in shelter, and this is a big policy issue. The mayor and I are meeting with various leaders in the community, and we'll have a recommendation soon to be brought to the council for conversation, Mayor, right?
Yes.
We need one. We know that number 2 is a result of not having number 1. So there is a tent city at Carver Park, and I saw it myself a couple of weeks ago, and Mayor saw it recently. If we tell those folks to get out of there, they're just going to be downtown, or right by City Hall, in what they call the square. That's where they were last summer, in the former Central Catholic School. But leaving it like it is, we know isn't right. The mayor and I are going to meet next week on this issue. So those are big, big issues. Infill housing policy, we know that's like Thanksgiving homes. We're revising that policy, and it's going to come back to council in probably late June, I think, Neiman. And then increasing the live release rate. We don't have money in the budget to do that now, but as we develop the budget for 2022, the plan is to have a better program for live release. In this budget, with the mayor and Councilman Molina's policy direction, we added for the first time a live release coordinator. City never had one of those. So the goal is to get out as many dogs and cats as we can without having to euthanize, right? And we have a pretty good adoption rate, but we want it to be higher, but we can only do that with more persons focused on live release.
So the infill housing policy, Peter, I was included in on an email train where they told Dan Brown it wasn't going to be done until we did our next budget. That's not correct, right?
No, Neiman, did you hear anything on that, Neiman? Do you have the date on the revision when we're coming back,
The
Neiman?
infill housing policy?
No, sir, we're gonna have, we're working on it as we speak. Should be back to council June or early July.
Okay.
Yeah, because the changes were minimal, remember, Councilman?
Yeah, it was just one section there, and
Yeah.
but I was included on an email chain the other day where they told Dan Brown it was going to be done when we redid the budget, and I thought, why would we wait till budget time to do that?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let Dan know then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Okay, we don't really talk much about gas except when somebody's trying to buy it from us, but we do think that system's running well, and we're not interested in selling, but we do need to look at, I know Councilman Hernandez has talked to me about this, making sure that we're putting the option to have gas, and I think Councilman Pusley did as well, in as many new subdivisions as possible, and I believe the process we have allows for that. But that's probably one of the areas that we need to work with the gas department on, is making sure we're making that service available to as many new subdivisions as possible. It's really I just read yesterday, or 2 days ago, that San Antonio is still struggling with their gas payment to their vendors.
Oh,
They're playing hardball with them. Now, because CPS, which is the utility, is refusing to pay them, the company's saying, okay, we're not going to give you any more gas. And they use gas for electricity generation. So having the staff that we have that came up with that recommendation, and we had a big reduction in that gas bill from our company. We're like years ahead of other cities in Texas. That issue for us is solved, right? We're moving forward. And so we have a good gas director, a good team. Okay, in the area of finance, we're moving now to block of Constance's departments. This is how we have them arranged by the ELT member. We are hiring a company to do, Weber, to do a thorough review of our purchasing policies. We know that at council, we've heard it over and over. And finally it dawned on me, you know what, let's get these things under review by an expert to see what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong when it comes to purchasing.
A new director.
Yep, a new director as well. Yep. And then several council members, including Councilman Barrera, have talked about local preference, and I believe the mayor as well. We don't have a local preference policy. We have some policy goals, but not really a program or policy like other cities above us. And so that consultant will help us look at that as well. The American Rescue Plan, we got our check from the federal government, the first deposit of $37 million. Isn't that unreal? The check was deposited this week. So we have that list of projects that we showed the council. We work with you on it. We're also getting better guidelines. So we'll be coming back. The pledge was mid-June. And so that's a good way to fund a lot of this need that we have on here. So we'll be working with you again over the next couple of weeks to put that money into production. Okay?
Can you earn interest on it while we're waiting?
No, because are we earning interest?
Yeah.
Probably, I mean, at half a percentage point? Oh, God.
Quarter of a percent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on $37 million,
Yeah.
that's not chump change.
No, you're right. And we do have an investment policy and strategy, and we have outside firms that help us with our investment strategy. So yes, we don't just put it in the bank. We invest our cash and get a pretty decent return on investment. There's a committee, including myself, Constance, budget director, finance director, that meets every quarter, right? And we bring in who's our outside consultant, Constance? What's their company name? Okay. Okay. So we do have a consultant that helps us. But that's a big policy decision that the council will decide. You all will decide how we ultimately spend that. The soccer complex it's not really ours, but we're managing it. It's at Type A monies. That's with Dr. Kingsley. And in fact, today was the deadline for him to prove that he had enough money for phase 1. We have a memo written. I just didn't get a chance to sign it and send it to the council, but he did prove that to us. Was it this week or last week, Constance? Last week. So he has over $3 million in the bank, cash money. He needed $1 million to prove that they could do phase 1. Also today, he was supposed to, we'll follow up with him, close on the property on Old Brownsville. That's where the big, his private soccer multi-use stadium will be. So I believe he demonstrated satisfactorily to the city manager that was in the contract. Mike Culberson from the EDC that helps us monitor these contracts was there as well. And we both feel confident that he demonstrated what he needed to do, which is, did he have the money and is he advancing in the property? So that's a good deal, good news situation for the community. And then I do have in the budget, we put this position in the budget this year, a utility liaison. Issues like AEP utility poles that Councilman Smith talks to me about quite frequently. Things like understanding rate adjustments that Miles just talked to us about in executive session. Things like if there's a blackout or if there's an outage, how do we know about it? We don't. And so we're trying to hire a mid-level position. It's like a manager type position. It's not an assistant director or a division head, but technical expert to help us with all the utilities. This could include, or will include also the telecommunications utilities as well. So we're trying to fill that position. In the budget office, so as we do all this work in the background scenes, you all don't see it, but we're developing the 2022 budget. And that takes a lot of time. It'll take a lot of my time, whole days and several weeks in a row, including for Councilman Hernandez, the capital improvement budget. Last year I sat down for a whole week for 8 hours a day with every department, and we have to do even a better job this year. We still see some deficiencies in how we report the capital projects in the budget. So that's being developed, and this is, We talked about it as some entities live by the budget. We don't. I think we're real dynamic here in this city. But the budget is it's probably one of the single biggest policy statements that a city adopts every year, because this tells us where we're going to put our money, and our money is where our policies and priorities generally are. So that's coming up for the new council members. It's a presentation in July. Constance, is it July? The presentation of the proposed budget? Yeah, July, and then there's a whole series of community meetings. We'll be able to do them this year, and we'll do workshops with the council as well. So through pretty much all of August will be consumed with the budget for the council. In our asset management, this is an area where the city didn't have an asset management department. Most of our maintenance at City Hall was contracted out with, I don't know who was managing the contracts, but it was overpriced and underdelivered. And so with Charles Mendoza, who's a certified or licensed engineer, his expertise in the military was asset management. He's doing a great job reevaluating contracts, creating teams, bringing some of these functions in-house, like having an AC mechanic or a plumber or an electrician, and as well as maintenance. So some of the areas that we're working on, also vehicle purchasing is under his area, coming up with a vehicle purchase plan. Looking at leased properties, Charles told me we have a lot of leases, but we don't even know what's in the building, junk, files. So we got to look at that. It's a waste of money, right? Power purchase agreements, that's for our own power. We buy power, and we have a contract for all our city facilities that's up for renewal. And so getting the best price and using the best method is coming up. The Lamar facility, this is a 50,000 square foot former school on 18th Street, deep in the west side. The city approached the Rochelle Foundation to say, after a homeless shelter wasn't a good idea, that we'd be interested in leasing the building because we needed space. And we'll bring the council soon, and I'm going to meet with them, I think, next week to see where they are in the design. So several city departments will be relocated there, including over 30 police officer positions, bringing police presence in that neighborhood that's blighted with crime and
Aren't they already
prostitution. What's that?
Aren't they already there?
No.
The bikes are not?
The bike trail?
No, the police officers on the bikes.
Yeah, the police, they'll be
Aren't they
there.
already
Yeah,
there, though,
yeah.
the ones on the bikes?
Yeah, right, the bike patrol will be there at the
They're
Lamar.
not already there, though?
No, not at Lamar. They may have been a little, I think they may,
were.
yeah,
I don't know, okay.
yeah.
That's all right.
But this is a big deal. The Rochelle Foundation, that's a great partner in the community, wasn't approached much by the city management, my predecessor, but I've engaged them, and we're getting a real good deal on the lease rate as well as the amount of money they're putting in the finish out. It's going to be a real nice facility. There's a huge community room as well. City Hall remodeling, the 6th floor, I've talked to the council about that. That was a beautiful room, but highly underutilized because of its condition. And this is going to be a room for the council to use for subcommittee meetings, and we're going to transition the council up there for a few months for council meetings, because we're going to upgrade and refresh the council chambers. And you can see that on there as well. Also, decorative gates, you may have noticed with the police department's recommendation and mine as well. We have security gates now around City Hall, but we're going to do a final treatment of entryway gates, and we need them decorative. And so we're looking at that to make them have a statement of their own as you approach the city parking lots. Yes, sir, Councilman?
When we're looking at the remodel of the council chambers, could you ask staff to look into the possibility of a hearing loop?
A hearing what?
Hearing loop. So they put a loop usually in the ceiling.
Okay.
And for people who wear hearing aids.
Oh, okay.
They can basically turn on their T-coil and their hearing aids, and they can hear
Okay.
what's going on in the
We can do that. Yeah, thank you for that recommendation. The instrumentation in front of the council, the dais area will change, but all the ingredients that are there will be there again, just with better technology. So separate speakers, ability to plug in earphones, Peter Collins was talking about, different monitors, newer monitors, brand new seating. Those seats go back 30 years, I guess, which is ridiculous. They should be replaced every 3-4 years, really. We're looking at also the auditorium seating, a new palette of color in there, new lighting, better sound. I hate to play, in fact, I told our PIO no more videos about a year ago, but we brought them back because you have a great video that they develop and then you play it in that council chambers and it's like, oh my God, you know, 'cause you can't hear it, you can't see it. It's like, I mean, we're in a digital age. We got to get with it in there. So also repositioning the monitors so people looking in the audience aren't, you know, they're. So that's coming. That's really that's an important room in the city hall. And, so once we.
The hearing center on Galahar they have one of those loops set up
Okay.
there for demo purposes. They can tell you all about it.
Okay. Okay, and then, so moving on to IT, we are going to launch a 311 number and call center. City Council approved recently new lease space because our call takers, which is about 25 individuals, were jammed on top of each other in City Hall in locations that were inappropriate, because also next to them is places where they resolve bills for customers, water sewer customers. Some were working from home, but not really working, and so they're in 2-year lease space because they'll be at the Lamar property when we're done. But the launching of that 311 number is a big deal. We have to educate the community on what it means and have them be ambassadors. And I use this story that at 6 Points, I live not too far from there. This is my first year on the job, and I drove by a trailer that somebody just left there. Right, there's a closed down shop, so the trailer looked bad enough, right? I would have called it in just the trailer, but then the trailer had junk on it, garbage, tires, and it sat there for 2 weeks. I drove by it myself every day. I'm like, why is nobody calling this in? For one reason, they don't know what to call, what number. I just did a presentation to the Rotary Club, and I asked an audience of 50 people, if you got a problem with the pothole, your trash was missed, what number do you call? Nobody raised their hand. Usually maybe one does, but nobody. I'm like, well, exactly why we're doing this. So the number's approved by the FCC, but in Texas, AT&T has to give the final approval. They're like so we're waiting on them, and we shouldn't be. Let's check again, Constance, because we're ready to go. We have the logo, we have the plan, we have 6 months worth of education to begin with, but we'll need all the council's help to help get the community to be our partner in keeping the community looking great, right, and getting them the service they want. The computer-aided dispatch for police is something Peter Collins is working on. The one we have now is just outdated, and we're close to losing our certification on it. And then Peter Collins talked to you all about the decorative lights in Harbor Bridge, and we're going to have on the council meeting Tuesday the contract to remove those. We're pretty lucky that nothing has happened because they're falling. I learned in a meeting recently this week that the light design that they went with ultimately was just supposed to last 5 years, because they thought the bridge would be torn down by now. But the brackets have been up for 10 years. So they had a 5-year useful life. The owner or the installer who's going to help remove them is surprised they actually doubled their life. But anyway, that's coming up, so that'll be a big thing. City Attorney's Office, the Schlitterbahn is being torn down, but we have an agreement with them, so we want to make sure it's closed out, so there's no issue, and so Miles is helping us on that.
Hey, Peter.
That's right. Okay, I just have to sign it. Yes,
Peter,
sir.
how much money did we lose on that agreement? Didn't we give them
Well,
money?
no, I don't think.
build that?
No, I don't think we I don't think we lost any. We made a few payments with the hut tax, but because it was really a forward producing agreement where revenues that were generated would go back to them.
So, okay.
Yeah.
But the Taipei Corp did put in $5 million.
5 million? Okay.
So,
5 million,
we did
that is
lose-
the answer.
So
Yeah.
we did lose some money. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Councilman Hernandez and I talked about this just this week, that when we get the census data later this year, we might want to look at redistricting, right? We'll see where the population is. We know that in Councilman Hernandez's district, there's a lot of new housing starts. And so the issue of redistricting will be a policy issue for the council to look at once we get the
I
data.
was just on a call about that
Yeah.
yesterday.
And we're going to find out exactly when. We know that their first kind of big picture, the census data information went out. More detailed data is coming out soon. We just need to find out when. So, yeah. Okay, human resources, so we are hiring a new police chief, and the city council's responsibility or role is, by state law, you have to confirm the recommended new chief that I present to the council. We're gonna have community engagement, there'll be an executive team that does the interviews, myself and others, but I'm gonna use a community panel to give me input, and also a panel of police officers at the lowest ranks, the police officer and captain, lieutenant, to peer review as well, or give me their thoughts about the candidates, the finalists. And then we'll bring the finalists to city council for confirmation. We are looking to fill, and these are being recruited, the final assistant city manager, the parks director, assistant director, aviation assistant director, and an innovation officer. Under police itself, a new police academy, we know that's a big deal for those here that champion public safety. I think we all do. We really don't have a good handle on our police substations. For the most part, they're not accessible to the public, and they should be. In the Cal Allen Toloso Midway area, we're using a refineries building, which is a former school, which has high security, and a resident can't even get on the property. And police our own police officers need certain clearance to be able to get into the building, so that's not what we want. We want police substations that are approachable in the various districts and areas of town. So we need a strategy. We have one under reconstruction at Flower Bluff. We're only going to use about half the building, actually less than half the building for the police substation, but we own the whole thing, and so we redirected some of the operating departments out of there and turned the whole thing into a police substation. It's going to look real nice. In fire, new fire station number 3, we know the design of that was in the bond program. The Rochelle Foundation is going to swap a piece of property with us, and that'll be the site of the new station right in the vicinity, so we can get going on that. I skipped under police, but we want to get both police and fire accredited. There's several accreditation programs, but we want both departments to be accredited in the category that's most commonly used when you're talking about accreditation. It's the police officers and firefighter chiefs accreditation. Is that right, Michael? Is that what's the title?
So for police, it's Texas Police Chiefs Association.
Okay, Texas Police Chiefs Association.
Right, for fire, it's the Center for Public Safety Excellence.
Center for Public Safety Excellence. So there's no reason our departments, we have great public safety departments. We know it, the community knows it, but let's get them accredited. It's just a benchmark standard. They have to follow certain things. So it takes time. This is a big application process. And police is actually, with Chief Markle, they're underway. Fire is not, so we're going to get them underway. And in fire also, the sale of the fire station downtown, that white building that I forget the name of the high-rise senior living center, hate to look at every day. That's, hopefully we'll finalize that with the affordable housing tax decisions that come out this summer. And then Councilman Pusley and I talked about this just recently, and we've talked to the council about it before. We still have a legacy issue that was never really solved of reevaluating, and Councilman Hernandez actually and I talked also, looking at these emergency services districts that are in City Council District 1 and 4. In City Council District 1, residents pay 2 times for public safety. They pay the ESD, and then they pay the city. And so this is one that we have to look at. The fire union is very much opposed to this, having that ESD. It's one of their issues that they brought to my attention just recently. Johnny Stobbs did. So it's going to be a political, issue to deal with, but it's on our radar, and we want to work through it and maybe bring some resolution to it. It's a legacy issue that just we haven't dealt with, and we need to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the ESD 1 can still exist because it's county territory that they have to serve. But there's no reason to have redundancy in the city.
And it's just never been addressed and focused on.
Yeah, so we're committed to doing it. The Johnny Stobbs, we had I think an hour-and-a-half meeting just on it. They don't like it, nor do we, because
It's almost comical because ESD 1, which is located essentially in Wood River, they drive the newest and best of everything. And you go out to ESD 4 at Blunger, and they're using World War II trucks.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
I know, yeah, so we're going to tackle it.
And Peter, both pay taxes, so
They do? The ESD 4 does too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 3 cents.
ESD 1 charges 10 cents for every $100 of valuation. The one in
And
Flower
four
Bluff
is-
does
is
3
3
cents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
They
even
raise
worse
their
then.
tax rate
Right.
maximum every
Well,
year.
they do that, they keep themselves in debt in order, because if we dissolve the ESDs, we have to absorb their debt.
That's right.
And so they purposely keep themselves in debt, but they should be asking us for permission to do the bonds, and I don't think they have been.
Yeah,
Which
that's-
ESD you said they did?
What?
One.
Number one.
One. No, they raised their tax rate to maximum.
Well, the maximum is 10 cents.
That's why they do it.
The maximum is 10 cents. But they do it through bond initiatives in order to keep themselves
Yeah,
heavily in debt.
They go out for bonds, but whatever their
That's what-
differential is between the effective tax rate and when I was there, they could raise it up to 8% above. And
So-
they did that every year.
So that's why they have all the nicest, newest stuff, because they
In
keep
fact,
themselves in
The
debt.
only time I called their hand is one time they proposed to raise it above the rollback rate, and I called the fire chief out there, and I said, you realize if you do that, you're subject to a rollback election? And they said, yeah, we didn't think anybody'd notice, and I said, trust me, somebody will notice. So they reduced it.
I
Mayor,
was just gonna say, if you can keep us all, I think everyone sitting at this table has, this is ongoing, but it would be very good to get, you're probably gonna work with certain council members more than others on
Yeah.
this, but a good little briefing every so often would be very appreciated, so we all
Okay.
know what's going on.
all right, good.
Thank you.
You got
It'll be
it.
a
Because it's
very political
complicated.
issue.
Yeah, I know.
It's an extremely political issue,
yeah.
that's
I've
why.
already
take
gotten
it
several phone calls about it.
And,
Yeah.
yeah, Peter, just keep
Yeah.
us abreast.
And we can use the union to our advantage.
Right.
I mean, that's one thing to consider. Usually it's used to the disadvantage of a city when you're negotiating maybe with contracts, but they'll help us out, so. But yes, Mayor, that's a good idea. Okay, we're moving on to engineering services, and these, there's not a lot on there, 10, but each one of these are massive, like implementing the 2020 bond program, right? That's 42 projects at 75 million. That has a 4 to 5 year schedule. So that's underway. We know the good work the council did for the first time ever approving all the design contracts for our 22 street projects. So by July, and we need to keep telling the community this, 75% of all of our street projects will be in design. That is unheard of. 75%
By July,
by July.
all design.
75% of those 22 street projects will be in design. That's not a normal business practice for us. Just, I think 2 council meetings ago, we took 2008 bond program projects for design contracts. By contrast, that's a bad model. Okay, and now Michael's working on doing preliminary work for the 2022 bond program. We do a bond program every 2 years, and so we're beginning to look at capacity of how much that bond program could be and project list as well. North Beach drainage, that's a big policy issue. Second meeting in June, second or third meeting? Second meeting in June. I've talked to some of the council members just kind of informally about the results of the probable engineering costs for those 3 studies. Park Road 22 bridge is coming along nicely. Some other words that could be added on to here is the property around it, the Schlitterbahn redevelopment. We know Councilman Smith is getting a lot of heat and questions about what's going to happen here. We don't want this, we don't want that. So we have to develop a strategy about how and what we can communicate. But the bridge itself is coming along nicely. You saw the laying of the arches earlier this week. Haas Anderson is doing a good job. It's going to be a great feature. That is a good example of public investment that's going to have a massive ripple effect in private investment. And so we need to do that as a city. That's what cities are doing across the country, and you bring in 2, 3, 4, 5 times private investment.
And I'd like to remind everyone, every bit of 17 years.
Yeah, well, that's a bad news story about it.
Yeah, exactly.
That was on the 2000 bond program. We were going through some of these old bond
That's why
programs.
it's such a big deal.
Yeah. The seawall restoration's under progress. That's $1 million upgrade for the whole length of the seawall. Ocean Drive Mill and Overlay is doing great. We're getting a lot of good comments on it. It should be done by the end of the summer. Utility coordination effort. This is where we're going to start charging utility providers when they don't work with us on their schedules to get bond program projects done. And a good example of that is on Morgan. While the project's almost done, there's still telephone poles that need to be removed because telecom companies won't move their wires. And so that letter's going out this weekend. In fact, Michael, right? We're going to I'm sending letters to, I don't know who the telecom company is, but they're going to start getting charged a couple $100s a day because they're past their deadline. The project's not done. The ADA sidewalk ramps are covered with barrels and orange fencing. Design standards manual, this is important. This is a big policy issue for the council. So this is where we have standards on, as subdivisions are built, the quality of the streets that the developer has to follow. And it's not high quality. That's why streets, I've biked in some of the subdivisions in the south side where the mayor lives, and the streets are falling apart already, not even 10 years old, right? And it's because the standard that the city set isn't high enough. We can force the developer to build to a better standard, and so we have to do this for roads, sidewalks. We don't even have standards laid out for water, wastewater, I don't think, as they put the lines in. So we're trying to hire a consultant, Michael, right? We put an RFP out, I think. It's going to take several months, but the city did this, I think, in the 80s or the 90s, and when they did, they went a little bit into it, but could have gone even more. And so we got to pick that up and come back and improve these quite a bit. Because what happens is every taxpayer then pays to get those streets redone or resurfaced, right? So the circular water garden, so that's going to be a big story for next year to celebrate, but the RFP is out for for construction contractors with a design that is about 50% of the one that we saw a year ago. So before I got here, the staff, we designed the water garden under a new model of sorts, bringing up the pumps from the ground, and you had to do that, you had to build a new building, there had to be a new road, there had to be more infrastructure. So the probable engineer's estimate was $7 to $8 million. Councilman Smith and I toured the site, and we said, you know what, we can still use the underground vaults for the pumps, but we'll move the electrical stuff up and just put a simple wall panel like you see at other places, and a few other adjustments that brought the probable cost down to $3 million, 3.5, half the price. So that's the design that we have out right now for design consultants. It's a complete redo of the water garden, making sure all the flutes work. The lighting system would be replaced with LED lighting, and that can move with the water as well. So we just got to hope we get some vendors, because the last time we put it out for bid, we didn't get anybody. In fact, we had to solicit one to see if they would be willing to do it. They would, but in the end, the Type A board, where we're going to get most of the money from, just couldn't stomach that big price tag, right?
Does anybody know how many times the water garden has been refurbished since it was constructed?
Twice, Councilman?
It lasted 30 years, and the refurbishments were pump change outs. They did do some electrical on there, Mike. They weren't major. They didn't solve the main problem, which was flooding in the vault, which is easy fix, but they never did it.
Well,
Yeah, you know, I thought I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
No, I guess we'll have briefings on this.
Yes.
And as
Yeah.
anyone's concern would be, however, it wasn't for many, many years. You know, the first recommendation was bringing it all up.
Yeah.
And so concern would be, why even leave any of it down?
I can't remember last time it was in service.
Oh, no, it's been forever.
Harvey
But
put it out.
I guess
Harvey put it under, right? Yeah.
there was a big, the overhaul was huge, and it was whistles and bells and all of that, which we don't necessarily need everything. However, my concern, it does need to be discussed here, is if we're gonna do it, we need to do it right, and not that 3.2 is not
Yeah.
right.
Right.
But one of the things that people get very upset about, and this is not any negotiating chip, is if a pump goes out or whatever, and we have to repair it, it's not gonna it's all not going down.
Yeah.
And that's possible. That's a feature that's worth paying for, because that's when you got the public going, here we go again. And that cannot
That breaks
happen.
and we don't ever fix it.
Well, right, but now we're gonna fix it for the next 50 years. But you can put things on and off of that package, like a backup, kinda like a generator.
You're right, yeah, that
Electricity.
$7 million, that was a nice feature in the $7 million design, which was a redundant pump. So it would only be used if one of the other three went down. So that means that
Right.
the feature would always run.
Well,
We gotta
that's
see
my
if in the
concern.
redesign, I'm not sure if
Yeah.
they put a redundant one in or not, Michael, but,
We need redundant
Okay.
on
If we
there.
can't fix it right, we ought to
Exactly.
repurpose it.
yeah.
Yeah, well,
It's a complete, this is really a complete overhaul, it's not really so much a refurbishment, but,
Well, I think once again it leads back,
Gotta run
Yeah.
it's gotta run.
I think once again it leads back to maintenance.
It will
Yeah, it is a maintenance issue.
We don't have a maintenance
Yeah.
issue. We don't have a maintenance policy that continually we maintain these projects that we spend millions and millions of dollars on.
Agreed,
We need to
right.
come up with a maintenance department that's all they do, is they go around the entire city and
Yeah.
look at the maintenance issues.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to have that. That's important.
The
That's
problem
what
with
we-
those water features is when you're rationing, forcing everybody in the city of Corpus Christi to ration water.
Yeah.
And you've got this fountain down there blowing millions of gallons of water in the air. It's a little controversial.
Yeah, it is. Well, I know in San Antonio, when the water system goes in water restrictions, the fountains all have to be turned off.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what we should do
Yeah.
too. We should turn them off.
Yeah, you just turn them
But we
off.
can.
But the worst thing you can do for a fountain is turn it off and let it sit.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But
my
you should
goodness.
catch
Part of it's maintenance and
You
then
want the fountain or not?
competency in running.
Yeah.
Make a pickleball court out of it.
Yeah.
That's a life cycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, artistic crosswalks is something that we're going to bring to council. Yes.
I'm sorry, you know, that we voted to have that tracking program for engineering to be able to track all the projects. I'm assuming it's been fully implemented. Do we have any reports from it yet?
Michael, the software that Brett helped us get for the tracking of the bond program implementation, are they using it yet?
They're implementing it now.
Okay, so it's in the implementation. It's not 100%. Okay. E-builder is what it's
Right.
called.
E-bill,
Yeah.
yeah, I was looking for it in my system, but I
Okay.
didn't. Do we have a timeline on when it's going to be fully implemented so we can get reports from it?
Yes, sir, I'll get that for you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll add that to this list, e-builder. Artistic crosswalks, so this is something that we're looking at the 6 Points intersection, that final part of the, of Staples and Santa Fe, Alameda and Staples. The intersection has to be done if somebody's not familiar with that area, but when we do this intersection, we're going to put some artistic crosswalks. Councilman Molina has brought that to my attention, and that'll be a real nice feature, so we'll work with the community. A lot of cities are kind of going that way. Into Public Works, we know the tremendous improvement that just a new team member, Richard Martinez, has made, and his team. The mayor and I spoke to them this Monday at Public Works Week, but over 170 employees have been retrained. The council's done a great job in buying millions of dollars in equipment, and for the first time in at least half, if not a full decade, we're self-performing. And what that means is that we save money, and we can do more streets because of that savings, right? So we know the two big providers, Haas and Bay, have a profit margin. We can self-perform and do street work at a much lower cost. So that's going on, but other things we're working on, number one's a huge policy issue, a stormwater fee. We put that on hold last year because of COVID and the economic impact it had. But we're reviving it, and we have a consultant that's helping us. We really need to have a stormwater program here in the city. We don't, especially given that we're right by numerous bodies of water. We don't want all that stuff going into the bays and estuaries, and so having a robust fee program is something we're bringing forward. Doing more projects for Vision Zero, even things like Councilman Hernandez talked about, sidewalks only on one side of the road. That's something we need to look at. So Vision Zero projects. The TxDOT drainage under the 181. I know Councilman Pusley and Lerma may have seen Carrie's video she had on Facebook, but we're watching that. TxDOT's doing the work, but we're monitoring it to make sure they do it on time. Funding for neighborhood street rebuilds. Many council members in my one-on-one meetings have told me, look, we need more money. Let's get it going. Right now we're catching up. You can see number 6 on the backlog. Prior to my arrival, for 2 years, really, the street program monies were not spent. That's why we're able to put a lot of money in my year 1 budget, but we're getting all that backlog work done using Bay. With the downturn, they were about to lay off a bunch of people, but we said, hey, with our existing contracts we have with you, can you help us get caught up? So they're spending about $1 million a month. Is that what it was, Michael? And a lot of that work is those neighborhood streets, but the reason number 4 is on there is because we want to look at putting more money in this budget and taking care of those neighborhood streets. I think people love it, and I think for years they just kind of gave up and didn't say, when is my street going to get done? But as they see their neighbors or their cousins or somebody they know street getting done. Now they're saying, hey, maybe I get a chance. So you all are getting a lot of requests. When can my street get done? So we're looking at ways we can have a good program for this next budget coming up.
Yeah, Peter, especially when District 5 only gets 17% of the.
Yeah. Yeah, Councilman Hernandez, district got some of the a lower percentage this last cycle, so.
That's where all the newer streets are located, right?
Yes.
Hey, we have just as many bad streets as you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even come close.
Okay, let's
Come on
move
over to District 1.
Agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Happy to drive you to District 1.
Let's see, so the street sweeping's a program we just began, right? And,
I got to advocate for my area. So.
I get it.
yeah, we're doing, in this budget, we'll have more, we're self-performing. Before, we didn't really do any street sweeping, so that's a big program that's coming to us to keep our community clean. There's number 7, the entrance signs into the city of Corpus Christi. Conversion of 2 LED lights. We're working on a pilot program on Ocean Drive, where you have those orange, I forget the gas they call, but light system that's really not efficient in terms of money. So it costs a lot of money to run those. With LED lights, you can buy them, and the savings in the electricity cost pays for the new bulbs within 3 years, I think is what it was. So Charles has a person that's helping us look at that with AEP. Not only do you save money, but it's a much better light, right? It's a nice white, crisp light, not the orange, kind of like 1980s stuff, right? So we're working on that. And then wayfinding signage. I don't know if Alyssa's still here. Hey, Alyssa, yep. So Alyssa's a big champion of this for the downtown, but working with Brett, we want to do something that's cohesive across the city. So we need signage on the island. We need signage in Cal Allen. We need signage downtown, North Beach. We want to do something that's not identical, but consistent in approach. And so that's something that's on our radar. We have a work team. Libraries doesn't get too much discussion because we have a great library director. Laura does a great job, but I did tour the main library, the Laratama, and we talked about this earlier this morning, that libraries are kind of repurposing themselves. That's a beautiful asset that we're underutilizing. Several square footages of the second floor, almost half the space actually is used by police for office space. And it's just, that's, right, so we got to get them out of there and get them somewhere else. But I'm doing some small things, like let's do an exterior assessment. It looks terrible when you drive by there. The signage is inadequate. It just doesn't, it should look better than that. So we're spending a little bit of money to get somebody to help us say, this is how it could look. And then in this budget, we'll budget money to do an exterior improvement, make it look nice, get better signage, but then also the interior of really reimagining and getting a chance to use that facility more and get the police department out of there. And then let's do a branch library facility assessment. We have a lot of nice branch libraries. We've gone to many of them when we presented in the community. But we have to figure out where are they in terms of big maintenance things like air conditionings and roofs and that type of thing. So development services, Lavoya Creek, that came up this week with those heavy rains. We're still working on the land swap and the detention pond. There's a lot of federal money that's involved with the timeline though. So that's a big work effort. The impact fee study, the council needs to congratulate themselves on moving this forward. We did talk this week about a 2-year time frame, but we have to see, we're going to be meeting with the consultants to see, can we beat that? Can we do that sooner? Rates and fee increases, there will be some for the department, but the developers are okay with it as long as they get the result. We didn't raise any rates or fees, I think, for almost 2 years, so we'll do that to really give them better service. UDC updates continue. The Cal Allen Housing Development Program is working great, developer participation. We have incentivized, the council has through your action, over 700 housing starts in Cal Allen that I would submit would not have taken place had we not engaged the developer and said, you know what, we know drainage is an issue, we'll be willing to help you pay for some of that. And that's what we've done in 3 different developments. One still has to come to council, that's the Moses' one on, I think, what's the name of that road, Steve? What's that?
Oh, the development right across right next to the fire department,
Yeah,
station.
yeah.
That's the Tolosa Midway, sir, Annabelle area.
Yes, sir.
Let's
Yeah.
make sure we.
Okay,
correct
that's
that.
right, Councilman,
It's
yeah.
not just Cal Island, it's
Yeah.
Annabelle and Cal Island.
Yeah, you're right. Annabelle
I'm
and
tired
Tolosa
of getting
Midway.
calls from that.
Yes, sir.
It's a very sensitive subject.
It is, I know.
Very, let me tell you.
Yeah, I got you. So, but those housing starts are good. That's 700 tax-paying folks that we're gonna have in our community, property tax. But the better story is they get a great quality of life, right? You got 2 great school districts up there. You have all the amenities on that Northwest Boulevard that we're working on as well. In fact, we need to put that on the list, Northwest Boulevard pedestrian enhancements. So it gives them a great quality of life. The owner, not the owner, but the lead guy of the Steel Dynamics plant told me they're gonna live in either Rockport because of the school district or Cal Allen, Toloso, Midway area, because it's a 50-50 distance. And we said, you know what, we want to get as many of those persons living right here in our community. So that's going on. And then the Frost Bank acquisition, that's the property on Leopard Street. You can see it on 37, one of the first buildings you see coming into the downtown. We take possession of that June 1, and proactively we'll have our sign up on June 1. We'll replace the Frost Bank sign. City of Corpus Christi will be up there. It's actually going to be kind of like the harbor, the lights in the Harbor Bridge, where we can program the lighting. It's LED lighting, so we can change colors on there when we want, red, white, and blue for the 4th of July as an example. Yeah, so it'll say City of Corpus Christi. You'll see it on both sides too. Today it's only on one side, so it'll be a nice landmark feature coming into the city. And hopefully it won't rust. I think it's all LED, so we should be okay. Okay, and the planning, I know this can be a sleepy subject, but we are doing several plans. Let's just, on the number 4 and 5, we're doing I-37 gateway treatment. This is a consultant looking at, as you approach Corpus Christi, how do we look and how can we make it look better? That plan's underway. Heritage Plaza is this historic place downtown. We're looking at it to see how can we reimagine or have a different business model for it. North Staples, this is something that the mayor asked for, and we put it in this budget, Mayor and Councilman Molina. North Staples from downtown to the corridor. That's a beautiful, that is one of the oldest corridors in the city. It was built in 1800, right? Well, the turn of the late 1800, turn of the century. But it, believe it or not, is doing pretty decent for all those years, right? But reimagining it and seeing how we can incentivize businesses to come in. The area development plans, Bayside, that was a new one that we added in the budget. That's the kind of the Ocean Drive area, and those neighborhoods there in the inner city. Flower Bluff, Padre Island are in the final stages. West Side is going to revive and rejuvenate. It was somewhat on hold because of COVID. Heritage Park utilization, actually that's that one, the Heritage Plaza, Heritage Park. Harbor Bridge development planning. That's a little bit what I talked about on the Washington Coles neighborhood and wayfinding signage. Dan may help us with that. You can see going back up to one big policy issue though that the council is going to have to work with everybody on is Hillcrest, and what do we do with that neighborhood that's still, I don't know, 10-15% of the homes are left in there, and it's just not a neighborhood anymore. But all of our services still go in there, so fire, police, solid waste, water, wastewater. It's a highly inefficient kind of a waste of money, right? Not to be mean to anybody that lives there, but we have to figure out what are we going to do with Hillcrest as a community. Downtown infill and redevelopment, we're working with Alyssa, and we want to see in the mayor, how can we put residential and commercial? I know Councilman Pusley brought it up. We do need to have a policy discussion about let's invest. Let's put city money to attract and incentivize developers. Cities are doing it across Texas. And we got some available property downtown with beautiful views, some of the best in Texas. Let's put that into motion. And then the Convention Center Hotel, that's something that has come up over the years. We've had some recent conversations with new leadership at CVB, who's having new conversations with parties that can come to the table and potentially help us do this. So that's something, that's a big policy issue as well. All right, we're nearing the end. On the last page, I believe here, airport. You saw that message I sent you, Council. Our air service levels are pretty close to being where they were prior to the pandemic, but we know we need more air service. We are working with this is somewhat confidential, there's a company that wants to come here and provide some alternate routes with not big planes, but that's something that we'll be bringing to you soon. We do have what they call fixed-based operators. This is a third party that operates fueling and other amenities on the airport. We have to renew that lease, so that'll be coming back to council soon. There's an old building on there, and they call it the Snow Cone Building or something. It's 1950s era. That's going to be demolished, and new hangar space will be made available. We're doing work on terminal aprons. There's going to be a digital marketing campaign, and then just this week, the item to move the checkpoint system to behind the house, that's going to be underway as well. In our health district, the COVID-19 pandemic vaccine distribution will continue still in somewhat different formats. I think the mass vaccination sites are kind of over at this point, but still some will come. But number 2 is something that we put money in the budget on, which is what do we want our health district to be? It's still, this is another legacy. We're still doing it kind of the same old way. A lot of the programming and the setup and the building and is the way it was in the late 70s when the federal government helped across the country health districts get established. So we want to look at the business model or a co-located or a joint venture with the county, I think, which is good. But we need to look at the model and look at what are we providing for services. And then we do have $1 million that's been there since I've been here, and we have a proposal of a health grant. We need to work with the council on that as well. That's something we'll try to bring forward. And then our biggest operation, this happens to be the last one on here, but our water wastewater system. A lot of big things happening there. We're glad Michael Murphy's here with us today, and we're going to have a media event on Monday to help communicate to the community why he's here. So it dawned on me that the water wastewater never really operated as a business, as a unit. The first org chart that I obtained of the city actually never had it in one box. There was 4 different boxes. There's a group that does lines, maintenance of lines. Somebody does wastewater. Somebody does water. But we really need to take this great asset we have and brand it and have it run like a business. Have all the team members know they're part of one team. Have better customer care. Have better maintenance, and have somebody in charge. I would submit that there's really nobody in charge right now in the 4 or 5 different business areas. There's strong leaders in each one. Our assistant directors, we got a strong solid waste assistant director, strong directors producing the water, and assistant director. But they kind of work independently, and nobody's really in charge of running the business, and that's what Michael Murphy's going to do. We're glad he's here, and I'm glad you all have had a chance to meet him. So he'll be helping with there. The seawater desalinization, we know that's probably policy number 1, and the council had a retreat recently. We're working on getting those questions from the 3 new council members to help bring them up to speed, and the mayor is going to join them when we have a separate meeting or kind of workshop with Freeze and Nichols to help get those questions answered for background context for them. Councilman Hernandez and I were talking about this, but the consent decree is a huge thing for the city. With Miles's persistent help, we reached an agreement with the federal government on how we will invest in our wastewater system over the next 10 years or so, and so implementing that is in and of itself could take a lot of manpower, person power. Upgrade to our 6 wastewater treatment plants. Every one of our, yes, sir?
On the decree implementation, a lot of that was keeping track of that through Maximo.
Mm-hmm.
Can we have a kind of a status of the implementation, and if we need outside help to do that, might look to do something along those lines.
Okay, we can do that. We'll bring a kind of like a 6-8 month status of how we're doing. The wastewater treatment plants, we have 6, and every one of them has massive investments. I think the total in the water wastewater for this year alone is $141 million in investment that the council's approved or is close to approving. And there's one in every area of town. I've seen them all with the exception of the one on the island. I need to go see that one. But Tolosa Midway, Cal Allen, the Allison Water Treatment Plant that, by the way, serves one of its biggest customers at South Texas Beef. They rely on us a lot to help them. It's a good employer for our region. There's major upgrades at OSO, and this is where Michael has to help us, Murphy, communicate this to the council. We just finished a $25 million brand-new building at OSO called the Headworks. That's where the sewer first comes in. It replaced a 1950s vintage system that was there. But we don't really know about it. We're not taking credit for it. There's no pictures, there's no announcement, there's no, hey, community, we're investing. This is something we have to do big time. So every one of these 6 has big upgrades underway. The Broadway treatment plant, while we built the brand new one, we left a lot of the legacy systems there. So there's huge concrete clarifiers that have taken up land that the private sector is interested in leasing from us. So demolishing those is something that's going to come to City Council soon. And I mentioned the Cunningham Water Treatment Plant. Another legacy issue of the 1980s is when we closed that water production plant, but we left everything there as if it was 1980 still. So we're going to look at how do we clear that and use that land to expand that beautiful park that's up there that's right on the banks of our river, the Nueces River. And then the lift station, that's just a small one, but number 7 at the corner of Everhart and Staples, that project's coming to a completion. We do have to put a liquid chlorine or a chlorine producing system at the Owen Stevens to replace really the outdated method that we use, which is bringing chlorine in on a rail car, which is dangerous. There was a small incident a couple of Saturdays ago. Everybody's okay, but there's money in the budget to do this, and we'll bring that forward as well. And then we know the 2 water towers that we built 4 years ago still aren't in operation, but we have a plan to invest more in the water lines, including looking at that money that we got from the federal government, and do more water line replacement. The company that we hired is also engineering valves on the 2 water towers so the water can be brought down at a slower velocity, and then therefore doesn't blow out the pipes like it did the first time they turned it on.
So those towers don't currently have a pressure regulation valve? You can.
No, they didn't. They just assume that you build them and you can just run the water through the aged infrastructure below.
How in the heck could they design something like that? I don't even understand.
Yeah. Well, I asked the consultant, I'm like, did you guys have in your contract any scope to assess, can the pipes underground handle the pressure? And the answer was no, there was none in there. But I kind of told them, you guys, you should have told us, and should have told us, to put that in the contract. But anyway, so these are, this is a big initiative, number 9. We briefed for the new council members, we briefed the prior council about the issue. Today we invest less than $10 million in water line replacements. We need to be investing $30 million, as the engineers, the consultants, right? But we can't afford $30 million, but somewhere in between is where we want to be for the next several, I'm talking like 5, 6, 7 years. It's just a backlog of deferred maintenance, and not investing. So in addition to those 2 that are operational, we have to replace 2 others over time here. So this is a big policy issue as well, is making sure the distribution system, we've talked a lot about the water resource, the desalinization, water sources, but distribution of it is just as critical, and it's just as big of a policy issue because it could have rate increase implications.
So they are in the process of putting the pressure regulation valve on?
Yes, yeah, it's a massive, it's not just something you get at Home Depot. So the re-engineering the water towers, 2 of them to have these regulator systems in them. And as well, we're working with staff to see how much can we invest over the next couple of years, because there was a deadline that the city had with TCEQ to get the water towers on. We've missed it, and they gave us additional deadlines, so I think we're backed up against another deadline. So the consultant's helping us with that as well, to say that here's where we'll be when you want us to be, and we think they're okay with it, TCEQ. So,
okay.
yeah.
TCEQ's involved because we have to maintain certain amount of pressure at each
Right.
water line.
Yeah, the whole reason we had to do them was TCEQ said, Corpus Christi, your water pressure in the lines isn't sufficient, and you have a chance for bacterial growth. You need to do something about it. We had 2 choices. The staff at the time, probably a decade ago, went with this choice, which is replace towers. And I got to remember what the second choice was. They thought this choice would be cheaper, but I think in the end the other one would have been cheaper. But we are where we are at this point, so we're going to go this route. But we were forced to do it, not because of water pressure and water quality. It's not just because we wanted to, but we do need to replace those water towers because from the 40s, 50s, and I think one's from 1930 even. Okay, so that is the list, and that took us how long, Patrick, to go through that?
90 minutes?
90, so I asked that question not to just say how are we on the schedule, but just show there's a lot that this organization's doing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of involvement we need you on, the mayor and council. Some of this stuff's operational, and we won't bother you with it, but there's some big policy issues on here, mayor and council. And this is a lot of work, and the organization I would submit is, as we continue to fill vacancies and bring the right people in, we're close to being at a point where we want to be, but getting the operation to be able to work at even a quicker pace and take on more is a slow process, right? It doesn't happen overnight, so we can take on some work, but just this alone is keeping everybody 100%, I think, in the organization today.
And Peter, we appreciate that because we really do, we need to know this was a very good overview, right, of what you're working on, because what we want to do moving forward has to align. Both things have to align.
Right.
It isn't just one way or the other, but there's a lot, like you said, underway, and these are huge steps. So I appreciate the overview and you being a part of this, the entire presentation here today.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important that we all keep in mind the projects that are underway and what those lead to, so that we can align and move forward together better.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mayor.
Peter, one question, and I may have missed this, but are you going to have meetings with individual council members on projected projects for 2022?
Yes, we will. Yeah, but the question was on the 2022 bond program. We're going to meet with council members. We did on the 2021 bond program. We made sure that in the districts and for some of the citywide projects that the council was in agreement. In fact, we substituted out, changed out, added to make sure that that took place. It has to be very much a council approved list. And so we'll do that again, Councilman, yes.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to cover one more thing, and then the mayor's taking us out to happy hour,
Yeah. Let's go.
right?
Yes, sir.
We're going to get a margarita with 25 straws?
Yes, I can probably take, 6 of y'all in my new bus.
The rest of us just follow, don't worry
Just
about
follow.
But let me direct your attention on the heels of what Peter shared. If you look on page 15 of the handout, which is the final page, and you look at potential strategic objectives, many of the items that you mentioned to me during the pre-session phone calls are also items that Peter addressed in his update. So to the mayor's point, there is some synchronization about what you want to discuss tomorrow and what's already underway. Not that every item that you identified is on his list, but many of the things are. So that's good that there's a shared understanding about those priorities. We'll revisit those items tomorrow, and I'm going to give you a little bit of homework tonight. But we want to do one more segment, and then we're going to wrap up a little bit early. And I think on the heels of what Peter just shared, I'm going to direct your attention to page 13. So go back a few pages. And that is the headwinds. When you think about, as government, local government in particular, it tends to be somewhat reactive. You have to be to stay credible. As has been mentioned earlier today, you're trying to also be proactive. So what are those trends? What are those headwinds putting pressure? Nationally, regionally, locally, within the community, at the community. And I'm just going to walk you through just a really simple version of trying to look at some of these headwinds, and then I'd like to have a conversation before we wrap up today about what you are hearing from business owners or residents that is putting pressure on the city as a community builder. So in the middle of that storm, if you will, is an acronym. In the middle of that diagram is VUCA. You may have heard this before. VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, disruption. And I'm just going to give you my version of some of these, and then I want to hear from all of you. When you start at the top there at 12 o'clock, politics and citizen activism, is that increasing or decreasing in Corpus Christi? Is that putting more pressure on you? Is it getting easier to deal with or more challenging to deal with? What do you think? Politics and citizen activism, are people getting more involved or less involved? What are you hearing in the community?
Well, I can basically answer for my district. I think it's getting more involved. It's moving up.
Yep.
They're more interested.
Yep.
They're voicing their opinions a lot louder. Okay? Which I think is a good thing, to be honest with you. Because it just lets you know what is it that they're looking for. What do they want? we don't know, if citizens don't talk to us and call us and tell us things, how do we know what they want? I have a vision for Corpus Christi, but that's my personal vision. What do you have as a vision?
Okay.
You know, the people in my district, District 1, what is it they want? You know, that's important to me. And how does it benefit the city? I have to look at it also. How, when I talk to them, I also prioritize. Is it a priority for the city to do this kind of project? Is the city going to benefit from this project, or is it just District 1? You know, that's how I look at things. That's how I objectively look at things. But in my area, they're getting involved.
Yep.
I get calls every single day, even through weekends, and I was hoping I'd have free weekends, and there's no such thing.
Every weekend.
You know?
No.
My phone and my emails still go off. I still have to answer another 100 and something emails, and I haven't gotten to them yet.
Yeah.
You know, this is on a daily thing.
Right.
So I think it's good. I just wish I could hire an assistant to help me.
You can.
And I think it goes with social media, because now,
Yeah.
I think we're so much more accessible
Yes.
than we have been in the past.
Good point.
They can call my cell phone number, they can email me, they can text me, they can instant message me on Facebook, they can make a post on Facebook and tag me. You know, it's just so easy now to get a hold of, I think any of us, I think all of us are so available that people are more involved now, because it's so easy for them to directly interact with us.
Yeah, which is a real opportunity, I think, to your points, is you have interest from a broader range of people that still may not totally comprehend what the role of the city is on their behalf. There are things that you can do. Obviously, there are things that are beyond the pale of what you're able to do. But I think it's fair to say that politics and citizen activism is increasing, both in person and online.
And I think one of the biggest issues in dealing with it is that there's just too many ways of them getting a hold of you. There's too many devices, too many ways of them to be, and we're only one person.
Correct.
Trying to monitor these 6 devices and trying to get back to people, it's very difficult. You know, the citizens get upset because it takes me 3 days to finally answer them on an email. Well, hello, I mean, I gotta take it as I receive them in that order. So it's tough, but I mean, it's challenging. And once again, I think it's important for citizens to get involved. It's about time. You know, you need the citizens to run the city, not the city council to run the city. That's the good thing.
And keeping in mind, public policy is made by those who show up. So you also have to balance perspectives from people that, how do you enlist those fans?
Yes.
To get some balance. So suffice to say, again, that's going to intensify. Going clockwise here, COVID-19, we're still not done with that yet. We think we see the light at the end of the tunnel, but there's still some challenges, probably more internally about returning to work, and so that some of the subjects around that, there's that going on. The next one is the economy, our consumption habits. How is that changing? Is that going to change? Think about what we're buying and how we're buying it. The ease of that, that's going to continue to change. The city and how it's transacting business with its customers. How easy, accessible, reliable is the city as a service provider for businesses to transact business. That's going to change. The shifting demographics, right? That's changing. There's 76 million baby boomers alive. I'm a proud baby boomer. There's a few others in this room, I think. Anybody else? Be careful holding your shoulder and soft shoulder tissue injury.
Yeah.
We invented work. Thank you.
This is as far as we can go.
There's 76 million boomers. There's 50 million Xers, people early 40s to early 50s. Raise your hand if you're an Xer, early 40s to early 50s. Raise your hand, the middle child generation. You're finally getting attention. 50 million Xers. There's 77 million millennials. Early 20s to early 40s. Put your arm down.
I was able to raise it then.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah. And there's 82 million centennials. So if you have a child born this century or a grandchild, they're actually the largest demographic alive today. But I don't know if you saw the news recently, our fertility rates in the United States are declining and have for the last few years.
I don't know. We got hit with COVID for this last year, so I don't know if it's going to go up.
The last few years, it's been going down, though.
Nobody's able to go out.
And
during
that
COVID.
portends
I think
in
it's
some
gonna go
respects.
up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But the demographics are changing. People's appetites are changing.
what they expect out of local government. I have a client in California, a 5-member city council, 4 are under 35 years old. The mayor's 28. Much like here, Mayor.
Yeah.
28.
Yeah, there's a baby boomer here too.
As councils get younger, they change the conversation. As staff gets younger, they change the conversation. As vocal activists get younger, they start to change the conversation. And they're not going to go away quietly, and they're definitely active online. They know how to generate a push to get stuff done. So that's changed. So the demographics beyond the labels, it's also their political influence is rising. Service delivery, we touched on a little bit of that earlier, how the city is delivering services. That's continually changing. There's very few people in the city that probably don't touch a keypad at least one point at one part of their day. As Peter was just sharing, he talked about both resources, about people, money, equipment, and technology. The city, like all large organizations, is heavily dependent upon the role of technology internally and externally about how it delivers services. That's only going to intensify. IT is a mission-critical device, as we all know, and it's only going to just increase. You go to a TML conference, half the vendors are selling software. And I'm old enough to remember when you went to a state league conference or a national conference or what have you, most of the vendors were selling engineering services or equipment. Now you go into these conferences, most of the sponsors are software companies because they know that the government is a market, and it's a growing market. So just about everything you do, there's an app, so to speak, for that. So that's going to intensify. And even at the wastewater, it doesn't really matter where you go, what department, they're heavily reliant on technology, and also how the public wants to interact business with you, the role of technology. That 311 system, how that gets booted and pushes out. That's just more reliance. Legislation, legal, one thing you never want to make in local government is case law. But new legislation coming down, and how's the state been treating cities the last few years?
Yeah.
Welcome to the rest of the country. Talk to your colleagues in California. They've dealt with it for generations. This is, I know it's fairly new. I've been in Texas for 16 years of my 19 years in practice. Didn't always used to be that way. The relationship with the state government, local government, right? It used to be better. It's changed a lot the last few years, has it not? Do you think that's going to increase or decrease? I'll make a bold prediction. It's going to increase about what they're going to be able to tell you you can and can't do, right? I mean, they're essentially giving you financial caps right now, correct, on your revenue. That's a backdoor way of limiting your ability to address local issues, though, isn't it? It's disrupting your home rule. So legislation, what time is it? And then the legal aspect. You do have a tremendous amount of exposure as an organization in so many different facets. So that's just going to intensify. And the final one has been touched on today is about social media and the rise of that, the influence of that. How do you reconcile that? It's continually changing. So I'm curious to know, though, maybe what you've heard from your neighbors or heard from businesses that you've talked to. And I put some questions there at the bottom. Not we're going to go through each question here late on a Friday afternoon, but just curious to know maybe what some trends are that you're hearing that we didn't touch on yet. Homeowners, businesses, residents, yourself, what you've noticed. And I'm curious to know from the executive team members maybe what they're hearing from their department directors. What's the word? What's the chatter? We can't fix these trends. It's important, though, to acknowledge them as you transition into tomorrow. Other trends that you're hearing. Financial trends, operational trends, service delivery, people's expectations, homeowners, residents. How about small businesses? What are they hearing? What are you hearing from small businesses? People that have been in this community for 40 years running a small business.
I think one of the things we're facing is new infrastructure for new development.
Okay. And what are the development standards that they have to meet so when you inherit it, it's already ready to go?
Well, it's how are we going to pay for that infrastructure?
Yeah, do you put the water and sewer out there to incentivize residential development, or do you have the developer do it and make sure when they turn it over, it's to the quality of standards that you can accept it?
Right.
A lot of horror stories about cities not accepting things that are a certain standard and they inherit a mess. A lot of stories out there. I mean, I live in Arizona. There were developers that walked off mid-hammer during the recession. And guess who inherited those streets? That were not up to code, that were only the first lot. A lot of expensive, good luck in redeeming that maintenance bond when the company's gone bankrupt. So you're absolutely right. That's always a struggle, right? Your growth, the type of growth, where's the growth going to happen? Who's going to pay for the growth? Does growth pay for itself? How do you, I mean, those are good discussions to have, but those aren't always easy answers to get to. So.
Well, my biggest issue I hear from the industry side. All the refineries are in my district, so they have water, they're looking at the water issue, the future water issue.
What else are you hearing? What are you seeing as far as business investors in this community? Is the economy becoming more diversified?
Small businesses need help to survive, to get started. The west side, in particular, is asking for help for redevelopment of the business area there. It's died out. It's the old part of the city, you know, and they want to get it redeveloped. And they're asking for incentives. They're asking for different ways of trying to get it started, you know. And that's one thing that I've brought up to the mayor. The mayor and I have talked about it. And we need to discuss the west side area, because that's one of the oldest parts of the city.
We're seeing primary job growth. This region is one of the capital investment, one of the heaviest invested areas in the last 5 years. And these are blue collar but high paying jobs. It's different than what we've seen in the past. We're also raising the bar on tourism and a retirement destination. We're becoming recognized at that. Well, one thing about Corpus Christi, it's a gateway to more public beach than any other city in the nation. And we lose sight of that. But we're seeing growth on the other side due to that as a retirement destination. As the boomers now, you know, they're checking out quickly with it. And then we've got the growth on the other side, which are, again, blue-collar jobs, but high-paying blue-collar jobs. But you'll do better getting a job working in the plants coming out of high school than you will taking all the debt in college, and you'll be getting about half the money.
That's true.
And we're trying to diversify, but we are still very heavily invested and rely upon the petrochemical industry.
Yeah.
Or heavy industry.
Heavy industry, yeah.
We have not been able to attract that 20 to 30-year-old segment. Those jobs and those kids are leaving us. They continue to leave us.
We need those technology jobs. We need those manufacturing jobs. So our graduates from the university and the local college can stay here and continue to build on Corpus Christi. We're losing them to San Antonio. We're losing them to Houston. We're losing them to Dallas and Austin, because that's where all your technical jobs, your high-paying technical jobs is. This market here, we're well known for liquid oil and gas exportation. We have the biggest port in the entire country to export that. But yet, we don't have the support jobs that these refineries depend on, with the technical jobs and the manufacturing jobs that produces their product to help them produce the oils and stuff. Why don't we have them here in Corpus? Why do they have to go to Houston to get all the support jobs? That's my question. Why can't we bring them in? Well, the thing I hear is we have an airport problem. We don't have direct flights here. They're quick. I mean, that's why big businesses don't come here, because of our airport. So we have to prioritize the airport to make sure that we expand and grow and get those flights, direct flights to Austin, to Houston, to Dallas, to Fort Worth, to all these different places. That's the same thing I hear every time when I talk about bringing in these big jobs, the job market here. They say your airport's not big enough for us to be traveling in.
Okay. So a lot of these are economic trends, what people are doing for a living, the sustainability of those jobs, the growth. Are they growth industries? They role the city as an advocate, as not an investor, but as an advocate, as an assembler of those. Its role about expanding the airport, kind of the chicken or the egg classic conundrum. Most cities that have an airport try to figure out what to do with them, and those that don't have one wish they had one. So it is an economic asset. It does have a multiplier effect when you look at that. It's a matter of how do you want to finance it. It is an enterprise, though.
Yeah.
Right? No different than water and wastewater as an enterprise fund, solid waste.
Ours is in the general fund.
We beat ourselves up a lot about that,
It's in the general
but
fund.
I'm not sure I completely agree with the fact that, we have historically been a petrochemical industry kind of town, and that's okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm not
Nothing
knocking
wrong with that. But, you take Exxon plant that's being developed now, that's really not a petrochemical refinery. They're involved in a completely different kind of business. They're gonna create 3,000 jobs or so, permanent jobs, and so, and they will recruit highly skilled people to fill a lot of those jobs. When I was with EOG, we recruited geoscientists and petroleum engineers and those kinds of people to come down here. And one of the hardest things we had to do was to convince the wives that this was a great place to live. Because of the fact that we don't have the diversity of the kinds of things that you see in a San Antonio market or an Austin market or a Houston market, where there's 6 shopping malls and there's, those kinds of things. So the entertainment quality was a big issue for a lot of the people that we tried to recruit here. But I think some of that is turning around, and I think as we improve the things here in the city that we're working on, that are currently underway, and things that we have plans to do, some of that will turn around. And we need to kind of market that and talk about it more. I don't think we do necessarily a great job of telling people inside and outside this city about the good things that are going on here.
Yeah, telling that story, showcasing that. Yeah, the other area that, as you were alluding to, talking about investment, is an area that cities sometimes struggle with, is that's the quality of schools. Relocation experts will look at that, not only lifestyle, but also the quality of schools. Things that you're not involved with, but it's all those different dimensions where it used to just be about tax incentives and can we get there, and access and transportation. That's evolved a lot. Now it's what are the schools like? What's the quality of life going to be like for people there? Are they going to be willing to move there? That's starting the scales have tipped.
Because I didn't want to bring that up, but that was another issue, because people at that level, they investigate your schools. They look at your school quality, and for better or worse, some of those times CCISD did not have the best record in the state with respect to academic excellence. So some of that is changing now too.
But the city does have 2 of the top schools in the area, with Tolosa Middle and Cal Allen. I mean, they are top of the notch, and I'll even include, wait, I was gonna say, I'm gonna even include Flower Bluff and London too, because London is a small school. Unfortunately, they didn't build big enough, but we're moving up. Corpus Christi is moving up on the educational side.
But the problem, Billy, for those people we were recruiting, when they went and looked at your city, they said, okay, you're moving to the city of Corpus Christi, so what do they do?
They look at Corpus Christi,
Yes.
ISD.
They don't know
And
about
that's right.
Tolosa
They don't know
Midway.
about the other schools surrounding.
So when they would come interview with
That
us,
is
we'd
true,
say,
though.
well, go look at Gregory Portland, go look at Tolosa, go look at Callan, look at Flower. Those are great school districts.
But that's part of the cities too. We just, like you were saying, Mike, we're not marketing it enough.
Exactly
We need to
right.
market our schools. We need to market a lot of things in Corpus Christi. And I think that's the main key here. Because I think we have top-notch schools in Corpus Christi, to be honest with you. It's not just CCISD. When you say Corpus Christi, you're talking about the whole picture. What is Corpus Christi? You know? But I also believe what Mike's saying, the spouses have a lot to do with it. If you don't have that entertainment, that retail shops, those Nordstroms, you know, the restaurants,
Yeah, but
the
young people aren't
entertainment.
looking for that. Under 40s aren't looking for the shopping. They want to know what kind of parks are like. They want to know, do you have hiking trails? They want to know, they want vertical growth.
I agree, it's a combination.
they want
It's
higher
just so many
density.
different things.
Right, they want lifestyle centers. So
You
the
know.
22-year-old graduate coming out of school is not looking
We've got
necessarily.
one of the best bays around in the area for sailing, for, what is it, all kinds of,
They showcase
kite
it.
sailing,
Yeah,
all
the
kinds of
regatta
different
and all
things. I
that.
mean,
It's
we're
changing a
not
lot.
marketing. Well, Corpus Christi is a very unique city. Think about this. We have 3 beaches in Corpus Christi. We have North Beach, we have McGee Beach, and we have the Padre Island Beach. But we also have another waterway that we don't ever use, and that's the Nueces River, the entrance. What other city can say they have a river going through it also? You know, we have to be able to market these areas, but we have to have the entertainment part that goes with it. The young people want to be able to kayak, do scuba dive, and do all kinds of stuff. You know, it's a different breed.
Well, even, I'll just wrap up with this. What governments are finding, businesses have known for years, and that is mass marketing doesn't work. You got to micro-target who that is. That's why we get personalized ads on our Facebook page, because that's a lot more effective than an ad on TV, because people don't watch TV anymore. We're all an algorithm, so
I
when they
do.
look at your
That's what old
preferences,
folks do.
I do.
I'm just sharing that with you, right?
I can't wait to crawl in my bed.
It used to be cities would, cities would say, let's put a billboard on I-37, let's do this, let's do that. Those things are now not part of a modern marketing strategy, and cities have to sort of, how do they adapt to that? How do they showcase? Who are your partners? Who is the target audience? Who are the investors?
I think,
Who are the
Peter, we need
candidates?
to re-strategize on all this, Peter. We must be advertising wrong then, and we need to look at this whole new concept of advertisement, you know, if we expect to get the younger generation to stay and move here. Yeah. Because we're still marketing the old way. We need to
No.
stop that.
No, we're not. The VCC's doing they've got a campaign out. You know,
But they're saying that's what he's saying, that they don't, the younger generation's not
Well,
going by that.
time for homework.
They go
This
by
is a
this.
great way to get out of a
Well,
chore.
And that's what they're
Tonight.
doing.
but that's, yeah, I think that it is.
So when you get home tonight and your
Yes.
spouse asks you how it was, you say, it was so thrilling. It was so replenishing. I'm so exhausted from sitting. You should be, just like when you leave the gym, you should be exhausted and replenished, and let them know you have some homework tonight. Another great way of getting out of chores. So here's your homework tonight. It's on page 14, and you're on the honor system.
What? You serious?
Even those tech grads are on the honor system.
You serious?
Just want to see if you were listening. I'd like to ask you to do 2 things tonight, so we can walk in tomorrow morning. We'll hit the ground running, and that is review the city's mission statement and see how applicable it still is. By the way, I'm not sure when it was created. We weren't able to figure that out.
Well, that actually tells you something, doesn't it?
Well, we just weren't able to determine. So, but I'd like you to scrub it. We're not going to wordsmith it tomorrow, right? But we'd like to at least touch base, because the value of a mission statement is to use it. If you think it's no longer valid, then it can be maybe put to the side. But tomorrow, we're not going to spend time recrafting it or wordsmithing it. I just want to see if you find it still relevant. And the second assignment that you have tonight, you're going to be exhausted. You might have to stay up late and cram or something. And that is to spend some time on the strategic objectives on page 15. And I know Peter, he did an excellent job of presenting the items on his list, is to spend some time going back over the list of items he prepared for you. And see the connectivity between that list and what the items are that you brought up. Because we want to spend some quality time tomorrow really evaluating those topics. But some of these topics are only brought up by one person. One person doesn't make a policy, and it's not going to move the item forward. And we're going to try to avoid voting tomorrow. It's better to have a good exchange of ideas and to have a consensus. So the outcome tomorrow is some clarity about these strategic objectives. As Peter shared, there's 6 pages of items already underway. Some of these are already being addressed from your list. But there are some that weren't.
So spend some time giving that some thought. How mission critical is that? Sometimes it's a good idea, just not at the right time, because you have other issues that you're trying to address. Okay, so that's the homework for tonight?
I guess that took care of the margaritas.
I would think so.
If we get margaritas, we're
We can leave our stuff in here, right? The non-valuables, papers and all that? Yeah, so we can leave our stuff here. And then we're going to start tomorrow at 8 o'clock with morning calisthenics, and then we'll break into, no, I'm kidding.
Mike,
start off
didn't
at
you say we
8:30?
voted on a resolution not to start till 9 o'clock?
Yeah,
Mike,
9
didn't you
o'clock.
say that?
9 o'clock we're going to start?
Oh, stop whining.
Well, the rest of us are starting at 8:30, so
Oh, good, Greg.
Rebecca declared we're starting at 8:30.
8:30.
8:30 tomorrow morning, breakfast at 8 o'clock.
Oh,
Jeans are,
shorts are even acceptable.
just wear something
Don't wear
that,
muscle shirts. I'm just. Gotta see real muscle.
it's a fashion show, I forgot, so. And some more city swag. So we'll see you in the morning. Have a good night.
Thank you,
Uh-huh.
Patrick.
Need to adjourn, Mary? Do you need to
Meeting, oh, right.
adjourn?
Yeah, meeting adjourned.